Moment of silence. Y'all fucked up. TRP forever. Flow light years beyond y'all, you're not scary. I deserve a statue in front of South Ferry. You niggas dead serious, I'm dead serious. How I feel to be second fiddle, I'm just curious. I know why you don't want me on them group songs, cause I turned a group song into a fluke song. I'm too strong, I get it, y'all niggas spooked. If I wasn't fluke, I wouldn't do a feature with Fluke, dog. Nate hyped me, now I'm about to catch a body. If you ain't Tyrone Briggs, nigga, then tread lightly. Try to chill, I really want y'all to just like me, cause y'all stopping the king, homie, it ain't likely. Not fair how I'm punking these rappers scared niggas local, I'm in the air. How these silly niggas compare when they rapping with they ain't living. I'm literal, be literally, lyrically. Y'all niggas so little to me, Lil Me's. Niggas cornballs, base guard, Lil B's. You never make it out the hood trying to belittle me. Please, competition is a rap here. We the reason why half of these niggas rap here. Shout out to my real niggas who trap here. Watch your back here, cause half of these niggas rats here. Yeah, all rats, no tails. Just real niggas who tells you details.
Chain ain't do this shit, nigga.
Say it again.
Big Brook, N.A. Rock,
I mean,
Side, Shade, the fucking pack, nigga. Stop snitching. We getting money. And fucking a lot of bitches too. I'll holler.
Besides becoming Jasmine Walton's husband, my goal's to be with every Staten artist wasn't. To show the effing world I'm the best recording. Kill your dog and bring him back like I'm Seth MacFarlane. Got too many problems to be stressing all of them. With way too much groupies to have sex with all of them. As far as my God, best for sure. Sneeze together cause your knees, God's blessings. All of them. These young niggas sound like Chief Keef on his worst day. The ones my age might as well make a We Are the World take. Old rappers, war stories got me crucially bored. Plus they stack vocals like they 10 Tupac Shakur. I'm only spitting the truth. Don't make subliminal moves. I'm now standing alone.
What's good, y'all? What's good? Shout out to everybody in the building. Facebook user, it's all good, Brody. Catch me on the next time I see you on the check-in. You feel me? If you in here, the link is in the comments. If you want to pull up and be on screen and talk Knicks basketball with your boy T-Time. I know I haven't done Knicks N Ish in a while. Life be getting real sometimes. You feel me? So excuse me. I know I've been away for a while, but life be getting real sometimes. But I'm here, and we got some things to talk about. Again, if you in the building, press a like for your boy first of all. You feel me? Let's do that. And if you ain't doing nothing and you got some time and you want to talk with T-Time, I know that a lot of y'all are probably out there watching the playoffs as you should be. But if you're here and you're watching me right now and you want to get on live with your boy, the link is in the comment. Click the link, pull up, chop with T-Time. If you don't got a StreamYard account, no biggie. It's a very simple setup. Sign up is like 1, 2, 3, literally. But yeah, pull up on your boy. But let's get right into it. I know y'all was listening to music, you feel me, before I got here. But so, you know, one thing I wanted to talk about was, you know, the Knicks getting the 11th pick. There was a lot of Knicks fans that were hoping and wishing that a miracle would happen, that we would move up in a draft by some stroke of pure miracle and luck. Though we had like a 5% chance or something, like 7 to 5% chance of like moving up into the top 4, which was, we all knew was highly unlikely. We got the 7th pick. Hold on, sorry. I suck at multitasking. My fault. I should have did this before I got online. Yeah, but you know, a lot of people was upset that we stayed at a disappointed. I wouldn't say upset, which I don't understand why everybody was upset. When have the Knicks ever got that kind of luck? We was a very, very low chance that we was going to get into the top 4 anyway. We stayed at 11. And this Joey was good, Brody. Reflex Radio in the building. Yo, Joey, if you in here, post that Manscaped link, Playboy. If you treat yourself, don't cheat yourself. My guy Joey and Reflex Radio is sponsored by Manscaped. I'm not sure if they still doing the promo, but if they are, Joey post the link. You feel me? Get 20% off on your orders if Joey posts the link. You feel me? Holla at my guy. You feel me? And if you need a podcast, if you're thinking of starting a podcast, holla at my guy Joe Parker. You feel me? But make sure your funds is correct. Have a budget. This ain't free. You feel me? But if you're thinking about starting a podcast, holla at Joe Parker. That's the spot for you. That's where Who Run the City pulled up at. Tony in the building. Speedy recovery, Brody. That's my guy right there. Yeah. But back to what I was saying. You know, everybody, I don't understand why so many people was disappointed that we there we go. Joey Parker just posted the Manscaped promo code in the comments. Treat yourself, don't cheat yourself. Get the family jewels taken care of properly. You know what I mean? Go to manscaped.com, use the Joe Parker code, and get 20% off plus free shipping. Holla at my guy. You feel me? Let's do it. You feel me? Yeah, so back to what I was saying. I don't understand why so many people was disappointed that we stayed at 11. I knew it was going to happen. I knew that was the probability. Marlon Hendricks in the building. And that's not a bad thing being at 11. Like, oh my God, no good players ever come from the 11th spot. I wish they got the top 4. Like, bro, first of all, the NBA draft is a crapshoot. It's very rare that there's a generational talent that comes out or instant difference makers that come out. And a Bryant in the building. You already know the vibery. You know what I mean? Big Knicks fan energy in the building. You know, it's very rare that there's a generational talent. People miss drafting in the top 4 as well. You feel me? Like, honestly, drafting aside for generational talents is guess. You feel me? It's guess. And having the 11th pick is not a bad thing. There's been a lot of great talent that's come out of the 11th seed. And I'm willing to give you quite a few of those great talents that came out of the 11th seed. Well, not just great talents, serviceable role players and good talent. You feel me? So this is what this list is. It's not, just great talent. It's serviceable role players and great talent. You feel me? All mixed into one. Cameron Johnson got a bright future. 2019 11th overall pick for the Suns. He was drafted by the Timberwolves. Now he's on the Suns. You feel me? Good talent, great shooter. He beat us one game. You feel me? Good talent, serviceable role player. Shai Gilgeous-Alexander was drafted by the Hornets in 2018 with the 11th pick. Most of us want him on our team now. A lot of us do. 11th pick. You feel me? Malik Monk, serviceable role player. 11th overall pick. Sabonis. A lot of you Knicks fans were screaming for Sabonis. Y'all wanted to trade Julius Randle for Sabonis. 11th overall pick in 2016. Miles Turner, 2015. 11th overall pick. Michael Carter-Williams, before he became trash, he had some upside before he became trash. You feel me? 2013, 11th overall pick. Miles Leonard, serviceable role player. 2012, 11th overall pick. Klay Thompson, 2011. That guy's going to be a future Hall of Famer. One of the greatest three-point shooters in NBA history. 11th pick. Who else? JJ Redick, serviceable role player. 2006. 11th overall pick. I'm going to keep going. Because there's more Bonzi Wells by the Detroit Pistons in 98. There's more. Allen Houston, 11th overall pick by the Detroit Pistons in 93. Nick Legend, 11th overall pick. Reggie Miller. I know, man, I'm not too happy to say that because, it's Reggie Miller. But Reggie Miller, Indiana Pacers, 87. Right? And Kevin Willis was a serviceable role player for the Atlanta Hawks, 84. Derek Harper, 83. And, I think if I go back any further than that, I won't know most of these names. I ain't going to hold you. I don't know what a lot of these guys after Derek Harper, what their name is. But I think I made my point. I'm not saying that I believe any of these guys in the draft are going to be a Derek Harper, Allen Houston, Klay Thomas. I don't know. I don't know but my thing is you never know. Being in the 11th pick is not the worst place to be. So I don't think that we should jump out the window in trying to move up in the draft because, again, it's a crapshoot. You never know what guys are going to be. Just remember, the Detroit Pistons picked Darko Milicic over Carmelo Anthony with the number 2 overall pick. You never know. You feel me? And shout out to what Anna said. We have been drafting really well. I have confidence that in the front office that they're going to draft the right player that this organization need. Now, how soon will they get PT? I don't know. It depends on who we draft. And this moves into my next point of, who we may draft. Right? I got my list somewhere. Hold on, y'all. Yeah, so it's a lot of talk about, 2 guys in particular that's projected to be available around the 11th pick. Both of them are guards. I don't really think that we need to draft for guard. So the first one of them is Benedict I don't even know how to pronounce his last name. Mathornin, whatever. I got to work on that. You feel me? Because I don't really watch a lot of college basketball. I'm not going to lie. I haven't really seen a lot of tape on the kid because, again, I don't watch a lot of college basketball, especially this year. I almost watched no college basketball. But his stat line looked pretty well, man. He played 2 years. He played 2 years in college. He's last season he was 18. He was pretty much 18, 6 rebounds and 3 assists. You feel me? Like, we do need a guard that's going to make an impact immediately. So this is what I'm saying. Like, we already got a log jam at the 2 and the 3 position. We do need a guard that's going to make an impact right away. I already think that Quick should get the keys to the kingdom. So if we do draft a guard, that leads me to believe Silas was good, Playboy. I see you. If we do draft a guard that believes in that lead me to believe that the keys will be handed over to IQ, and whatever guard that we get will probably be a third option guard behind, Derrick Rose. And I honestly think that Duke should get, the backup role if we go with Quick as starting point guard. But if we happen to draft Benedict or Johnny Davis, numbers are better than Benedict's. You feel me? He's 28 and 2. If we go with one of those guys, I think that instantly mean that quickly is going to get the keys to the kingdom because the free agent pool for point guards is not that great. Nobody that's going to make an immediate impact. I think that instantly makes Quick the best option at the one position. That's what that tells me if we decide to draft Johnny Davis or Benedict. You feel me? Like I feel like and I think Quick is ready for that. That's what those two draft picks going to tell me at the 11th pick that it's Quick's job at the point guard position coming in the next season. And that absolutely should happen. But really, there's been another name that's been floating around that we may pick up at the 11th pick, Jalen Duren. I think I'm pronouncing that right. Duren, out of Memphis. I think that's where I would go. And that pick tells me that Mitch is not staying with the New York Knicks. If we go and we pick Jalen Duren at the 11th pick, it's spelled E-N. It's spelled E-N, Salas. D-U-R-E-N. And maybe it's pronounced Duran, but it's spelled E-N. You feel me? If we pick him, that instantly tells us Mitch is out of here. There's no Mitchell Robinson coming back to the New York Knicks. You feel me? And he's the same kind of player as Mitchell Robinson. A little bit short at 6'11", but he's 250. He's 250. I think he has like a 7'2" wingspan. His numbers don't jump off on the page at you. 12, 8, and 1 assist. I think he averaged almost 2 blocks a game. And same player as Mitchell Robinson. But he has an NBA ready body already. He doesn't have to put on a weight. He played 29 games. You feel me? That shows me that he has some durability. And that's what we need. You know, as much as I love Mitch, there's always a question, is Mitch going to play? Is he going to stay healthy all season? This kid already is weighing in at I think so what some of the consensus is about Jalen. I hear what you're saying, Silas, that he might not be ready, he might not be available at 11, which is true. But some of the consensus is that the teams earlier might be looking more guard heavy. You feel me? So if you know the teams above us are looking more guard heavy, then he might fall to us in the 11th pick. And if he does and we take him, that means Mitch is out of here. You feel me? I'm just saying that's some talk. You're right. He might not be available, but some of the consensus is saying that some teams might be leaning more towards guards than they are towards centers ahead of us. You feel me? So if he does happen to fall, that instantly tells me that Mitch is out of here. And again, I'm not super mad if we separate with Mitch. On Noel is out. That's facts. This is facts. And this is facts. On Noel. I keep on forgetting about Noel because I haven't seen him play this year. I keep on forgetting. That means one of the two is gone. And I wouldn't be mad if either one of them left. I'm totally super high on Jericho Sims. I think he could start. You feel me? Because he plays pretty much the same game as Mitch. I think Jericho Sims is more fundamentally sound than Mitchell Robinson is. I think Mitchell Robinson is more physically gifted as far as, you know, his arm length and things like that. But Jericho Sims could literally do everything that Mitch and Noel could do, probably a little bit better. And to have a player like Jalen come in to back him up will not be the worst thing in the world. You feel me? So I'm not mad at that. But that's what that tells me. If we take take that guy, Jalen at 11th, if we take either the two guards, Marketing or Johnny, that tells me that, you know, Quick is going to get the keys to the kingdom, because I'm not impressed by the free agent market, you know, in a point guard respects. Moral of the story, no matter what you do with the 11th pick, let's get quick into the starting spot, please. He's already putting in the work. You feel me? Again, if you're interested in pulling up and chopping with your boy on screen, the link is in the comments. Scroll up. I'll post it again just for shits and giggles. You feel me? But if you're interested in talking with your boy, you're more than welcome. I don't know too much about Nikola Jovic. I'm about to Google him right now. What position he play? So Terrence, you think he's going to be available in at the 11th pick, huh? We about to see who he is. Nikola Jovic. Give me a second. Oh, come on. My fault, y'all. I'm trying to see who this guy is that Terrence Evans is talking about. Nikola Jovic. Sabian basketball player. What's the stats looking like? 20 minutes. Come on. Yeah. So let's see what his stats looking like. Shooting 52. 11 points a game. What position he play? Forward. I don't know. Nah, son. Because ain't nothing. His international play, they only got him at 4 games played. I'm trying to see. 11 points a game. He ain't really got much of a resume, bro. Like, we're talking about 4 games. 2, 4, 5, excuse me. We're talking about 5 games. I can't even find no real resume for him. I don't know. I mean, it can't be too much highlights, Terrence. He only got 5 games. That's not enough of a sample size for me to take a guy at 11. You feel me? That's to me, that's not much of a sample size to get a good read on a player, especially at the 11th pick. That's a lotto pick, bro. That you only got to see him play 4 games, 4 to 5 games. That's a lot of, that's a lottery pick, bro, on 5 games. Nah, I'm not comfortable with that. I'll watch the video. It probably is some really nice highlights, but everybody look good in highlights. You feel me? Yeah. Let him go in the let him go in the early 20s, but I don't want to use my 11th pick on a guy that's probably not going to play this year. In fact, Silas, he's probably, if we do draft him, he's probably not even going to put on a Knicks uniform this year. He's going to stay overseas, and we already got players stashed overseas. Not with the 11th pick. You feel me? I'm not saying that he's not nice. I'm not saying that what you see in the kid is not good, but I don't see him playing this year. He's 18 years old. I definitely see him being stashed overseas for another couple years. And I don't think we should use the 11th pick with that. Upgrade most point guard, Sean. Upgrade most point guard, absolutely. But I think the upgrade is already on a team. That's the thing. I think the upgrade is already on our team. I think that Emmanuel Quickly is the upgrade at starting point that we need. And the reason why I say that is because not only can Quickly is a deep threat, he's shown that that he could break down the defense consistently and get to the spots on the court where he wants. He's gotten better at finishing at the rim. We already know the floater is deadly, and he showed us that he can pass the rock several times this season. He's had over 8 assists in a game. And the most impressive point about that is his turnover to assist ratio was 5-1. You feel me? That's impressive. I like that. He does not turn over the ball. That's a fact. And with a solid vet to back him up in Derrick Rose, because Derrick Rose is not being moved. Quick is the point guard we need and is the point guard of the future. We were saying this, last season, that Quick is the point guard of the future, and we been echoing that he needed to be starting at point this season. I think next year he finally gets the keys to the Jeep. You feel me? They finally get the keys to the Jeep, and he gets to drive. And having the backups being Deuce and Derrick Rose, I'm super content with that at point. I think that's the upgrade that we need. No more Alec Burke playing point guard and starting at point guard. No more of that. You feel me? Give Quick the keys to the Jeep. Give Quick the keys to the Jeep. Let him do what he do. He's ready. He showed us that he's ready, and I can't wait to see it. I think just that subtle difference of Quick being the starting point guard puts us. We win more games. We win more games next season with just Quick at the point guard. This is facts. Less Julius Randle has the ball in his hands and trying to create offense for himself. Less when Emmanuel Quickly's on the court. If you watch basketball, if you watch Knicks basketball, you see that Julius Randle doesn't bring up the ball nearly as much when Quick is on the court because he trusts him and his point guard abilities. You see Julius Randle take over point guard or try to be a playmaker more when Alec Burke is on the court, because Alec Burke is not a point guard. Neither is Julius Randle, but he is called on more to do more playmaking when Alec Burke is on a running point. This is a fact. You feel me? We hate to see it, but it happens because that's the truth of the matter. I know y'all see the title of this. Y'all know I'm going to talk about Julius Randle because you know why? Everywhere I turn, y'all still talking about Julius Randle and trading this man off this team. You feel me? I agree, Wayne. I am a staunch Julius Randle supporter. If you ever watch this show, I defend Julius Randle profusely, and I will continue to do it. I'm wearing Julius Randle's jersey right now. You feel me? Continue to do it. Anna, we know. Anna, we know. Anna, we know. But I agree with you. Julius Randle should never bring the ball up. He is not a point forward. I hate to see it. And I'm saying this as a staunch Julius Randle supporter. You feel me? He should never bring the ball up. Now, if you seen the caption for this, y'all know I'm going to talk about Julius Randle because y'all still talking about Julius Randle everywhere I turn. You see Julius Randle being talked, and it's talking about trading Julius Randle. This the part where I talk about why trading Julius Randle is absolutely ridiculous. It makes no sense on so many levels, right? So boom, let's start off by saying that Julius, and shout out to my guy BJ Samuels. He posted a video from this YouTube page Panic, and he did a deep dive in pretty much what I'm going to say, and the guy did a great job. That's all I'm going to say. If you got a chance, go subscribe to his YouTube channel. It's fire content there. I like what that guy does. You feel me? But Julius Randle needs to play his game, and I'm going to start off by saying Julius Randle was asked to do this season was play out of position and be a point forward. Listen, his first year as a Knick, he was asked to do the same thing, which was be a point forward. He had a horrible year. Horrible year his first year as a Knick being a point forward because he was asked to do that. He had a great year last year because he was asked to do less of that. Julius Randle started off the season well, but he really started to ball out when Derrick Rose came to the team. And he was playing more of his position, pick and rolls, playing off the ball, making quick decisions with the basketball. That's when Julius Randle flourished. We seen Julius Randle struggle this year because he was asked to do the same thing that he was asked to do his first year as a Knick, which was handle the basketball way too much. You feel me? He was asked to do. Matty Smooth in the building. That's my guy right there. Big Knicks N Ish supporter. That's Team Knicks N Ish right there. You feel me? But and that's another thing too. Thank you. You know, even in that situation, Julius Randle's production dropped, and then we complain about his turnovers. He's averaging about 3.5 turnovers a game. Giannis averages that. So does the Joker. Average just the same amount of turnovers. Actually, that is kind of above, like, for guys who are not point guards that get that kind of usage rate. That's kind of the norm. That amount of turnovers. That for guys who are not point guards who have that high usage rate, he's around the norm. Giannis and Joker have the same amount of turnovers. Again, I'm not saying he's just as good as those guys. I'm not saying that. But what I'm saying is guys who are better than him talent-wise are averaging just as many turnovers with a similar usage rate as Julius Randle. But we crucified Julius Randle for the same thing. For playing out of position and turning the ball over. Part of the reason we do this because most Knicks fans are under the assumption that Julius Randle is making max money. I hear a lot of things are saying that, oh, he got the bag and now he's playing horribly. And I'm like, bro, do you realize Julius Randle is not even in the top 40 paid players in the NBA? He's not even top 40. He's not even top 40. If you look at the players that are around his pay rate, with Julius Randle's, matter of fact, I'm going to do it. I'm going to do it. Top paid players. I'm going to do it. Because if you look at the people who get paid what Julius Randle is getting paid, right? If you look at the list of the players around Julius Randle pay rate, it's not even close, bro. It's not even close. Talent-wise, right? Buddy Hield gets paid more than Julius Randle. Julius Randle is clearly better than Buddy Hield. John Collins get paid more than Julius Randle. He's way better than John Collins. Malcolm Brogdon is right underneath Julius Randle. He's way better than Malcolm Brogdon. Tim Hardaway Jr. is right there with Julius Randle. And we remember when Tim Hardaway Jr. was the best player on the team. You feel me? Like Mike Conley. These are the guys that's making the kind of bread that Julius Randle's getting paid. You feel me? These are the players that's around him that's getting paid. Julius Randle is on a bargain contract for a 2010 and 5 guy. There's only 3 guys in the NBA that average that stat line, 2010 and 5 this season. Joker, Giannis, and Julius Randle. And Julius Randle makes nowhere close to the other two. Trading Julius Randle would make no sense. And the value of his contract only gets better the years to come. Julius Randle's contract is a bargain. We was asking him to play out of position, and the whole team suffered because of it. It's not just Julius Randle. Evan Fournier suffered from not having a point guard. RJ Barrett suffered most of the season for not having a point guard. Alec Burks suffered for having to play the point guard. It wasn't just Julius Randle suffered for him being forced to play out of position. It was the whole team. Nobody played well for most of the season. Obi Toppin suffered until Quick started getting. That's a fact. Anna, you talking facts. Burke suffered the most. But Obi Toppin suffered until Quick started to get more minutes and get a lot of minutes. Until Quick started getting 25 plus minutes, Obi Toppin game was in the toilet. You feel me? And not to mention, trading Julius Randle is just a bad look league-wise. We already suffer from a point where we already suffer from a point where we don't. It's hard to get stars to come here. But now you trade a guy who took a team-friendly contract the year after he led the team to the playoffs. You don't think other stars around the NBA will notice and look and be like, hey, this team don't care about you. If you have a bad year, they just going to trade you. Why would any star come here after a player said, hey, I'm going to leave money on the table so y'all can help build a team to win a championship? Because if he would have waited, he could have got more money. If Julius Randle could have waited, he would have got more money. And this is a fact. He decided to sign last season and take that contract so the team can help build a team around him, so the organization can help build a team around him. You trade that guy, a guy that led the organization to their first playoffs in almost a decade, takes a team-friendly contract, and has a bad year because he's playing out of position the next year, and you trade him, the problem of us getting stars will only be compounded. Nobody will come here, bro. Nobody. Because stars watch these things. Why would I come here? Why would I want to sign with the New York Knicks and knowing soon as I have a bad year, not only is the organization going to turn their back on me, but the fans as well? Why would I go there when I could get the same kind of money in a small market team and ball out, and they'll cheer for me even when I'm having a bad game? Why would I go there? And the organization would support me. Why would I go there? It just doesn't make sense. Trading Julius Randle hurts more than it helps. Because I guarantee if you trade him, you're not going to get his productivity back. You're not. And if you think that Obi Toppin is ready to take Julius Randle's spot, I'm going to question your basketball knowledge. He is not ready to take Julius Randle's spot. What you think is going to happen if Obi Toppin is getting double teamed every play like Julius Randle? He's not going to flourish. He's not going to flourish. Obi Toppin will not flourish under the kind of pressure that Julius Randle is seeing defensively every night. He's not. Obi is not ready to take Julius Randle's spot. We've seen an uptick in RJ Barrett's game, but I also think he's not ready for those double teams the way Julius Randle sees them as well. We've seen RJ Barrett struggle when teams key in on trying to stop him at the rim. We've seen it. So imagine him having to see that defense every night. The reason why a lot of these guys are able to flourish on the New York Knicks is because Julius Randle commands that kind of attention. Teams do not put that kind of pressure on players who are trash. It does not happen. It does not happen. Teams do not pack the paint against guys who are garbage. It does not happen. We're talking about a man who still averaged 20, 10, and 5, and we say it's a fact he struggled, but we're talking about a man who struggled, but still averaged 20, 10, and 5, seeing double teams every night on a nightly basis. So That's my point. And imagine if he had to see that on a nightly basis. I'm not sure that he's all the way ready for that. I think trading Julius Randle is a big mistake. Oh, absolutely, Maddie. Absolutely, Julius Randle could improve. I'm not saying he's perfect. I'm not saying there's not deficiencies in his game. I believe that is a lot that he could improve on. I mention it all the time. I think he notices the double team way too late. He holds the ball too long, and the kickouts are way too late. So it's a lot of last ditch efforts on trying to get up shots. You feel me? There's definitely deficiency in this game. I'm not saying that it isn't. I'm just saying that trading Julius Randle would be idiotic. You're not going to get his value back because no matter how you want to slice it, Julius Randle does a lot for this team. We don't have no real rebounders on the team. As much as y'all like Mitchell Robinson is not a strong rebounder. He averages 8 rebounds a game. That's not great. Julius Randle's averaging 10 rebounds a game. Julius Randle takes pressure off for RJ Barrett. Then you know, and I also believe that the New York Knicks fan base, like always, let the New York media trick them out of position, bro. I think the New York media made y'all hate Julius Randle. Because the New York media this whole season was spreading fallacies about Julius Randle. And they got butthurt that he told y'all to shut the F up. And I think he absolutely should have. I'll talk about that a little bit later. I'm not mad at Julius Randle for telling y'all shut the F up, and I'm going to explain that later. But the New York media tricked y'all out of position, man, bro. Not only are y'all mad at the fact that he told y'all to shut the F up, but the New York media knew that Julius Randle was a hot button issue, and they pushed that button every time they needed clicks. Every time they needed clicks, Julius Randle. You had major publications spreading lies. This is why I always get up here and say, if it don't come from Woj or Shams, I got to question it unless I hear from the players. You had major publications posting and tweeting and getting on shows talking about Julius Randle requested trades. Now you heard it from Julius Randle and the front office saying that was untrue. The front office saying Julius Randle expresses continued commitment to the organization and the plan moving forward. You heard it from Julius Randle saying that unless you hear it come from my mouth, it's untrue. I've never said those things. I never requested a trade. But then you have the New York fan base. He want out of here, get out of here. He never said these things. This would also fueled you to hate him because y'all was under the belief that he wanted to leave because he was struggling when he didn't. Y'all was belittling and berating this man every chance that he get, and all he did was reconfirm his commitment to the team, which is not easy to do when people are shitting on you every day, saying, no, I want to still be here. Now, am I saying that Julius Randle's attitude all season towards the fans and the game was a model representation? No, I definitely believe that he could have handled a lot of things a lot better. Yes, I agree. I agree that things could have been handled a lot better. But I also believe that the fan base could have been a lot better as well. I mean, does the New York Knicks fan base do not want any accountability? Just because you spend money somewhere, that doesn't mean you could treat people like animals. These people are humans. Yes, they make millions of dollars, but that don't mean you could talk and treat them like animals. I don't care how much money you spend. If I own a business and you patronize my business every single day, let's say, for instance, a bodega. I own a bodega. I see you every day for 10 years. You come in every day and you spend money in my establishment. That doesn't mean you could come in and call me all kinds of names. That doesn't mean you can come and attack my family. I'm not going. You cannot come back. I'm not going to tolerate that. And I felt like that's what the New York Knicks fan base does. They think because they spend money at the establishment, they can say and do whatever they want to these celebrities and basketball players. No, that's untrue. Oh, Anna pulled up. It's about to be an argument. Anna, what's good?
What's up? Ain't gonna be no argument.
Anna hates Julius Randle.
I don't hate him. I do not hate him. I hate how he's played.
Yeah. So let me finish my mama statement. I'm gonna let you have at it, right? So and what I was saying about the way that the fan base was talking about Julius Randle. I say this because I see what's being said on social media. The man's been called everything out of character, out of name. Some things I'm not going to reiterate. You feel me? But there's a lot of disrespectful things. And I know for a fact by being at basketball games, Knicks games, Giants games, New York Yankee games, that fans are rude as fuck. They say some wild stuff. And I'm saying this is coming from an organization that we watch spit on a human being because of a basketball game. We talking about that kind of fan base. So when Julius Randle got up there and talk about his son being uncomfortable and have to leave games, I'm pretty sure if you went into detail, y'all would have been like, wow, I can't believe people are doing that. But I can believe it. That people are standing there talking crazy about his kid and his wife at games. And this man comes and say, shut the F up. That's frustration. And this is coming from a man who took less money, was the savior of the season last year. And
2 years ago.
It's still last year. We still in this season. We still in the season. 2 years ago, I had jokes about Julius Randle. I was calling him dubious handle 2 years ago. You feel me? But now you go from that. Knicks and Bruises in the building. Yes, sir. Y'all need to go subscribe to their YouTube channel. Great channel, man. Tony is the man. You feel me? But that and you go through all that. I would tell the fan base to shut the F up too. You feel me? You go from the hero. You got people talking. Imagine what his inbox was like. Imagine the kind of death threats and crazy things that was going on in his inbox, in his wife's inbox, in her comment section, because I've been on her Instagram. She's posting pictures of the family, and people on the hub comments tell your BA husband to Wouldn't you tell somebody to shut the F up too? But I get it, and I'm gonna let you go because it's performance based with you, and I'm not mad at that. You feel me? But go ahead, say your piece.
No, I mean,
shout out to you for pulling up, by the way.
I kept telling my boyfriend, I'm like, I want to talk, but I know how it gets when we talk about Randle. Trust me, like, I like the dude. Like, let's see. Like, this is in my room.
Yeah.
Like,
yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Like, it's really like, for me, a couple of things. Very much performance. Like I said, and I've said it on other shows, I liked him before he was a Knick. You know what I mean? And last season was just a big disappointment because it almost felt like a tease, what we saw the previous season, you know what I mean, as a tease. And it's just, last season, on top of the poor performance was the poor attitude. And that's what bothered me the most. I went to many games. I traveled to many states to see them play.
Oh no, I see your post. I'd be like, she be out here.
You know what I'm saying? Like, I went all the way to Portland this year. Like, who goes to Portland? You know what I'm saying? Like, and just to see like the body language, I think he got mentally out of it early in the season and couldn't recover from it. Not taken away from his talent. And I agree with you. A lot of his downfall was playing out of position. The majority of his turnovers was playing the point guard or forcing it or mentally not being there, not making the correct decisions, not passing off at the right time, not setting harder picks. Like, I agree. And I think somebody said it, like, I'll do one more year of him. I'm not going to just kiss his ass early on the season. Like, he got to prove that, he want to be here and he can play, because I know he can. We all know he can. He did it with the Lakers. He did it with New Orleans. He gave us that one season. He has talent, not taken from his talent. It's just the team overall, him included, just have to give us better.
So this one thing I want to like correlate. I remember when Melo was a Knick, and the big knock on Melo was Melo don't pass the ball. All he doing, and I'm talking about, this is when he was playing with a whole bunch of
nobodies,
and guys who shouldn't have even been in the NBA. You feel me? And I watched Melo in those games come out in the beginning, passing the ball, trying to get everybody involved, and these guys were stinking up the joint. And then when Melo's doing what he was brought here to do, take the shots, because he's going to get all the blame. You feel me? He's selfish. He's selfish. He's starting and I see similarities in that with Julius Randle, because remember, the whole team was struggling. After that first 5 games, RJ Barrett was non-existent. Evan Fournier was non-existent.
Right.
Kemba Walker never really showed up all season. Alec Burke wasn't playing well. Derrick Rose wasn't playing well. IQ wasn't playing well. In the whole beginning stretch of the season, all these guys were suffering at the same time.
No, I agree. And I think as the superstar, the leader of the team,
so what is he supposed
take
to do?
That, right? But I mean, you got to eat it. Melo ate it
again, and that's another point. You feel me? So now he has to force it, because I remember when he was trying to pass the ball and we was losing, it was like, oh my God, he doesn't even want to shoot the ball. And I'm like, bruh, they're triple teaming him and he's trying to pass the ball.
Right.
It's not his fault that nobody else is making shots.
I think a lot of that was like just playmaking, because it just looked really forced when you looked at it as a fan. You know what I mean? Like, he got nervous, and you can see he got nervous with the double and triple team, but there was no backup plan for that.
Yeah. But now you mentioned Melo. You said Melo ate the criticism. I remember this because I was all the Knicks groups I'm in now, I was a part of back then. And I remember the Knicks faithful killing Melo. Wanted Melo gone. Everything that they want from Julius Randle now, Melo was doing back then, and they wanted Melo gone. There is literally no satisfying this fan base. One of the greatest Knicks of all time, Patrick Ewing, said they used to do the same shit to them when they started playing bad. Like, this guy didn't take y'all to the finals. You feel me? Like, the greatest Knick of all time said the same thing.
I mean, I know our fan base is cuckoo crazy. I know I get there. You know what I'm saying? Like,
they killed Allen Houston for getting the bag. Like, Allen Houston didn't lead us to the finals. Like, he didn't deserve that money.
And Knicks fans still, they be talking crap about Starks and all the guys that we love as our 90s legends.
And this is my point. I think it's exasperated with Julius Randle because of the social media age.
Possibly.
The media using Julius Randle as absolute clickbait. You feel me?
I just think he doesn't have that personality to handle it like maybe a Melo and a Ewing.
I propose that we bring Melo back just so he can help Julius Randle. They're actually kind of cool. You feel me? I'm not saying you give Melo 20 minutes a game. I'm saying that Melo could still give you a solid 15. You feel me? He could give you a serviceable solid 15 a game. He's going to give you maybe 10 points. He's a good catch and shoot guy now. He shoots at high proficiency from there. It's something
he's still very talented. Yeah. I mean, as long as everyone is played correctly, Like that's the ultimate thing, because we know the guys we have talent. We know anyone that we may bring in has talent, but if they're not used correctly, we're gonna be in the same position as last season.
I think that Melo's biggest role on the team will be as a mentor to Julius Randle.
Absolutely.
The year before Julius Randle, but year before the playoff year, right? He was working out with Melo in the offseason. Mm-hmm. Melo was in New York. We saw all sort of footage, and we was all hyped, like, word. And you could see a lot of Melo's moves in Julius Randle's game now. That mid-range game that Julius Randle like now, that's Melo's moves. Mm-hmm. You feel me? So I agree that bring Melo. I want him to retire a Knick anyway. You feel me?
He deserve it.
Yeah, so
we owe that to him at least.
Bring Melo back. Especially hearing Melo say that, you know, he don't believe his career is defined by winning a ring. You feel me? This was his chance to try to do that ring chasing shit. It didn't work out. Come retire somewhere that you're beloved. You feel me? Because now that he's gone, everybody loves Melo again. It doesn't make sense. And he can mentor Julius Randle on how to handle being a leader of a team that is not necessarily winning the way that the fans want them to win. I personally don't believe that this was just a coming back down to reality season, honestly.
It was.
You feel me? Like with 10 more games, we won maybe 4 less games than we did last year with 10 more games in the season. You feel me? That was the difference. Mm-hmm. So this was more of a coming back down to reality for us than it was, and we're rebuilding. Mm-hmm. And one more thing, they said that the guy on the YouTube video that sparked this conversation for me, Panic, that's the YouTube page. Julius Randle got more criticism this season than LeBron James did with the Lakers, and we won more games than the Lakers. League-wide, all the major news outlets, everything. Only thing you kept on hearing about the Lakers, they're going to come out of it. They still have a chance to come out of it. They still have a chance to. No criticism towards LeBron James and their abysmal season.
Right.
Julius Randle was made to be the laughing stock of the NBA by the New York media, the fan base, and mainstream media. And he's a 20, 10, and 5 guy. Only 3 people in the NBA average that. I'm not saying that we should have held him as being super great, but to label him as trash is craziness.
I don't think he's trash. I think he can do better. I know he can do better.
Absolutely. I agree with you. And that's what I be telling people. I was like, every year of Julius Randle's career, aside from his first year with the Knicks and last year, he has gotten better. Every year. First year, he was injured. Second year, he got better his third year, up until he got to New Orleans, which at that point was his best year of his career, up until last year, which was his best year of his career. Like, he keeps on elevating his game. And also, you got to look at who was the point guards in those situations. He was playing with Lonzo Ball, Lakers, and in New Orleans. He had a career year with who? Derrick Rose. Mm-hmm. You play that man with a point guard and he play his natural position, he's going to cook nobody could check Julius Randle one-on-one when he's playing his natural position. That's why Atlanta changed their whole game scheme to, hey, I don't care what nobody else does.
Right. They made everybody else beat him.
He's not beating us. I don't care if we have to put the whole entire team to defend Julius Randle. And that's what every team in the NBA did this year. Guess what, guys?
With that 100%.
He ain't gonna beat us.
Right.
And you know what kind of special level talent you have to be to overcome those odds, where the whole team knows that you got to be a Michael Jordan, a LeBron James, a Steph Curry, a Giannis. a Joker. We talking about generational talent. Are the only Kobe Bryant. These are the only people that you could send Kevin Durant, except for this year. Oh, that was great to see. These are the only people on the face of the earth that you could send Jason Tatum this year, obviously. These are the only people, like generational type talents, that you could send the whole team at them and they're like, I'm still going to get 40. Luka. These are the only people. So we were asking a lot of Julius Randle this year. Unfortunately, he couldn't deliver. But if you give this man a point guard, oh, man. Just the subtle difference in his game when Quick is on the court. I've been telling people all the time.
Big difference. Big difference.
He's a different person with Quick on the court.
He's a different person. Everybody's a different person. Because you saw everybody else excel. When we started winning towards the end, Burks got better. Why? Because he wasn't playing point guard. Fournier got better.
Bruh.
Obi got better.
Bruh.
Everybody got better. Like, no, absolutely. Like, when we lost Rose for injury, it cost us big time.
Yeah.
And then not being able to make the adjustment and give Quick the keys earlier on because Tibbs is just stubborn cost us, because not only was Burks not performing, which we know he can perform, right? We used to call him missed the fourth quarter of the season before.
Fourth quarter
right.
AB.
Right. Like, we knew fourth quarter he had the ball.
Oh man. And it just dropped off. And a pull up. And a pull back up. I don't know what happened. I'm gonna post the link back in the comments again. Shout out to Anna, man. That's big Knicks fan energy right there. Yeah, but and you know the worst part about Tibbs being stubborn and not giving Quick the ball, it be games where Quick will literally bring us back into the game and he'll give the keys to Alec Burke. It does not make sense. It does not make sense. We watch it so many times that Quick will bring us back into the game. Clearly need the keys to the team going down in the fourth, and we watch Coach Tommy T give Alec Burke the ball. You give Julius. My point is this: you give Julius Randle a point guard, he's going to flourish. Again, I'm going to reiterate: every year he's gotten better as a player. If you look at the 2 years that he was bad, he didn't really have a point guard. His first year as a Knick, they was asking him to be a point forward. Guess what happened? A lot of turnovers, underperformed. Second year, he gets Derrick Rose, has a career year. This year, no point guard. Kemba, non-existent. Alec Burke, not a point guard. Derrick Rose, injured. He underperforms. His career in LA, he was playing mostly with Lonzo Ball. Every year, he got better. Go to New Orleans. That was his first career year. Playing with Lonzo Ball, a good point guard. Pick and roll, dive into the rim. The reason why he was so effective last year with shooting the three-point shot, because he wasn't shooting a lot of them, and they were wide open three-point shots because Derrick Rose was penetrating and kicking. This started to happen at the end of the season with Immanuel Quickley. Immanuel Quickley breaks down the defense with and a pull back up. Where you go? This started to happen down the stretch of the season when Quickley started to get starter minutes. You've seen Julius Randle being more effective from the perimeter. You've seen him being more effective in his overall game because Immanuel Quickley is a good point guard. Breaks down the defense. Three-point threat. Has pretty good court vision. Can finish at the rim better. You know the floater is automatic. You seen him. You get at Julius Randle a point guard. Start quickly, obviously. You're going to see Julius Randle flourish. You're going to see R.J. Barrett flourish. Again, last year, the year we made the playoffs. Beginning of the season before Derrick Rose got to the team, R.J. Barrett was struggling crazy. suffering crazy. Derrick Rose get to the team. RJ Barrett shoots the best three-point percentage of his career at 40% of his young career. Points per game increased because of a point guard. You have two guys who are tremendously talented, but obviously needs a point guard. It behooves the New York Knicks to make sure that either Quickly is starting or getting a solid point guard. I hear a lot of talk about Quick not being a pass first point guard, but bruh, he don't need to be effective. And Quick can pass the ball. How many times late in the season we see him average over 8 points, 8 assists a game? How many times? He's effective. The team played with greater pace, greater energy. Quick is a decent defender and is getting better at defending at the point guard position. Trading Julius Randle would be an absolute mistake. An absolute mistake. He is a bargain. An absolute bargain. And that's part of building a championship franchise, is to have people outplay their salary. And I absolutely believe Julius Randle could do that with a point guard. The fact that we have so many fans that get him out of here. Oh, get him out of here. He don't deserve it. Bruh, what are you talking about? What are you talking about? The last quote-unquote star player we had, Kristaps Porzingis, when things didn't go right for him, he wanted out of New York. Julius Randle, things didn't go right for him this year. The fans turned their back on him, and he reiterated that he still wants to be a Knick. How do you not support that? How do you not support that? I'm not saying that he can't be better. Yes, he absolutely can be better. He needs to be better. Yes. But I don't want him off the team. That's ridiculous. Because who's going to take his spot? Who you going to get to replace him? Trade him for who? Name me another player in the NBA that is only 3 people that average 20, 10, and 5. I'm going to keep on saying that till I'm blue in the face. But name me a player who's remotely close to his talent level that makes the same money as him. I want Buddy Hield, because he makes just as much more money than Julius Randle. Y'all want Malcolm Brogdon to take Julius Randle place? That dude don't even play. He made just as much money as Julius Randle. There's nobody on Julius Randle's talent level that plays on the kind of contract that Julius Randle is playing on. That's advantageous for the organization. Because when it comes time where we have a bountiful free agency, when it's time that we have a bountiful free agency, you want contracts like Julius Randle's so you can get the adequate support system around him. The organization is doing an amazing job right now. I don't care if y'all notice it or not. I'm going to tell you the truth. Because we have a bevy of young talent that we can decide who we want to keep and who do we not want to keep. And when you do that, we're going to have the cap to get the requisite supporting cast around the team that we want to contend. This is how you build championship teams. This is how they did it in Milwaukee. This is how they did it in Golden State. This is how they did it in Boston. Even though, the Sixers been underperforming, but that's how they did it in Philly. This is how they did it in the Suns. Even though they lost, they still was a contending team. This is how they doing it in in Dallas. You don't trade away a value like Julius Randle's contract for many reasons. He was playing out of position. The New York fan base was horrible this year. You feel me? And that adds to the frustration and the letdown. He needed a point guard. It's proven in his whole career with a point guard what this man does. He gets busy. And again, his contract is a super value contract. And it only gets more valuable the longer he stays with the team. Especially with a contract year, you want to keep RJ Barrett. I believe RJ Barrett is a future superstar. You're going to have to pay him at the end of the season. His extension is going to be sizable. Guess what? Y'all love Emmanuel quickly. Y'all want him to stay a Knick long term. If he keeps on performing the way he's been performing and growing in the way that he's growing, his contract is going to be what? Sizable. Y'all love Obi. Y'all want Obi to stay here long term. If he ever elevates his game to the place where y'all think he's going to be, guess what his contract is going to be? Sizable. And you need a star player like Julius Randle that's playing on a bargain. You need players who play above their pay grade. And that's what Julius Randle is. He, even in a struggle year, his production was still way above his pay grade. And y'all let the media trick y'all out of position, bro. Y'all let them do it. Y'all, I've seen so many people say that Julius Randle got the bag and then he quit on us. What bag? He's worth way more than what we paying him. Buddy Hield makes more money than him, son. This is a fact. This is a fact. John Collins make more money than Julius Randle. So you mean to tell me Julius Randle's not better than John Collins? Really? Julius Randle sabotaged us? That doesn't even make sense. Dijon, that doesn't even make sense. How? How? How did he sabotage us? Did he sabotage us by us not having a real point guard and him having to play out of position all year and he struggled? Because Julius Randle's not a point forward. We didn't have no real point guard to speak of, so he was thrust in the role of being a point forward. How did he sabotage us? By taking less money than he could have got so the Knicks organization could get him the adequate help that he needed to be successful? But instead, we went after Kemba Walker, which didn't pan out. He sabotaged us that way. Again, he threw listen, Dijon, listen. He threw the ball into the stand at critical times because he was asked to do something that he's not supposed to be doing. He is not a point forward. Julius Randle, I don't know, you probably just pulled up. Julius Randle, every year of his career, when he played with a point guard, he's gotten better. Most of his career in LA, he played with Lonzo Ball, which is a pretty decent point guard. And every year, Julius Randle numbers got better. He goes to New Orleans. He's playing with Lonzo Ball again, a pretty decent point guard. And guess what? He had the best year of his career that year. Fast forward, he comes to New York his first year, asked to be a point forward, something he's not equipped to do, and we didn't really have good point guard play. He struggled mightily. Go to us making the playoffs last year. He was okay. He was playing pretty well at the beginning of the season, but didn't really take off until Derrick Rose got to the team. Guess what? A really good point guard. And guess what? He had a career year. After a career year, he had a horrific point guard. Bro, I just was telling Anna this. He had a horrific playoffs, but guess what? The whole Atlanta game plan was predicated on stopping Julius Randle. They didn't care about nobody else scoring but Julius Randle. They said, guess what? Julius Randle is not going to beat us. And that's what happened. Nobody else stepped up. RJ Barrett disappeared. Nobody talked nothing about RJ Barrett not showing up in the playoffs. Nobody else on the team showed up, bro. Nobody. Not one person. Not one person. And guess what? The rest of the NBA this season implemented the same Atlanta strategy defensively. Julius Randle is not going to beat us. And they did that all year long. Pack the paint against Julius Randle all year long. And guess what? We didn't have a point guard most of the year. Alec Burke is not the guy to get the job done. Alec Burke is not the guy to break down the defense, kick the ball out, predicate ball movement. No. Julius Randle plays completely different when IQ's on the floor. That's why at the end of the season, when you saw IQ starting to get substantial minutes, you saw Julius Randle playing more like he did last year. More effective from the floor. Was shooting better from the perimeter because IQ was running the show, because IQ is more of a point guard than anybody that we played this year. What? And this is the problem I have with Knicks fans, bro. Y'all like to throw dirt and hide your hands, man. And now I'm not saying that Julius Randle was totally absolved from fault, but y'all got to realize y'all led to some of the shenanigans. I've been to Knicks games. Not this season, but I've been through a lot of my career. Trading him is absolutely ridiculous. Who do you get for him? That's equal value for the pay. Who do you get for him? That's a real question. Dijon, if you ain't doing nothing, we can have this conversation on camera. If you ain't doing nothing, I'm gonna post the link in the comments, man. Pull up if you ain't doing nothing, bro. Because you can pull up and have this conversation with me on camera. You ain't got to hurt your fingers typing so much. You know what I mean? You can pull up and we can have this conversation. But who we get for him of equal value? Of equal value. Like, y'all trade him for who? Y'all gotta cut that shit with New York. It's not for everyone. New York is for no one. Honestly. No player. You had the greatest Knick of all time, Patrick Ewing, said he was tired of the way y'all was treating him when they struggled. You feel me? Carmelo Anthony did everything and handled the media and the fans exactly the way that y'all want Julius Randle to do, but y'all was screaming trade Carmelo Anthony too. Nobody's built for New York, bro. Because New York fans, they're horrible. Knicks fans are horrible sometimes, bro. His value is not pretty low. Not for his contract. Are you crazy? He's still a 20-10-5 guy. He's still a 20-10-5 guy. Only 3 people in the NBA average that. Him, Giannis, and the Joker. And he's been playing out of position all season. And he's not even the top 40 paid players. Buddy Hield makes more than Julius Randle. You think Buddy Hield has a higher value than Julius Randle? Are you serious? You think Buddy Hield has a higher value than Julius Randle? He makes more than Julius Randle. You think John Collins has a you think John Collins? No, you said his value is pretty low. I know it's not our problem. I'm just making comparisons to people who make the kind of money Julius Randle makes. You think John Collins has a higher value than Julius Randle? You saying his value is pretty low. I'm saying his contract is favorable towards his value. You think Mike Conley at this stage of his career value is equal to Julius Randle? Because they make around the same money. And teams are still interested in taking it. You smoking drugs, bro. I'm not talking to you no more. You'll take John Collins over Julius Randle, bro. I don't know what else to say to you, bro, because that's ridiculous. John Collins can't hold Julius Randle's jockstrap, son. Are you serious? You take, bruh, you. That's your emotions talking. That ain't common sense. That ain't common sense or basketball knowledge talking. That's emotions. John Collins over, bruh. Yeah. I ain't never seen nobody double team John Collins his whole career. Who you ever seen double team John Collins? Nobody ever. Nobody cares about John Collins on the court. Nobody double teamed John Collins ever in his whole entire career. Well, what? John Collins over Julius Randle? I'm glad y'all not GMs. Yo, my man said he'll take John Collins over Julius Randle. That's craziness, bro. I know you're talking from emotions now, bro. Bro, except for the playoffs, Julius Randle gave John Collins work all that season. What are you talking about? The only reason why they stopped Julius Randle because the whole team had to guard Julius Randle. Literally, all 5 players on the court on defense were guarding Julius Randle pretty much. That's the only way they stopped Julius Randle, bro. Nobody ever double teamed John Collins because he's a non-factor, bro. Like what? You gonna trade for a player that makes more than Julius Randle but give you half of the production. and who's supposed to take the lead on the team? Who yeah, y'all be so high on Obi. What happens to Obi when he gets double teamed like Julius Randle? You think he's going to still be as productive? What happened? We see what happened. And RJ's my boy. You feel me? I think RJ is an absolute future superstar. But we see what happens to RJ Barrett when they hone in on him, and focus on keeping him out of the paint and focusing him, sending him right. He's not as good. We do need Julius Randle. You're bugging. What we need is a point guard. Again, I reiterate, do your homework, bro, if you think I'm capping. Every year that Julius Randle plays with a bona fide point guard, his game got better every year. The years that he struggled are the years that he didn't have a point guard and had to play point forward. And that's what happened this year. You got to get out your emotions, man, and let common sense ring. You got to get out your emotions and let common sense ring, bro. You want to trade Julius, and we complain about no superstars want to come here, superstars not coming here. What you think the rest of the league is going to think after if we trade Julius Randle a year after? He's not a point forward, John. That's my point, bro. He's not a point forward. He should never play that position, ever. And you saying turnover city, but guess what? He averages the same amount of turnovers as Giannis and the Joker. I'm not saying he as good as them, because I know y'all love to do that. Y'all love to hear somebody make a comparison about 1 point and think that we talk about their whole entire game. No, I'm not. I'm talking about their usage rate. And guys who average 20, 10, and 5, which is Giannis and the Joker, Julius Randle averaged just as many turnovers as guys that are way better than him. Same usage rate. And both of those guys are better than Julius Randle and average the same amount of turnovers. This is what I'm saying, bro. Y'all let the media trick y'all out of position, bro. New York media does this to us every year. They try to, bro. Dijon, now you just talking crazy. Listen, ain't nowhere in the world Milwaukee is going to trade Giannis for Julius Randle, and I love Julius Randle. Ain't nowhere in the world, bro. That's nah. Nowhere in the world. It's never gonna happen. Never. Never. I don't care if they offered to sell the whole New York Knicks organization to the Bucks organization. That trade will never happen. Yo, but what I'm saying is a lot of the criticism about his play is right. I'm not even saying that, he should not be criticized about his attitude this season. But to say get rid of him, y'all bugging. Y'all bugging. Bugging. Because there's no way in the world you're going to get his value back at that same price point. When the most logical and sensible thing to do is make sure you have a solid point guard to play with this man, because history and his career, one bad apple, his teammates love him. This is the crazy part. Y'all let the New York media trick y'all out of position, and y'all don't listen to what the actual players and the organization is saying. The New York media tried to pin Julius Randle against Obi Toppin, and Obi continuously talks about how great Julius Randle is as a player. Yes, they do. They could. Julius Randle stunting. I've seen so many articles from quote-unquote top publications talking about how Julius Randle is stunting Obi Toppin's growth, which is cap. Obi be the first one to tell you that Julius Randle's always trying to teach him things to help him better his game. He loves Julius Randle as a teammate. You feel me? One bad apple, his teammates love him. The fan base and the media tried to make a big thing about Julius Randle sitting at the end of the bench when there's pictures of mad other players sitting at the end of the bench of their team at games. You feel me? Like y'all be nitpick. But when Julius Randle was injured in that Miami game, and Miami was the #1 seed in the East, and the young boys came back and beat Miami, Julius Randle was the first person jumping up, cheering those young boys on. But nobody speaks about that. But yet you call him a bad apple. No. The teammates love him. The coaches love him. The organization love him. And he wants to be here. Look. So you a psychic now, Dijon. You a psychic. So you know exactly what's going on in Julius Randle's mind, and he was faking being happy for his teammates. Get out of here, bro. There's no facts to back that up. There's no facts to back that he was fronting up. But we do have him saying that he wants to be a Knick. He does not want. Says who? Says you? Says who? Who says he doesn't want to be here? Says who? What facts do you have to back up that statement that he does not want to be here? Or you're guessing? And this is what I'm saying about the media tricking you out of position. You had several major publications claiming that Julius Randle requested a trade, which was never true. That's why he didn't play the last few. Is it because that he didn't play the last few games because we were out of playoff contention, and he was probably really hurt and didn't see it fit to play through a nagging injury? Oh, Steven, we could have this. We could. You just talking, Dijon. Steven is my guy, even though me and Steven disagree about a lot. Yo, Steven, if you ain't doing shit, you know the vibery, bro. Link in the comments, man. Pull up. Because y'all be bugging with this trade Julius Randle shit. It doesn't make sense. It doesn't make logical sense. It doesn't make logical sense trading Julius Randle. Yo, Fraz, if you ain't doing shit, you can pull up too, Brody. I put the link in the comments, man. Y'all be bugging. Y'all be bugging. Trade him for who? 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 Y'all must really think that I love RJ Barrett, and I think he's going to be a bona fide superstar one day. You feel me? But he's not ready for the kind of attention that Julius Randle see on a nightly basis. And Dijon, that's why you're not a GM, bro. I'll trade him for a bag of chips. That doesn't even make sense. And then you're going to be a worse team than you were this year if you trade Julius Randle for a bag of chips. Like, what? This is what I'm saying. What y'all saying doesn't make any sense, bro. He doesn't want to be here because he didn't play the last few games of that didn't matter. I will see when they get him a point guard and he start balling out of control again. I want you to have that same energy, bro. When Julius Randle plays with a bona fide point guard again, which is proven that every year that he plays with a good point guard, he gets better every year. You see. That's what you see.
What's really good, everybody? On the check-in. You already know the vibe, tea time. Shout out to all the Knicks N Ish people. Y'all already know what it is. We in here. Definitely.
Knicks fan, that's
Steve, what's goody?
We don't agree on nothing, but that's my guy, though.
You don't have to agree. But yeah, but see, this is the thing I don't understand about people. Like, just because you don't agree with somebody's opinion does not mean that y'all can't sit here and peacefully have a talk about it.
Steven, that's my guy. He deal with me drunk and all that.
Nah, I know. You know I know. I definitely know. But here, let me touch on the subject. I'm not trying to cut you off, T-Time. Let me touch on the subject real fast. Since the person in the comments brought it up about Randle and all this stuff. Listen, man. Listen. I know T-Time's told you this already, but y'all got to understand something. I need to get close up on the camera for this. Listen, people. If you can't use your own brain, right, to deduct the fact that the media has been lying about the whole Julius Randle thing since almost the All-Star break, bro.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
Let's talk about
it. The media has been trying to manipulate it because they want, to get rid of him. The fans want to get rid of him right now. That's a fact. But the reason the fans want to get rid of him is because he's a bad fit for the team. He's not what we need. He's not what we need.
Hold on, Steve.
And he's not what we need as a star, as the number one option. That's the reason
Wait.
why. Wait. Gone.
Let me ask one question in response to that, please.
Go ahead.
Which fans want him gone? That's the question. Which fans want him gone?
The vast majority of Knicks fans who have seen him since he first came here when he was post spinning out of bounds and bringing the ball up like a point guard want him gone because they don't like watching that style of play. It's not fun because nobody wants to watch your power forward bring the ball up when you got all these guards on the team that can bring the ball up. Nobody wants to watch a guy take post fadeaways who doesn't have a resume for hitting that shot when you can swing it out to the open man in the corner. Do you know how many times Grimes, RJ, and all these dudes be open in the corner and they don't see the ball? You know how many times Mitch be open, he has a mismatch in the paint, but Randle decides to take a step back, dribble pull up in their face because he thinks he's Carmelo Anthony? That's not fun, bro. It's different when it's Carmelo Anthony because he's got a resume for doing that since day one. Randle don't have a resume. You want to know what Randle's resume is? For two things. Fast break dunks and
Yeah, am I tripping or did Kennedy's Steve your volume? I don't know if I'm tripping.
Friggin' what? You can't hear me?
Now you couldn't.
All right, cool. I'm just being real. Like freaking his resume is rebounding and fast break dunks. When we signed him, I said, we could use him. I think he's overpaid, but we could use this. But it's not something we need. Like when it's something you need, you can. It doesn't matter how much you pay. The fans will support you day and day because it's what we need. He's not what we need. We don't need.
I don't
rebounding.
necessarily agree. I don't necessarily
We
agree with
have
your take.
Mitchell Robinson for rebounding. We have Nerlens Noel for rebounding.
Mitchell
Before
Robinson
that,
for rebound.
before him,
Mitchell Robinson has never been a good rebounder.
No, but he always averages around 10 rebounds per game.
No,
and he's a really good offensive rebounder.
His whole career, Mitchell Robinson has never averaged 10 rebounds. He's an 8 rebound a game guy.
He's always been a double-double type of guy.
No.
Especially on the offensive glass. He's always been a great offensive guy. And we had Ennis Cantor before that. Ennis Cantor has always been a guy in rebounds for us.
So hold on.
And before that, we had, remember, Robin Lopez. And then before that, we had freaking Tyson Chandler. So we've always had a center on the team who can rebound. The issue with the team isn't the center rebounding. The issue is we don't have scoring in the front court and shooting.
Again, Mitchell Robinson. Mitchell Robinson has never been a 10 rebound per game guy his whole career, right?
But he's always been a guy that gets you 3 or 4 blocks and 10 points and 10 rebounds.
Again, my thing is, you said we don't need Julius Randle. That's absolutely cap. You feel me? What we need more than to trade Julius Randle is a point guard. Because what is a fact and what is a history of is that every year that Julius Randle played with a solid point guard, his game got better. Every single year. His first year as a Knick, who was a point guard?
The team got better. You're right, but his decision making didn't get better.
What I'm saying, because he was never asked to be a point forward in those teams. That's my point.
But I'm saying he chooses to be one. It's not about the coach asking.
No, that was a Thibodeau design.
No, that was the design of the system. He was asked to be a point forward.
That's a Thibodeau design. That is not on Julius Randle.
The Bulls and
the coach
Minnesota.
literally, the coach literally, Tom Thibodeau literally out his own mouth called Julius Randle a point forward. Like
he
out
did.
his own mouth.
But he never designed plays around him bringing the ball up, though.
Bro, yes, he did. Yes, he did.
He designed plays for RJ
yes, he did design plays for Julius Randle to come up the court with the ball. Yes, he did.
Bro, like, y'all be tripping. Like the coach himself called Julius Randle a point forward. Again, now let me finish what I was saying.
Yeah, he's 6'9".
So when Julius Randle first got to the team, he was asked to be a point forward. That's why he struggled his first year. No real point guard play. You feel me? Then last year, he started off the season okay, but he wasn't really blowing us away with his play. We was under 500. Then Derrick Rose came to the team, a real point guard, and he started wilding out because we had real point guard play, and he was playing less on the ball and more off the ball. And that's been the case his whole career. Julius Randle with a point guard is a problem. Julius Randle trying to be a point forward. Your sound again, Kennedy. Yo. Yeah, I can't hear nothing you saying. If you're saying something, your sound is clipped, bro. I can't hear you. Can't hear you.
I'm good now. Y'all can hear me?
You good. Steven's not good.
All right.
Steven. Yeah, that's the thing. You feel me? Julius Randle with a point guard is a way better player.
I'm just waiting for my turn to speak on this matter. I'll wait patiently.
Steven said that Julius Randle missed Mitchell Robinson. The whole team missed Mitchell Robinson this year. Everybody we played point, Alec Burke never hit Mitchell Robinson for lobs. Never hit nobody in the corner. Like the whole team, because you guess what? None of those guys, I can't hear you. You got to fix your sound, bro. Like nobody can hear you. So you talking. I'm not trying to talk over you, but nobody can hear you.
Yeah, can't hear you, Steve.
Yeah, but yo, so nobody could play point guard. Everything that you said that Julius Randle was missing, everybody who played point guard outside of Manuel quickly were missing the same thing because none of those guys are point guard. I'm not saying that Julius Randle should ever be a point forward. I disagree with that notion. I don't think Julius Randle should ever play point forward again his whole entire career. You feel me? That's not what we need him to do. You get that man a point guard, I absolutely want that Julius Randle on my team that has a point guard. You feel me? Because his value versus when he's playing with a point guard versus what his contract is not even close. There's nobody around his pay grade that can hold Julius Randle's jockstrap, even in a struggle year. Buddy Hield, Jason Collins, you feel me? Like, these are the guys that get paid more than Julius Randle. In a struggle year, Julius Randle is still way better than those guys. Still can't hear you, bro. Still can't hear you. Maybe leave the chat, then come back in. Yeah. These are guys that get paid more than Julius Randle. His value when he's playing with a point guard is easily by far not even close to what he's getting paid. And if you building a championship team, when it comes time where the free agent market is bountiful and you're picking role players that you need for your team to take you over the hump, you need your star player to have a favorable team contract like Julius Randle. Like, no, it's not a bad contract. That's what the market is calling for these kind of guys. That's just what the truth of the matter is.
Yeah.
Steven, let me get Steven.
You can hear me still, right, T-Time?
Steven, what's good? I can hear you. Yeah, I hear you now.
I was just saying, like, I agree with you. If his numbers, he's a top 10 power forward in the league. But I'm saying in general, a power forward isn't what this team needs. The power forward, a slashing power forward isn't what this team needs.
I'm going to take that one after he's done, T-Time.
If you drafted a guy in RJ Barrett who's coming out of high school and college who's a slasher, you know he's a slasher. That's what he does best. You need to put shooters around him and build around him. He's the franchise. Randall's not the franchise. If Randall was the franchise, it'd be different. I'd say pack up RJ and let's build around him, but he's not the franchise. RJ's the franchise. And Randall's game doesn't complement RJ's at all, because what are you going to do? You're going to take turns attacking the basket with one another, and then you're going to have Mitchell Robinson down low to scoop up the rebound, and you're going to play bully ball the entire time. That shit don't work in the NBA right now. You need to move the ball around, and you need to motion offense and space the floor. Randall's not an elite shooter from the three-point line. He's not an elite shooter from the mid-range line. And Randall and RJ, we all know he's working on his game. He's improved his corner shot, but he's not elite. He's a guy that can hit maybe 1 for 3 out of threes in the corner, and he doesn't really have a mid-range game yet. Other than, you know, every now and then he'll show you a dribble pull-up in transition and, you know, be like, oh, he got that mid-range pull-up in his game. Like Emmanuel Quickley. Oh, Emmanuel Quickley hits 1 dribble pull-up, you know, once a month. Maybe he's working on his game from the mid-range. You know what I'm saying? It's rare. This team lacks guys who are elite in the mid-range at scoring. They lack shooting in their front court because of all the missed free throws between RJ, Mitch, and Randall. Randall, from exhaustion, you might argue, missed his free throws, but the fact of the matter means from 3 to 5, we're lacking shooting from the free throw line, the mid-range, and the three-point line, to the point where Tibbs had to run 3 guards to fix the shooting, to space the floor for not only Randall, but also RJ. There was times where RJ was playing power forward and they were running 3 guards in the backcourt to space the floor, whether it be Alec Burks running point, which we don't like, but he's a shooter. He spaces the floor.
That's not why Alec Burks was on the court.
Evan Fournier, shoot the floor.
Coach Tommy T out of his own mouth said the reason why Alec Burks was running point is because he liked the switching aspect.
Yeah, but on defense.
He already had said he was experimenting with different lineups at that time when it started happening. He had came out in the media and said that he was experimenting with different lineups.
Yeah.
So again, I reiterate that Julius Randle struggled this year, but to say that he has no mid-range game is cap. Last year, his whole game was predicated off that mid-range game.
It was. And do you know who he shot that mid-range shot against? Guards off switches, who he had a height advantage over. But when
not necessarily all the time. But what about the times when he was shooting over Kevin Durant and he shot in Kevin Durant's face a few times? He shot in a lot of people's face a few times. So
from 3,
I wouldn't just say that.
He shot it in Kevin Durant's face from 3.
Mid-range.
Mid-range. Kevin Durant's not going to come out on that on the 3-point line.
Right.
So he's not going to respect
that's
that.
a lot of cap right there.
And then when he's going to the paint, he's going to use.
He made mid-range shots on Kevin Durant, and one of them was actually a pull-up. One of them was actually a pull-up.
Not contested.
Julius Randle,
it was contested.
Look, Julius Randle last season was hitting a lot of mid-range shots on power forwards, guards.
And if you watch the film, defenses left him open. And then when the playoffs came, and they
These
put
were
somebody
turn-
on him his size, what
These-
happened?
No, these were turnaround fadeaways. The Carmelo Anthony shots you were talking about.
Yeah,
He was
yeah.
getting a lot
Yeah.
of those.
Because he
But-
had a lot of space.
In the
He was
playoffs,
wide
that's cap. There was a lot of
No.
contested shots, bro. But
There was a
the
lot of shots
playoffs-
he took that were
in the
wide for
playoffs,
5
the
feet.
difference was in the playoffs that the whole team was guarding Julius Randle in the playoffs.
Nah.
They packed the paint against Julius Randle. They
The-
took away all his driving
The
options.
difference was he
And
got
they-
somebody his size guarding him who could guard
No,
the paint.
John,
Remember,
they
John
put John. He was cooking John Collins all
John
season.
Collins was not holding Randle
In the
that
playoffs,
series.
you saw John Collins was baiting him to shoot the three. Why? Because they were daring him to go to the rim because they knew full and well John Collins would be waiting for him there, and then Clint Capella would be waiting back door on him.
Bro,
So
every time Julius Randle touched the ball, they shrunk the whole team into
They
the
had
paint.
3 guys in the
That's why
paint
it
every
wasn't
time
no
Julius
traveling.
had the ball in the
They
paint.
had 2. They would have John Collins on the perimeter on him, and they would have Clint back door waiting. And I'm saying they were daring him to shoot. Why? Because John Collins was able to stay in front of him because he's mobile. He's
wrong.
only 6'9" on the ball. That's the reason why they were doing that.
That's all wrong.
No, it's
Every
true.
time
You
that-
watch it.
I
John
did.
Collins would stand at the free throw line, whether it be the right or left side. Clint Capella would be baseline back, right in the paint, and Julius Randle would catch it from the high post or the left wing, and he would jab step, fake a 3. He wouldn't shoot it, and then he would try to drive to the paint, or he would pull a mid-range jumper contested in John Collins' face. Why? That doesn't work when you're matched up against a guy your size who can contest you.
That's not true.
If
Literally,
you watch the whole series, that's what happened.
Bro, I'm telling you, I watch these games so much, it's embarrassing. You feel me?
Bro, I
But,
watched
yo,
the whole
so
series.
what I'm saying is this.
Man.
Steven, hold on a second. Every time Julius Randle touched the ball in that series, the whole entire team took 1 foot and put it in the paint. The
Right.
whole time.
They stepped back and backed off.
The whole time they shrunk the whole paint so
Right.
we had no driving lanes. Because why? They didn't care about nobody else scoring on that team except for Julius
Right.
Randle.
And why do you think that is? They recognized that the
Before-
team didn't have
Now,
shooters.
before that, Julius Randle was matched up with John Collins in the regular season most of the season, and he was baking that man every single game that season.
Okay.
The
And you
difference-
know regular season isn't the same as the postseason. It's different
difference
levels.
But your argument is that John Collins could check Julius Randle.
No, I said he would check him on the perimeter, and Clint Capella would guard the paint back door. That's all I'm saying.
He cooked him all season. John
Yeah.
Collins cannot stay in front of Julius
Yeah,
Randle.
in the paint.
He's not
because
mobile enough to stay in front of Julius
in the
Randle.
paint because he would blow by him during the low post in the regular season.
You just literally said that he was mobile enough to stay in front
No,
of Julius
on the
Randle.
3-point line, I'm saying he would stay mobile on him on the 3-point line.
The difference-
During the regular season, Randall would get into the low block and he would bully Collins. He would spin around him or he would body him with his weight, and then he would hit that leaning fadeaway from 5 feet in front of him and hit it. But that doesn't work in the postseason when you're catching it from the 3-point line and the high post, and you got Collins standing right there, free throw line, waiting for him to drive, and then you got Clint Capella in the back waiting for him to drive by him if he blows by. So I'm saying Collins was on the perimeter clamping up his shooting from the 3-point line and the mid-range, and if he blew by Collins, Clint Capella was waiting right there for the dunk. That's
it wasn't
my
just
point.
Clint Capella.
Collins shut down
It was the
perimeter.
whole team waiting in the paint.
No,
Primarily
just those two.
Bogdanovich.
Just those two.
Let's
And if
talk
Collins
about
went
it.
to the bench, and if Collins went to the bench, they would put DeAndre Hunter on him on the perimeter, and then they would have Clint Capella down low waiting for it. It was just the front court. Those two guys, there was always two guys. One guy was standing on the perimeter, daring Randall to shoot the 3, because that's his weakness in the game. It's been his weakness his whole career. And then when he would bait and go to the rim, contest the mid-range shot, and if he blew by you, Clint Capella would be right there waiting for him. That's the whole plan. They backed off, dared him to shoot the 3. He missed every time, shot himself out of the game, couldn't hit the shot because he's not a stretch 4. He's not a Kristaps. He's not a KD. That's not his game. His game has always been, I'm going to bully you, blow by you, rise over you, rebound, and 1 off putbacks. That's been Randall's game his whole career. His game has never been pull-up mid-range jump shot fadeaway. That was the first time we ever saw that. And if you watch during the regular season, he hit those shots over mismatches every time. Whether it be off switches, people would switch. He get a smaller baby. He would hook shot or fade it or lay it up over them and one. If he had a bigger guy on him, he would pull a step back mid-range that would be wide because the defense would be backing off. They wouldn't contest him because they didn't know if Randle could shoot it because, again, he doesn't have a resume of shooting that. That's why you're seeing this year, the playoffs told us he's not that guy from the mid-range and the three. And this season, defenses, because he was most improved player, because he won the All-Star, said, we got tape on this dude now. We know what moves he likes to do. We're going to pull up and contest him and dare the rest of the team to beat us. Why? Because we know Randle's going to hold the ball and he's going to take 25 to 30 shots a game like he's Carmelo Anthony. And he's not, because the difference between him and Carmelo Anthony is Carmelo Anthony has 5-6 different moves in his arsenal. You want to know what moves Randle has? 2. Post spin, backdoor cut, which is off ball, and on ball, step back, mid-range pull up. That's it.
So what about the step back?
He has 2 moves, the step back and the post spin. We're not even going to call the post spin.
Steven.
That's not even a move, bro.
Steven.
That ain't it, bro.
You're monopolizing the talking time. As soon as somebody starts talking, you jump right back in. You jump right back in. You feel me? And you ain't giving nobody time to rebut what you're saying, because I don't agree with nothing you just said.
Okay.
I haven't even gotten a chance to speak on it yet. I'm just patiently waiting right here.
Guarding the paint is what you're saying. You're saying 3 guys were clamming the paint and that was it.
There's literally footage of, and I used it. I forgot. I don't know where I did. I was using this GIF and meme for a while of literally the whole entire team when Julius Randle catch the ball, step into the paint or back real close to the paint.
Right.
We take away all your driving lanes, and yes, we're gonna force you to shoot jump shots.
Right.
You feel me? But at the same time, that's an effective situation. They did the same thing to KD this year.
Yeah.
They did the same thing to KD this year. And KD is an amazing jump shooter. You feel me? What else? Steven, I'm gonna kick you out. You let the fucking man alone, bro.
Go ahead, bro.
He get his big shit breezy on right now, son.
You can finish, man. Go ahead, bro. I got some
I haven't even gotten a chance to speak on it yet, bro.
Well, that's what I'm saying. He get his big fan breezy on. As soon as you start talking, he right back at it. Come on, bro.
All right, go ahead, bro. Go ahead. I got you.
So what I'm saying is this. As much as we want to put the full blame on Julius Randle, you feel me? There was no help for Julius Randle in that playoff situation.
Agreed.
There should be no reason why an NBA team that has any playoff aspiration a team could be like, oh, we're just stopping you. We don't care what nobody else does. And that's what happened. You feel me? And this is coming from a team where we had multiple people that season shooting over 40% from the three-point line that season. You feel me? Over 40. They couldn't hit the side of a bomb. You feel me? And again, this season, the reason why that same strategy worked is because the people that we brought in that was supposed to help, because one of the things they were saying about Kemba is the fact that he's such a much more of an improved three-point shooter than he was most of his career, shooting close to 40%. Evan Fournier shooting 40% from 3. You feel me? These were supposed to be things that was supposed to help alleviate that stress from Julius Randle. We were supposed to have good point guard play and floor spacing in Evan Fournier. Guess what? None of them things happened. So guess what? The same strategy that worked in the playoffs worked this year, because they was like, hey, we're going to make sure you don't beat us. We don't care what these other guys do because they're not performing.
Yeah.
And my point is this.
All teams do that with the best player. Don't make them
not necessarily. They can't do that with Giannis.
Not necessarily.
No, they did that with Giannis with the Celtics in the first 2 games. They tried not to let him beat him, and they made him into a passer, which worked to some degree, until,
because Middleton wasn't there.
Because Middleton wasn't there. But also it had to do with, the fact that Giannis in the previous series, freaking, he was fucking killing it. Let's be real. So they wanted to silence him, so that was their plan. So they started throwing the double team in the paint and walling up on the side and then making him kick it out to the corner and let Grayson out and beat him.
But my point is, if that team is healthy, right? And Middleton is on the court. That won't work. You feel me? That won't work because Middleton is going to kill you. You feel me? So that's my point. Same thing with Jason Tatum. You can't do that to Jason Tatum.
Yeah.
You try to lock down. They got that Williams kid. When they leave him open for some strange reason, I don't know when he became a flamethrower.
He became a flamethrower when they left him wide open in the right corner 7 times, and even though he missed 6 straight, he hit the next 7 and then got 25. That's what happened.
So that's my only point on that.
Yeah.
Would you want to try come out? Yes, no.
So
but yeah, we should let this dude talk about Julius Randle. I'm not gonna lie, he's been waiting a minute. I'm sorry, bro. Yeah.
Right, man. Y'all ain't right, man.
Now listen, this happens every time me and Steven get on the fucking live together.
Yeah, it turns into Stephen A. Smith and Skip Bayless. Real talk. It really does.
Man. We on first take, ladies and gentlemen.
I'm putting the mic down.
I'm sorry about
I'm putting the mic down. You got it, Franz. About fault, bro.
Yeah, the floor is yours, bro. Take it away. Be the tiebreaker.
All right, here we go. So the main thing that you brought up, Steve, was about us not needing Julius Randle, right? But I'm going to ask you one question that's going to make you think twice about that. And the question is, who? Meaning specifically, what point guard, what forward are you going to go get out there in the market right now that's going to get even close to Julius Randle's numbers?
Okay.
And I'll be waiting a while too. All right? Because ain't nobody out there. You're not going to replace 19, 10, and 5 like that. So for all the people saying we don't need Randle this, Randle that, how are you going to replace damn near 20 points, 10 rebounds, and 5 assists a game? How?
I can answer.
And that's why T-Time dropped his headset, right?
I can answer. Basketball is a team sport. When one person, whether it be injury or whether they get removed from a team, another person has to step up. My argument is that if you remove Julius Randle from this team, which is what I've been telling, this guy, I've known this dude since like 2018, since like back in the old Knicks Nation Facebook groups. He was the only one making sense because everybody wanted to trade everybody no matter what was going on. And they wanted to draft everybody who was like retarded. But anyways, that's besides the point. Back to the situation. What I'm saying is if you remove Julius Randle, we know he takes 20 to 25 shots per game. Those shots are going to flow to the rest of the team. And my argument is that you're going to see an increase in production from 3 people, RJ, Emmanuel Quickly, and Obi Toppin, who are going to be in the starting lineup. And my argument is that RJ, if Randle wasn't there taking all those shots, he would get more shots. More defenses would focus on him. And if defensive focus on RJ, because he's a better playmaker than Julius Randle, he can get more assists. Does that make sense? So, like, if RJ gets the focus, whether it be baseline or on the wing, versus Randle, my argument is that RJ is going to be getting more assists via, versus turnovers than Randle would on the double team, because Randle, he likes to play with his back to the post. And when he plays with his back to the post, the Knicks don't have shooters at the center position or the small forward position lethal enough to space the floor for Randle for it to be a 1v1. But if you get rid of Randle and you replace him with a stretch four, he doesn't have to be elite. I'm not saying he got to be the next Dirk Nowitzki, but if he's just a basic stretch four like what they have going on in Dallas, they got 3 of them right now at the 4th position, whether it be a Finney Smith, a Kleber, or whatever. And they make the team better for Luka. Why? Because Luka, he wants the ball in his hand and he wants the ISO. If he has shooters around him, you can't double team him. You got to guard him 1v1. And if you double team him, he swings it out. I want that type of team for RJ. I want to build around RJ where if the ball is in his hands and we know he's our best finisher, he's our best scorer, he's going to finish and then he's going to look for his jump shot afterwards. I want the floor to be spaced for him. I don't want to crowd it up with Julius Randle calling for it in the post. I don't want to crowd it up with Mitch trying to get the offensive rebound because he knows Randle's going to shoot it anyways and he's got to be there. He can't just be out there setting off-ball screens. He has to be down low to get the rebound. If you get rid of Randle and you replace him with a shooter to space the floor, it makes our team 100 times better. Now, you might make the argument that if we lose Randle, we lose his rebounding. I'll make the argument that our guards and our backcourt are long and lengthy enough that they can get the long rebound. RJ is no scrub on the boards either. You don't notice it because we got guys like Randle, Mitch, and Sims, who he likes, who grab the rebounds. So
I noticed it. RJ getting like
RJ.
He's getting like 6-7 rebounds.
Yeah.
That's
RJ's a solid. He's 6'7". He's no scrub when it comes to rebound. And I'm saying his rebounding, his assists, and his points will go up to the point where he's an all-star. Now, if we get a guy who's a stretch four, that's just one move that I'm saying. It's not the end-all, be-all. I'm not no random Knicks fans who were one move away from winning a championship. I'm not delusional, bro. We got a lot of moves we got to make. But I'm saying that's the first move because we spent the entire season where we would get the offensive rebound, go back up with it, go to the free throw line, miss by Randle. Whether he's tired, I don't give a fuck. He got to hit that shit. And then Mitch, no improvement whatsoever since his rookie year at the free throw line. Can't shoot. Hasn't got a 5-foot jump shot. Sims, no bag whatsoever other than, screens and lobs. You know what I'm saying? You think he's going to be the next Jared Allen dunking on people. I feel you. But that's not what we're looking for. Our front court needs shooting, spacing, to space the floor for RJ, whose strength is slashing to the rim if we're going to build around. Our backcourt is set. Besides the point guard, I understand we don't have the elite point guard who can create his own shot for RJ to take the load off RJ. But we got plenty of shooting guards who could shoot. We got Grimes, we got Fournier, we got Burks. We got guys who can defend. We got Grimes, we got Burks. They're solid two-way guys who can defend. RJ can defend. He's a solid two-way guy. We got a center down low who can rim protect in Mitch. He's not a shooter. He can't really space the floor. Sims, he can guard the perimeter. He's small ball. He's got defense in the front court. What we're missing is shooting in our front court, and we're missing a point guard who can create his own shot. You pair those two things with RJ, this game's going to flourish.
I hear what you're saying, right? But my counter to that is this. When you watch the games and when Quickly started getting the requisite minutes at
which I called for in January, by the way.
We all did. We all called for that.
Because you were depressed that day, and I said, yo, don't worry. When he gets in this lineup, things are going to change. Don't worry.
So, when Quick is in the lineup, yo, Fraz, I muted you because your background was sounding crazy, bro.
Yeah.
All right, so I'm going to unmute you if your background not crazy. I bet. So my counter to that is when Quick is in the lineup, which is a point guard that can create his own shot.
Sort of. Floater.
Julius Randle shoots less. He brings the ball up less.
Right.
RJ Barrett gets the shots that he gets more shots. And that's my thing. My thing is, and Julius Randle were playing with the point guard when Derrick Rose got to the team. Julius Randle don't shoot a lot of threes, but when he was shooting them, they were the wide open variety, and that's how he got to 40% last season.
Right, corner and off the wing, wide open.
Open, and those the only 3-pointers Julius Randle ever need to shoot in life. You feel me?
Until he started adding that step back three in his arsenal, pissing me off. Like, what the fuck is that?
We all hate that. Now, granted, I'm not saying that there is things in Julius Randle's game that I'm not upset with or he needs to change. My thing is, I think he has more value when he's playing with the proper point guard than we will get in return. You feel me? That's the biggest problem with Julius Randle's game is the fact that he's being required to do so much more because we don't have the proper point guard. It's just as simple as watching his first year with the Knicks when we didn't have a good point guard.
Yeah, Alfred Payton the first year,
super doodle. You feel me?
Yeah, the first year, yeah.
His second year with the Knicks, he started off okay. It wasn't great. He started
and
off
it was
okay.
Still Alfred Payton, by the way, just so you know.
Yeah.
It didn't really change.
But it wasn't great. But when D Rose got to the team, that's when we saw Julius Randle start to turn up. That's when we start seeing him hitting them wide open 3-pointers with more efficiency. That's when you've seen him doing less of the over dribbling and turning the ball over. And like I said, his whole career, he got better every year playing with a point guard. When you require him to be a point forward, he's going to suck ass. You feel me?
Listen.
And I'm well aware of that.
Okay.
I think Quick is the answer versus trading Julius Randle, because Julius Randle does a lot for the team outside of just scoring. That's all I'm saying.
I agree with you, but can I make this quick argument before I let this dude speak? Because I want you to speak. Can we make the argument that this season he didn't need to run point forward? We had McBride, we had Quickly.
None of those guys were playing.
We had Kemba. No, but I'm saying in general, we had guards with point guard experience when they were on the court to bring the ball up. But Randle still called for the ball.
No, we didn't.
Even when Kemba was on the court early in the year, and we knew he was playing like doo-doo, he still called for the ball from Kemba to bring the ball up. You get what I'm saying?
That's
not that doesn't make sense.
Guys, I'm gonna just say this one thing. I literally watched Julius Randle pass Kemba the ball, and Kemba passed the ball right back. Literally. Julius Randle want Kemba to do what he does, and then Kemba look right at Julius and give the ball back.
Yeah, in the half court. Yeah,
I think Kemba knew he was washed. He saw that early, and was like, "Nah, I ain't got it, bro. I ain't got it."
Well, I knew he was washed in Boston because I actually watched him play.
Go ahead, Fraz. My fault.
But
bro.
Go ahead, Fraz. Yeah, go ahead. That's another topic for another day.
Now, even through all of that, what you have said, I still haven't heard a name that you're gonna put out there.
Okay. Sorry.
Randle. All right.
So
before I continue, throw some names out there so I can hear your side of this, and then I'm going to tell you why it's not going to work.
So I named 3 guys that I just told you on Dallas that have a similar game style to them. They have 3 stretch fours right now. They got that dude that comes off the bench. It starts with an M or whatever. He comes off for what's his name? Finney Smith, and he comes off for Kleber. It's not Powell. It's the other guy. It's the other guy wearing number 42. I think starts with an M. He shot like 5 threes in the last series against the Suns in Game 6, I believe it was. Game 6 and Game 5. Yeah. He was shooting really good from 3. You got guys like that. You got Lauri Markkanen, who got traded to Cleveland. I wanted him like 2 years ago. I thought it would be a good replacement since we lost Porzingis because he wanted out. And, he was always injury prone. We agree with that shit. No point in having a guy who's injury prone. If you can't play, you can't play. Lauri Markkanen, he could play and he could shoot. He got injured, I think, last year, I think it was, with Chicago. But other than that, he's been pretty solid. He shoots a high percentage from 3 when open, But when he played in Chicago, he was asked to do he was asked to be a number 3, number 2 option. So a lot of the threes that he took were contested, bad shots that you wouldn't ask a guy of his caliber to do. But
he's not a 20-point per game guy.
No. I know he's not a 20-point per game guy, but I'm saying if he comes in, like I said this earlier, RJ's points, his assists, his rebounds will go up. I believe Quickly has been developing his game, especially last year in the playoffs. He was a big spark off the bench from 3. We know he has it in him. He's ready for the moment. It doesn't matter. Nothing phases him, whether he's 1 for 8 or 4 for 4. It doesn't matter. Quickly's out there. He's working on his game. And I'm saying Quickly, RJ, and Obi Toppin, all 3 of them, depending on how the rotation works out and how, Tibbs subs them in and out, depending on, who he's got at shooting guard for defense and who he's got for center, what he decides to do. I'm saying those guys' numbers will go up as they get more touches because Randle's gone. That's all I'm saying. And I'm saying however you prefer it, whether you want Randle in the post getting 25 a game or whether you want RJ going to the rim attacking for 25 a game. 25 per game is 25 per game. But the team as a whole looks better and the ball movement will look better if there's more floor spacing in the front court. And when the games are close in late game situation, we won't have to worry about guys bricking 2 free throws in a row or can they hit 1 out of 2 because we're going to have a stretch big and Lauri Markkanen in there who can draw the foul because he can attack the rim too. He's not just a stand, catch and shoot like Steve Novak. He can attack the rim too. And when he draws the foul, he'll hit his free throws. He's not going to go 0 for 2. He's not going to be tired like Randle and brick 1 because he's exhausted because he's played 40 minutes. You know what I'm saying? You can put Lauri in for 20. You can take him out and then sub him in for a defensive small forward, like a Cam Reddish or something. Somebody his size who can just play defense and guard the perimeter. Or a guy like you like, that dude at shooting guard, what's his name? Grimes. A guy like that who's 6'8" with long arms who can go out there and defend. And then, when they rest on the bench, you sub them back in and you got your shooters. You got your 1 shooter in the front court for RJ. You got your 1 rim protector who can also shoot. Like a guy like Mitch is like 1 jump shot away from being a guy like Miles Turner. We've seen it for 3 years now. He's led the league in blocks, where he's up there in the block categories with Miles Turner. He's a 3-point shot and, you know, a mid-range shot away, if he could develop it, from being a Miles Turner, a guy who can catch and shoot, pick and roll, pick and pop, and then go to the rim. That's the reason what we've been waiting for. We've been waiting for Mitch's game to develop. So I'm saying, if you remove Randle and you get a stretch 4, and either Mitch develops his game at the center position to be a stretch 5, or you replace him with a guy who's available in a Miles, in a Miles Turner type guy, and then you take a guy like Evan Fournier, who we know can't play defense. You bring him off the bench as your 6th man instead of.
I like that.
Right, that's what I'm saying. I'm saying move it around.
So look,
shooting guard and quickly starting for defense.
So look.
So now you're shifting the focus off a player like Randle to now a player like RJ. That's what you're doing when you bring in somebody like that. That's why it's not going to work, bro.
No, but I'm saying you'll shift the responsibility to him, and when he gets double teamed, because he's a better passer and a playmaker, he can set people up better than Randle with his back to the basket, where he gets double teamed and he can't see it coming and he turns it over.
What y'all forgetting though? What y'all forgetting though? Y'all forgetting that a lot of this is not Randle's fault. A lot of this is Tom Thibodeau's fault. All right.
For what?
Before we get there, I just want to say this, right?
I blame the GM for mostly.
You do realize when RJ, when Julius Randle was hurt and wasn't playing, RJ's shooting percentage was identical to Julius Randle's.
Exactly.
It was
identical. So he got the shots that you are requesting. You
but
feel
look
me?
At the shot difference though.
Wasn't, but it's the still same. It don't matter the shot distance. He still shot the same field
goal.
But
percentage. I'm saying the shot selection is what I'm saying.
That's what I'm saying. It's still the same field goal percentage.
Yeah, I get it.
From 3 and from close, same exact field goal percentage.
Right. And you notice towards the last 10 games,
he wasn't even seeing the double teams that Julius Randle see on a nightly basis.
Yeah, because he wasn't in the
he was playing with Emmanuel Quickly as the point guard, and I think that's the point guard that we need. I believe that RJ Barrett is a future superstar. Absolutely. I just don't believe he's there yet. You feel me? I think he's another year or 2 away from being where you want him to be.
But you got to remember something. He talks about how people have the tape on Randle. So why don't people have tape on RJ Barrett now? So you're going to take Randle away to switch the focus on RJ Barrett so teams could do the same thing to RJ Barrett now?
I'm taking the focus away from Randle, because Randle's game relies solely on him scoring in the low post. And if you have a guy in RJ,
no, it doesn't.
Yeah, it does.
No, it does not.
The mid-range and low post is where he gets all his buckets and ISO. Is it not?
Randle's shots are predominantly mid-range, bro. So, let's talk about it.
And low
he is a predominantly mid-range scorer.
And low post fadeaway and low post layups and low post teardroppers and step backs, fadeaways still are mid-range jump shots. They're in the mid-range area.
We are literally saying the same thing, but just arguing about different ways.
Yeah. But I'm saying in general is like, if you take that style of play away from the team, it's going to open up the floor for spacing and more kick-out passes. That's all I'm saying. If RJ takes it to the rim, it's going to lead to more ball movement, because the reason why is when the defense focuses on him, RJ's not going to just turn the ball over, hold it, or fling some shit up. He's going to pass it. He's been doing it.
There's times when he's done that.
When he gets doubled, he swings it out always. It's a reflex for him. He swings it out, drive, kick out, pass. That's his game. But if you have the shooters around him, the floor is going to space. Defenses are going to tend not to double him and just dare RJ to beat him, because there's going to be shooters there as a threat in the corner, left wing, and right wing, because you're going to have Alec Burks, Grimes, Fournier at shooting guard, all shooters. Whether any one of them is on the floor, catch and shoot, wherever they are, they're a threat. Then you're going to have Emmanuel Quickly at point guard. And this guy, McBride, he can shoot spot up. Even if he's not the answer at point guard, he's still a spot up shooter. If you have him coming off the bench at point guard, that's still a threat. Put him in the corner, put him on the wing, that's a threat. But where's the threats that we lack on our team? It's been like this for 4 fucking years. We don't have any threats at the power forward or the center position ever since we traded Porzingis. We have never gotten a center who could stretch the floor. We've never gotten a power forward outside of Porzingis who could stretch the floor. We've always had guys who slashed and rebound and clog up the middle, and we played bully ball type basketball to complement that. We've always had a guy baseline or on the left baseline calling for the ball in the post. Always our best player, whether it had been back in the days of Bernard King, Ewing, up to Melo, up to Cancer, up to Porzingis, up to Randall. The playbook has not changed. No matter what coach has been here, it's always been the same. They space the ball in the half court and call for it in the post.
I think you're really not giving enough credit to what Julius Randle game to look like with a real point guard. You feel me? Because I think when
we've already seen it with D Rose.
I seen it that Julius Randle again. The problem with Julius Randle is when he has to primarily create his own shot. You feel me? Like off the dribble, taking that stupid step back 3-pointer. That's where the problem lies. But when he's in a situation with a real point guard and somebody who's breaking down the defense and kicking out to him for the marketing to do.
But
Julius Randle shoots he shot at a 40% clip in those situations. You feel me?
Yeah.
Right.
That's why I'm saying the solution is not to trade Julius Randle. It's to start Emmanuel quickly so he can get more of those opportunities. Get the shots that the high percentage shots that you want Lauri Markkanen to take that Julius Randle proved the season ago that he could make. The difference between this season and last season, he has to do a whole bunch of dribbling and stepping back because we didn't have the point guard. You made a point earlier that these guys wasn't getting the PT. McBride wasn't getting the PT. Quick stopped getting the PT. You feel me? Like all these points, Rose got hurt. The point guard that was on the roster wasn't playing, so he couldn't defer to these guys. He was playing with a washed up Kemba Walker most of the season. You feel me? And Alec Burke at the point guard position. There was nobody for him to defer to at a point guard. So he had to take the point forward position because that's what the coach called him.
And my argument was 3 years ago, he had Elfrid Payton at point guard. Say what you want about Elfrid Payton. He's not my type of point guard. He's not the point guard that I would want on this team. But the reality is he knows how to run the pick and roll, and he's a pass-first point guard. When he was here, Randall still brought the ball up the floor. That's a fact. We can't debate this shit. When D Rose was on the floor, when D Rose was on the floor, because you guys said he played real well with D Rose, Randall still brought the ball up the floor. Like, I don't know what y'all talking about, but if Kyrie Irving was on this team or Steph Curry was on this team, Randall would call for the ball and bring the ball up the floor. Like, you guys are acting like we need this elite all-star level point
all the way cap.
No, nobody said that we need an all-star point guard.
To stop bringing the ball
That's
up.
the thing.
We need a serviceable. Elfrid Payton as a New York Knick was poop his whole time here. You feel me? Absolutely poop. You feel me? So,
in terms of points per game. Yeah, in terms of points per game. Yeah.
Defensively, he was the only
more than points per game.
And he passed the ball. He always passed.
Bro, he was poop in all aspects.
Offensively, yeah, he was a liability. Yeah,
you feel me? And when Derrick Rose got on the team, Julius Randle did not bring up the ball nearly as much as he did when Derrick Rose, bro. Because what star player doesn't bring the ball up? What I'm saying is, this season he brought up the ball way too much,
and I'm saying
he's never going to not bring up the ball at all.
And I'm saying, bro, that's
when Derrick Rose was on this team. Derrick Rose brought up the ball when he was on the court most of the time. I would say a good 85% of the time, Derrick Rose was bringing up the ball.
And when the game is close, and you have
Derrick Rose was bringing up the
ball.
When the game is close, and you have Julius Randle either bringing the ball up or calling for it right at the half court line, right over there saying, "Bring me the ball," so he can get it on the left or the right wing to ISO. That's not going to get us wins, bro.
D Rose was waving him off half of them times.
No. Now this is not when D Rose.
Not all the time, bro.
This is not when D Rose was on the court because
when D Rose was on the court, he was
closing those games.
He was giving the ball to Randall.
And D Rose was closing the game.
Yeah.
Situations.
He was.
But what I'm saying, this season, what was the other option? Please. What was the other option? You had Alec Burke on the court, stinking up the joint all fucking game. You feel me? RJ Barrett wasn't really playing well most of the season. Nobody was
after the All-Star break, he was good.
Yeah. After the first, that's true.
Yeah, after the All-Star break, he was good.
And you watch and you watch Julius Randle defer to RJ Barrett in those situations where RJ started cooking. You feel me? But before that, he's the star player, and everybody is stinking the fucking joint up. He has to take those shots.
And I also watched in that first half too. He would catch it in the low post, and the only guy that he would ever kick it out to or defer to was Evan Fournier. He never kicked it to Burks when he was open in the corner. He rarely kicked it to RJ when he was in the corner. He always hit up his guy Evan Fournier right in his spot, and they would run pick and pop with each other.
Because those guys were shooting 30% from three.
35% from three, in fact.
And I'm saying, like Julius Randle, either whether it's freaking he doesn't see these dudes open or he just personally does not want to give them the ball. My argument is that if you put a stretch four in there in motion offense, setting off ball screens or spacing the floor in the corner of the wing, that is going to help RJ's game flourish more than having Randle bring the ball up or call for it in the low post to ISO. That's all I'm saying. If you have a stretch four space in the floor for RJ, those double teams that you're talking about that are going to come to RJ aren't going to come. You noticed them when Randle went out. Why? Because who's our stretch four at the power forward position? Obi Toppin? He's not stretch four. Jericho Sims? He's not stretch four.
We're saying the same thing. I just think that instead of trading Julius Randle, you start quickly. That is the issue. You feel me? That's less. Julius Randle, when quickly's on the floor, bring up the ball way less because he trusts quickly as a point. You feel me? And you won't have him dribbling the ball as much. Quickly could break down the defense. You have Julius Randle taking.
I agree.
No, that's what I'm saying. We're saying the same shit, just two different ways to go about it. You believe Julius Randle needs to be off the team. I'm saying that we can have the same results with Julius Randle on the team, just Emmanuel quickly running point guard.
So you believe the year that we got 4th seed that I was talking about, where 4, 5, 6 teams in the Eastern Conference were getting COVID safety protocols. Everybody wasn't there. A lot of teams didn't have their best player in those games. Talking about that time, freaking when, you know, the Knicks got 4th seed off of a record of 41 and 41 or 42 and 40. You think that we could get 4th seed if we just start quickly and run it back with the same squad, with everybody that they have, no adjustments at all? We're not going to get a stretch 4. We're not going to get a stretch 5. We're not going to invest in, a small 4 who can defend to lay off the slack for RJ.
We have a small forward that could defend. We have
RJ, but we don't really have like another guy.
Yeah, I think Cam Reddish defense is slept on.
Why not Cam Reddish? Wait a minute.
To answer your question, Steven.
Okay. Hold on. I was about to get back to that. Who's the third person?
You said
who's the third person?
Yeah, because here's the problem with Lauri Markkanen now, right? The problem is Lauri Markkanen need to hit the weight room.
Wait,
right?
hold on.
No, I feel you with that, but I'm saying in general, I'm not asking him to be Julius Randle in the low block. I'm just asking Lauri Markkanen to space the floor for the team. I'm not asking him
a question about the whole COVID protocol shit.
Yeah. Go back to that.
Julius Randle, even you still have to make shots. You feel me? No matter who's on the court. If you can't do it, you can't do it. You feel me? And that's my point. When he was playing in a situation when Derrick Rose was breaking down defenses and Emmanuel quickly was breaking down defenses, kicking out to him in open 3-point shot situations, he was making those shots. Later on in the season, when Emmanuel quickly was getting the requisite PT and breaking down defenses, and Julius Randle started shooting more of those same open 3-point shots, you started seeing him hitting those at a higher clip. The difference is him, earlier in the season, having to take more step back 3-point shots because we didn't have the requisite point guard play. When Kemba Walker was on the court, he refused to drive to the basket because he's washed. You feel me? So there was nobody breaking down the defense on any kind of consistent level. Alec Burke, when he drives to the basket, never looks to pass. His head down, I'm going to draw contact, throw the ball up at the rim. So it was less opportunities to take those shots, the same shots that you want Lauri Markkanen to take, where Julius Randle is not on the court, that Julius Randle proved that he could be effective at taking. You want to trade for a lesser player to take those very same shots. They can't do nearly as much.
I'm
saying that if we have a point guard that could get Julius Randle in those same advantageous shot taking positions. He's proved that he could be effective doing that.
Right. And I'm saying a lesser player who has a resume for hitting those shots. Randle doesn't have a resume for hitting those shots. And the years
And
that
neither does Lauri Markkanen. Markkanen is nowhere near that.
No, but Lauri Markkanen has a resume for hitting spot up threes. That's his game. Whether it be spot up on the wing, spot up in the corner, that's his game. The issue is Lauri Markkanen, when he started his career, he started on a rebuilding Bulls team where there wasn't a lot of talent to go around. And, it was just either A, jack up the contested three, when the shot clock goes down, or B, you got to take it to the hole. And, as you said, he needs to go to the weight room. You're right. He's not the best finisher at the world at the power forward position. But for his role on this team, I'm saying just spacing the floor, catching and shooting, picking and popping, setting off-ball screens is really all you can ask from this guy. You don't need him to go to the rim. You don't need him to call for ISO in the low post. You don't need a post fadeaway. You don't need a post step back. You don't need none of that. You're thinking like I'm swapping Lauri, like he can do what Randle does and better. No, that's not what I'm saying. I'm saying if you swap Lauri, it fits the team better, because what you're going to do is defenses are going to have to respect the fact that Lauri can shoot the ball. It's not the same as with Randle, where you have to respect his drive. You have to respect RJ's drive. You got to respect Mitch's lob threat. You got to respect Randle's, and RJ's drive. Defenses back off distinctively, and that puts them at a disadvantage, because what's going to happen if defenses step back on the team? Who can shoot and hit the open shot quickly? Sometimes. Alec Burks. He has a resume of doing it, but he can go cold. We've seen it.
Julius Randle, when he was taking the open 3-point shot, because he had a point guard that can break down the defense, was shooting at an almost 40% clip, over 40%.
And you're forgetting the amount of shots he took. It wasn't like he was taking 6 to 10 threes a game.
He doesn't need to take 6 to 10. But I don't even want Lauri Markkanen taking 6 to 10 3-pointers.
But I'm saying in general, he doesn't have a resume of taking a high volume of threes. So I'm saying it's a small sample size.
We don't need him to.
I'm saying
we've seen him augment his game enough that when he's taking the wide open ones, even down to the end of the season after he struggled all year, when he started taking the wide open ones because Quickly was getting in the paint and kicking the ball out and was getting ball movement, he was taking the wide open ones.
I know what you're talking about.
And he was taking less of them. His 3-point percentage in that time was going up, and that's my point. We don't need to trade Julius Randle.
And my point is
that could be fixed with just the point guard.
And my point is Randle's play style isn't that. He has the tendency of just taking mid-range shots, and he wants to go to the rim. That's what he's comfortable with, and that's what he wants. He wants the ball in the low post. It's not like the game plan is structured around give it to him in the post. Randle's been like that since New Orleans. He's always been calling for it in the low post. He's been working on his low post game. That's what he wants to do. When he came with the Knicks, we noticed in the New Orleans, he started moving the ball around and bringing the ball up the floor, and he came here and he thought, oh, yeah, there's nobody here. I'm the best player on the team. I'm going to do that shit all day. I'm going to do what I want to do. I'm going to bring the ball
in New Orleans.
Post up and do that. In New Orleans, yes, because remember, Davis was traded to the Lakers, and it was Randle's team. He was the best player on that team.
But he was playing with Lonzo Ball.
Yeah, he was playing with Lonzo Ball, but I'm saying when he was playing with Lonzo Ball, what was he calling from Lonzo? He wasn't doing pick and pop with Lonzo. He was calling for it in the low post. No, he was calling for it in the low post, and they were running pick and roll, and they were running. He
was running pick and roll.
Yeah, they were.
A lot of pick and roll.
Calling from it in the low post. Yeah, they
were. New Orleans playbook is predominant pick and roll, bro.
And pick and pop.
You know that? They are a pick and pop team, bro.
He was running the same plays that was called for AD. AD is a pick and roll.
Yes.
No, I know AD is a pick and roll, but I'm saying Julius Randle, when he was there in New Orleans, he was calling for it in the low post, and he was running pick and roll. That was all he was doing. And I'm saying the roster that we have isn't the same as that Pelicans roster, because you got to remember when they got rid of AD, they got Josh Hart, they got Lonzo Ball, they got Ingram, and they got this other guy who you guys might not know of. They got this guy Nelly at the center position. He's a stretch 5. You had a stretch 5. You had a 3-and-D shooting guard in Josh Hart. You had a 3-and-D point guard in Lonzo, who had a career 39% from 3. You had Brandon Ingram, who's also a great shooter. You know what I'm saying? You have all these shooters around, you know what I'm saying, is with the team. And before that, AD, you remember the team AD had? AD had Drew Holiday, and he had Rajon Rondo and DeMarcus Cousins the year they got to the second round. I'm saying if we put shooters around our best player, the way that a lot of these guys have, and we got shooters at our shooting guard position, that's covered. But it takes more than just one shooter in this game, bro. You need threats everywhere. You have to have something. You can't have no mid-range shot when you're left open baseline. You can't have no corner three when you're left open. You're no threat. Like an Obi Toppin. Like you say hate him taking that shot. He's not really good at it. He's better finisher. Okay. But if I'm Obi Toppin and I'm on the floor and I'm playing with RJ and I'm playing with Mitch and Mitch is down low, or if I'm playing center and Randall's at power forward and he's down low in the post, where am I best utilized? Being in the paint with Randall, clogging it up together with bringing our mans together and trying to bully our way in the paint, or space the floor and everybody take their turn going one-on-one and scoring, which is what they did this season, and it wasn't effective. Why? Because when they would catch the ball on the
didn't have a point guard, bro.
No, but I'm saying
that's the part that wasn't effective. It was no point guard.
No, but it wasn't just
RJ Barrett. When is a point guard on the court? He's way better at shooting 3-pointers when he's a point guard on the floor.
But it wasn't just
it's about breaking down the defense.
That's one thing that the point guard. It was also the spacing on the floor,
bro. It's the point guard's job to break down the defense, bro. The point guard is the facilitator, bro.
Right.
You break the defense down and you kick for the open man.
And I'm saying if you're a point guard and you break down the defense, who are threats to pass it to?
Again,
Alec Burks and Evan Fournier on the three-pointer. There's really not that many threats. RJ can hit it 1 out of 3 in the corner.
True.
He's not a guy who's gonna kill you.
That's not true. Again, when the ball is moving and guys are getting the open shots because of the defense is being broke down. RJ Barrett shot 40% clip last season. At the end of the season, when quickly was running point and breaking down the defense, you've seen RJ Barrett's 3-point percentage started to go back up because of breaking down defense and ball movement. You're asking for guys to take pretty much, I'm hoping, the same wide open shots that these guys are proving that their game is starting to be augmented to take and make the open 3-point shots. Julius Randle proved that he can make the open 3-point shots when the defense is being broke down, and RJ Barrett did the same thing. And the problem is this season is that there was nobody on the team that was breaking down the defense, and we were not getting open, easy 3-point shots. That was the difference. We were taking a lot of contested step-back 3-point shots. Even Evan Fournier step-back 3-point shots because nobody was breaking down the defense.
My argument
that's the biggest difference.
Right. And my argument is saying I agree you need a point guard to break down the defense. My argument is when that point guard breaks down the defense, who's he kicking it to? Because when we were 42-40, okay. And this is the truth. This is the facts. The only game that we won in that Atlanta series in the playoffs was the one where D Rose went off. Now, when people say, the D Rose game, if you actually watch the film and you watch what he was doing, what type of shots were he taking? We're taking contested floaters and layups. Any point guard, whether they are a slashing point guard or whether they are 3-and-D point guard, no matter what point guard we bring to this team, no matter which one you bring, when they break down the defense, the spacing is going to be horrible because the reality is our front court has no shooting threat whatsoever. The only thing that point guard can do is two options. He has 2 options. He can either A, take the 3 off the screen, off pick and roll. He can B, pull up from mid-range, contested in somebody's mouth, or 3, dish it to the roller, whether it be via lob or bounce pass, and if the double team is there, he either has to A, go up with a contested and draw the foul, or swing it out to the corner. Those are the 3 options in our game. Now, you give it to the center. Who's our center? Mitch. He's a lob threat. When you give it to him underneath the basket, he's not bullying people and throwing it down on them. More often than not, he's trying to draw the foul, and when he draws the foul, what happens? He gets to the free throw line, and he misses both his free throws, or he misses one. He always misses at least one. That's your pick and roll threat. That's your starting center, and we're probably going to re-sign. I hate signing him for that money, but we're probably going to re-sign.
There's more than one pick and roll threat.
Then you got Randle. If you run pick and roll with Randle, he's not a pick and pop threat from 3 elite yet. He's not elite at that. If you run pick and roll threat with him, whether it be pick and roll or pick and pop, pick and roll is what he prefers. Where's Mitch going to be on the floor? He's not going to be at the top of the key. He's not going to be in the corner. He's not going to be baseline drawing his man out of the paint. He's going to be underneath the rim, which means his man is going to come over and help on Randle. So no matter if you have a point guard who sets up Randle, the paint is always going to be crowded because you have no shooting in the front court, period. If Randle's on the floor, somebody, whether stretch 5 or at the 4 and you play Randle at the 5, has to space the floor for him so you can run that pick and roll that him and Lonzo were doing. Because when him and Lonzo were running that pick and roll, they had shooters around them. They had guys who could hit shots. It wasn't just Lonzo and Randle running the show 2-man game in the whole league and then getting to the playoffs and losing in the first round in 4 or 5. Yeah.
Nobody said that. But what I'm saying is this.
And I'm saying RJ, he's not a threat from 3. He can hit a corner 3, but he's not an elite threat from 3 and D threat yet. And
I'm saying the same thing about Lauri Markkanen. He's not an elite threat yet either.
He's not a 3 and D guy, but he's an elite 3-point shooter. Since he came in the league, he's always been an elite 3-point shooter and an elite free throw shooter. If you replace Randle with that, the floor spaces. Next thing you know, pick and roll with Mitch actually works better because you got.
Here's the problem with that.
And then if you do RJ with isoing, you can't double team him because if you double team RJ, he's going to swing it out to Lauri. He's going to swing it out to Evan.
Here's the problem with that, bro. Here's the problem with that. You're making the Knicks more one-dimensional by adding Lauri Markkanen in. Why? It's because he's primarily a 3-point shooter.
He's primarily a 3-point shooter.
You're taking away,
but it's gonna space.
He shoots
20%
from 3,
and in close games, he's gonna hit.
He's not known for that, bro. He's not known for an elite 3-point shooter. He's not known for that, bro.
Yeah, he's one of the best.
He is not known, bro. He has not, bro. When has he shot 40% or more? When has he shot 40% or more?
I told you he hasn't shot 40% or more because he was drafted to a rebuilding Chicago.
No, I'm talking about this season. He shot 35%.
Yeah, but that's because freaking he didn't really start as off. Like you got to understand when he first came and they traded him, he didn't really start because you got to remember they had Colin Sexton, they had Darius Garland, and they had freaking all these big men. Remember they got Jared Allen from Brooklyn, and then not only that, they had those other big men. Remember back in when the trade went down last season.
RJ Barrett shoot 35%.
They had JaVale McGee and shit and all that. And I'm saying and Evan Mobley, they had a whole bunch of other shooters.
RJ Barrett shoot 35% for his career.
You're downgrading us at power forward, bro.
Saying there's a difference between spot up shoot around threes, and then there's a difference between moving catch and shoot, moving off the dribble, and moving pick and pop threes. There's a difference, bro. There's a difference between being an elite catch and shoot spot up 3-point shooter and a difference.
Not an elite. He's not an elite shooter, bro. He has to make a name for himself. Teams are not going out there throwing 2 guys and 3 guys at Lauri Markkanen, bro.
No,
are you serious, bro?
No, but I'm not saying they're throwing 2 or 3 guys. I'm saying he's an elite for what he does, which is catch and shoot. When you catch and shoot, do teams really go out and throw 2 players at you?
You're making us more one-dimensional, bro.
Unless you're moving behind screens like Steph Curry or Duncan Robinson. Nobody's
giving up Julius. I understand that you're not just saying.
I'm not giving up Julius Randle for a Lauri Markkanen, bro. It's not happening, bro.
I understand that you're saying that it's not the end all be all with just.
Yeah, and I'm saying.
But what I'm saying is that the main part of your argument is Lauri Markkanen. I'm not giving up Julius Randle for 2 more percentage points from 3. You feel me? I'm not doing
and way less output otherwise.
But I'm not just saying Lauri Markkanen and that solves everything. You're not letting me
finish. I get that. That's the first one.
I understand that too.
I know that's not the end all be all, but
that
doesn't make sense to me.
I'm saying the money that Randle makes, if you clear up that cap space and you bring in a stretch 4, because ride or die, nobody's taking Evan Fournier. The only one that has any trade value is Randle. You get what I'm saying? Nobody's taking Fournier because when he was on Orlando, he was the number 1 option, and he was just chucking it up in a losing situation to get 20 points per game. It was the same thing with Aaron Gordon. It was just the only guy that had any trade value was Vucevic. He did, but
checking up.
But he was their guy in closing situation, and he was their high volume shooter on the perimeter. That's all I'm saying. Because they had Vucevic there to take off that.
And they had a decent point guard too, and he was running him a lot different.
Solid.
Yeah.
Anthony solid. I like him, but I'm saying, and
the difference is too.
Markel Fultz too, he was solid too when he came back.
The way they ran Evan Fournier was different. He
ran
a lot of off-ball screens.
Right,
like,
a lot of off-ball screens.
As a Knick, it kills me that they make him shoot off the dribble so much. I'm like, bro, this is not what you're supposed to have brought him here for. And this is my point with the team is so much better with a point guard that can break down. You're going to Evan in way more wide open catch and shoot situations.
And when they got Evan Fournier, those wide open catch and shoot situations, the Magic, they ran a lot of off-ball screens for him. Right. But if you look here at our team, who would be the guy that you would run off-ball screens for? I would think Randle, because Randle's a threat off the roll. So if you run an off-ball screen with him, and let's say they double-team Fournier and they go around, Randle can roll to the rim and drive. The problem with that is if Mitch is on the floor, his man is waiting right there for him. If his man is waiting right there, Fournier is going to get a turnover. So what he's going to do is jack the ball up in the fucking air and hope you get the board while you two are down there, because he's not going to want to get a turnover and a fast break in that situation, and he's not going to cross-court pass it to Alec Burks at point guard or quickly at the left wing or the right wing or the right corner. I'm telling you, you guys are missing that this is a huge spacing problem that's been a problem with the Knicks for 4 years now. They need a stretch four. And even if you don't start him, let's say you get Lauri Markkanen and you don't start him because of defense, because we know Tom Thibodeau's a defensive guy. Let's say you get rid of Randle and you get a lockdown wing defender, which is what I would like. I would like somebody to take the load off and play defense with RJ, because Randle ain't that guy playing defense with RJ. I'm just going to keep it a buck with you. He's just there for
Lauri Markkanen.
And I'm saying
he don't play. He's not that good at defense either, and you're giving up so much defense underneath the paint, bro.
He's not that good on defense, but I'm saying you have nobody on your roster that can substitute for one of these guys, whether it's Randle or Mitch. Pick your poison. One of the guys to put a stretch out there to space the floor for whatever point guard you bring. I don't care if it's D Rose, Kyrie, any point guard. You need spacing for them to run this.
Kyrie is not even a facilitator.
Right. And I'm telling you right now that
Kyrie's a bad comparison, because Kyrie is not.
Of course, Kyrie is scorer.
Personal reasons, kumbaya.
No, I'm just talking about him passing. Kyrie is not a great passer.
No, but but I'm saying in general, he's a threat off the pick and roll because of his shooting and his creation, his shot creation, which is what y'all saying. You want a point guard who can create off the dribble. And my argument is, if you trade for a guy like a Lauri Markkanen, I'm not saying he has to be Dirk or Porzingis, just a guy who can just space the floor, and then you get a guy who can guard the perimeter better, because our defense really fell off because we lost the effectiveness of Noel in the paint and the effectiveness of Bullock in that small ball lineup that we ran the year that we went to the playoffs. That was very helpful. And Elfrid Payton, he was no slouch on defense either. Alec Burks is a solid defender at the shooting guard position, but asking Alec Burks to guard a point guard is asking too much.
Bro.
Asking Evan Fournier to play any semblance of defense is too much. And asking Randle, after all the shots that he's jacking up, to still give effort on defense is asking too much. All I'm saying is RJ, as young, as athletic as he is, and the future of the franchise, I have more faith in him being a two-way player, averaging 25 points per game, just playing the way he does, getting a couple more shots with Randle gone, spacing the floor to open opportunities for him in the backcourt, off pick and roll, because he can handle the ball and run pick and roll every now and then. I'm not saying all the time. He can do that. He can run backcourt with him, whether corner baseline, drive to the rim, be a threat mid-range. I think that's better for our offense if we're going to run this slow half-court offense than to invest in more power forwards, more centers with no post game, with no ability to shoot, and clogging up that whole middle when our two best players thrive off scoring in the paint. That's not getting it done. And they both play a similar position, whether it's small forward and power forward, to the point where many people are arguing, play RJ at the 2, play RJ at the 1. And I'm like, he's not a guard, though. He doesn't have the handles nor the dribbling style to be out there. He's a small forward.
when he
You
first
understand
got
what I'm
here, we
saying?
was running him at the 2.
Yeah, and I was telling
like,
people, trying to explain to them, he's a
You-
small forward.
I don't know if you was watching around that time.
Yeah,
I'm like,
and I
yo,
was doing the same shit.
play him at the 3.
Play him
He's
at
a
the
3.
He's a 3. Right. And that's my point. If you're gonna run a team, it doesn't matter. You can talk at the stats and look at the production all you want. The reality is when the team is on offense, they look bad. And even when they had a point guard in D Rose and we were winning, all those games were ugly to watch on offense. Horrible. And the reason they were horrible to watch on offense was because the spacing was horrible. You had a guy in an old D Rose who took it upon himself and said, I'm going up against scrub bench warmers. Maybe, just maybe there's a little bit in the tank where I can take this game over and carry this team to the win. I'm going to jack up 15 shots, maybe 20 on occasion if I have
But why
to.
doesn't stuff like that fall on the coach though? When the coach don't make an adjustment,
That's
why
what
does it
I'm
have to be the
saying.
player?
No, but I'm saying the
If you
coach.
watch any Tom Thibodeau coach team, that's how they play.
Exactly.
No, but I'm saying
That's how they play.
Right.
Chicago Bulls, stagnant offense. D Rose was the primary ball
But
handler.
you remember that lineup they had though? They didn't really have any shooters other than Kirk Heinrich.
So and then you look at when he coached the Timberwolves.
Right.
Take your turn between whatchamacallit.
The only shooter on that team was really Karl Anthony Towns. Jimmy Butler got
the
mid-range game, but he didn't really have the three-point shot like that.
Exactly. It wasn't really much
Right.
It was trade-off Butler,
right.
Towns.
Right. Right.
And that's the coach of the team.
Exactly. But that's my point. It's like when you look at Thibodeau, he's a defensive-minded coach and he likes defensive guys. That's just how he is. His philosophy is, I'd rather put 110% on defense if that means, sacrificing the talent level on offense. And my argument is, I'm not asking for uber talented people on offense. I just want simple specialists who fit and complement each other, and let RJ be that uber talented guy that you develop and you focus on. Let Quickly be that guy in 2 or 3 years that you focus on and develop.
No. There's a problem with that. Now you're putting RJ in the position that Randle's in now. Now teams are going to zero in on RJ the same way they zero in on Randle. And then you're making a downgrade at power forward.
No, but I'm saying, you know what the difference now between that and then putting a Lauri Markkanen at power forward is him shooting and being able to space the floor is not going to make all those double teams.
Bottom line, Markkanen does not raise the bar higher than Julius Randle, and I'm done.
Okay.
He
doesn't raise.
He does not raise the bar higher than Julius Randle. Who's the third person?
He doesn't raise the bar in the box score, but he raises.
He don't raise the bar. Period, bro.
Period, bro. Because the ball movement will be better, the spacing will be better.
So why not? So why doesn't a point guard make the ball movement better? Do you understand that people were? Do you understand? Hold on, bro. Let me speak for a minute, bro. Let me speak for a minute, bro.
Same thing with a quarterback.
You got to understand something, bro. If it's the same thing like a quarterback, right?
Right.
If the point guard is doing his job, which we see on all the elite teams in the NBA,
okay,
other people thrive off of that.
And do you want me to break down?
Case in point, Chris Paul, Phoenix Suns. I'm done. Look at what he did with that team.
Yeah. And case in point, bro. You want to know Chris Paul and the Phoenix Suns? Cam Johnson, stretch 4. Mikal Bridges, best 3-and-D small 4 out there, almost won defensive player. Devin Booker, sniper, can give you 81 if he feels like it, if he's hot.
No
Chris
title.
Paul, mid-range and 3-point shot.
No title.
Spot up 3-point shot coming off the bench. You got shooters lighting it up everywhere. DeAndre Ayton, mid-range pull-up from 15 feet. Hook shot, 5 feet, 15 feet.
The bench is suspect, though.
Knicks at every 1 through 5 are suspect in the shooting regard, except for one position, and that is shooting guard.
They only got 8 guys, bro. You're not paying attention. They only got 8 guys, bro. We saw it. We saw it against Dallas. They only had 8 guys, bro. And this is how I know you haven't been paying attention, bro. Because this is a 10-guy game now, bro. Basketball is no longer 8 guys, bro.
They exposed them because what they did was they made Chris Paul and Devin Booker shoot themselves out of the bed.
They did expose Phoenix, bro.
Because they denied They denied entry because they fronted DeAndre Ayton, and they denied them from giving it to DeAndre Ayton easy dunks because they knew they weren't going to stop DeAndre Ayton. So they said, we're going to deny DeAndre Ayton from getting the ball, and we're going to let Devin Booker and Chris Paul try to beat us. We're not the best defensive team in the world. We don't have the best defenders, but if we run this zone and we keep them from getting the ball to Ayton and taking over because we're a small ball lineup with Powell and Kleber and all these guys up on the front, Jason Kidd was pressing them. He was trapping them, preventing them from getting it to Ayton in the low post and in the paint. And he was making Chris Paul and Booker shoot contested jump shots on the perimeter. That was happening at the last 2 games of the series. That's why they got blown out. Because, one, even though defensively they had a good guy in Mikal Bridges and Jay Crowder, he's not a sniper from 3. He's that big X factor on the floor where it's like, you're the liability that's not consistent from 3 when he's on the floor. But every other position on the floor, when you have Cam Johnson in the lineup, you take a hit defensively. But what does it do for the Suns offensively? It makes them a better shooting team. And during the end of the regular season, when Chris Paul got hurt and Devin Booker took over, guys like Cam Johnson and Mikal Bridges stepped up. DeAndre Ayton stepped up. Cameron Payne stepped up. And the reason they were able to step up is because they have spacing. They have ball movement. You get ball movement, and Devin Booker's not a point guard. He's a shooting guard. So it's no different than if you had RJ running point years ago. But the only one difference is the only one difference.
It is different. It's the player is different. The skill set is different. It is different.
No, but I'm saying there's only one difference between Booker and RJ is Booker has a better handle than him. That's the only argument. But other than that,
wrong.
Passing vision,
wrong.
And actual
RJ can go to both sides of the basket. RJ has things that Devin Booker does not have. And to go back to your point about the Dallas Phoenix series. Bro,
right.
you got to let me speak, bro.
I'm still stuck on like we don't have no shooters. Like Grimes,
at the shooting guard position is where shooting.
Grimes is 2 and 3.
Yeah, shooting guard.
You said the only shooter we have is Fournier.
No, I said the only shooting we have is at the shooting guard position. We're stacked. That means I brought Fournier up, but Fournier, Burks, Grimes quickly plays the 2 at times. We played McBride at the 2 because, again, he was, he started getting minutes. He didn't want to bring the ball up. We played him off ball. But my point is we're stacked at the shooting guard position in shooting. But every other position we have no real shooter at. That's the problem.
That's what I'm saying. Like you want like again, Julius Randle, when he's taking the open shots, proves that he can hit the open ones.
And I'm saying,
and you're saying you want to trade him and to bring in a guy that only shoots for his career 2 percentage points better than Julius Randle.
And I'm saying,
and to me, that makes no sense.
And I'm saying defenses.
You're really asking for the.
He shoots 2 percentages better than Randle, right? But look at this, for instance. You remember the year that Curry shot 39% from 3. And if people were saying LeBron James just shot 40% from 3. He's a more efficient and better 3-point shooter than LeBron. Better than Curry. And everybody went at this person and said that's an asinine take. Why? Because outside of the box score, Curry off the dribble, running around, spacing the floor, draws more defense to him. And my argument is, even though what this guy is saying, Lauri Markkanen wouldn't be the guy 1v1 that draws the defense in the post that Randle does. I'm saying he would be the guy that would draw the defense on the perimeter spot up. Randle doesn't draw defenses when he spot up on the perimeter. Defenses back off because they respect his drive more than his jump shot. And I'm saying defenses are going to respect Lauri's jump shot more than his drive because, as you said, he needs to get in the way.
So you're going to make us more of a jump shot shooting team instead of a team that goes inside. You're making us more one-dimensional, bro.
No. I'm not trying to make us one-dimensional.
You are, bro.
What I'm trying to do is I'm trying to get spacing in the front court to open.
Here's the biggest problem you're forgetting. You're also altering the chemistry again, which means we're going to have to reset getting guys playing together again. Which we already went through by bringing in Evan Fournier and Kemba. That's why you see the curve was low because Evan's he's not built for the offense yet. These are his acclimation. He's getting acclimated
but
now.
he
Now he's
explained.
going to get his foothold in, and he's going to come out a little better because he's a little more acclimated to the offense now. But the thing is, when you bring in a guy like Marketing, now you are resetting the system again. Regardless of what you're trying to do, you are resetting the system based on players not having chemistry with this guy.
Right,
And he's lesser skilled than Randle as it is. So that's also a downward thing.
When you swap Laurie, all you're really resetting is the offensive system.
You're resetting everything, bro.
No,
you reset both sides of the ball. You can't reset one side of the ball without the other side, bro. This is a two-way game, bro.
No, and you
basketball is a two-way game,
no,
bro.
I know it's a two-way game, and my argument is Julius Randle's not a two-way player, and neither is Marketing. So when you swap the two, the only thing that you're changing from between the two is you're getting less rebounding and Laurie Marketing, less assists in Laurie Marketing, and in replacement, you're getting better spacing, better high-quality shots for your teammates because he's spacing the floor for you. And in close game situations, you're getting a guy that when the defenses foul him, he's going to hit the free throws. He's not going to be tired and miss the free throws. And I'm saying you're still going to have a liability on defense at the power forward position regardless. And I'm
what
saying
you're missing, the
you're
point is,
Mitchell,
here's where you're missing the point.
Rebound. You don't need another rebounder at power forward who's averaging 10 rebounds per game. What you need is a spacer who could space the floor. You got RJ to get rebounds who can get 7 to 10 anytime he wants because he's 6'7", he's got long arms and athletic as fuck. And then you got Alec Burks, you got Evan Fournier, you got Grimes who can do the dirty work as well. He can defend and rebound as well. Don't act like he don't got long arms out there with 6'8". Emmanuel quickly too. He had games where he had 6 and 7 rebounds as well. These guys are lengthy, long, young. They can play defense. They can rebound.
Markkanen's upside is lower than Julius Randle's upside, no matter which take you bring about Markkanen.
In the box score,
more than the box score, bro.
But
more than the box score.
If you're running a motion offense with the Knicks instead of a half court set in the post offense.
So you don't think teams are going to catch on to that? This is a game of adjustment, bro. You act like people's not going to sit there and scout our plays and watch tape, bro. Come on, bro.
I'm saying that's only one step to making it better. You're taking that.
Bro, you're taking a backward step, bro. This is what I'm trying to tell you. The step you're taking is backward, bro.
Nah, you're not taking a backward step. You're going
Yes,
forward.
you are.
What you're doing.
Yes, you are. You're not taking a forward step, bro. Markkanen does not move us forward, bro. What are you talking about? That's delusional, bro. That is absolutely delusional, bro. On God, that's delusional,
for
bro.
years, bro. And I know for a fact that the reason that we lose all these close games is because teams back off on defense. They clog the middle. And when they clog the middle, we can't get a single good-looking shot. Why? Because the guys in the front court have no jump shot. They got no mid-range game. They got no elite three-point game. So the middle gets clogged up.
Why does my center need to have an elite three-point game when half the centers in the NBA don't even have a three-point shot? Are you kidding me, bro? That's a bad take, bro. Bad take, bro.
Most of the centers in this league. Most of the centers in this league can hit a 15 jump shot. Most of the centers
not a three-pointer. I said a three-pointer.
No, but I'm not a 15-foot shot. I said power forward. I said our power forward should be a stretch four. I didn't say our center had to.
Bro, it's only a handful of stretch fours in the league as it is, bro. What are you talking about?
Nah, bro, there's a ton.
Yes, it is, bro.
Because you want to know why? Teams
name them.
The best teams in the league right now in the playoffs. The best teams in the league right now in the playoffs are running small ball lineups. Miami is running small ball lineups.
Name the stretch fours, bro.
Dallas is running. Warriors are running small ball lineup. The New Orleans Pelicans ran a small ball lineup.
Wait. You said the reason why we lose. Yo, the reason why we was losing close games is because we had no point guard play.
But it's not just point guard play.
It is, bro.
It is the point guard play, bro.
Yo, it's primarily that, bro.
If you
because at the end of the day, bro, I hear you. I heard you. I listened to you. I was sitting here and I was absorbing what you were saying. That's why I was quiet. I was letting you get your shit off.
Right.
But at the end of the day, bro, it's that. You feel me? Because at the end of the games, what we resort to, because we have no real playmaker, is the fact that we get it to the star and you do something and you make something happen. When our star is not equipped to do that. You feel me? We started winning these games when Quickly was running point and doing what Quickly does, getting into the paint, causing havoc, kicking it out for open shots to guys that quote unquote are not elite 3-point shooters. They were making them because they're wide open.
Obi Toppin especially
I'm
benefited
not
from that.
saying that these
in the
guys
last 10 games
are elite.
up
I'm not
against
saying
Detroit
these
and
guys
teams
are elite. It's not like
playing
the word elite is a serious word. You feel
Exactly.
me? We don't really need elite. We need people to shoot at average to slightly above average clips. That means
right
35 to the 37 range, 38. 38 is
right.
kind of entering elite range. You feel me? And do I feel that we have the requisite talent when taking open spot up shots, when we have a playmaker that can break down defense? Absolutely, I do. I think Julius Randle shooting open 3-pointers can be an average 35 to 38% shot per game. You feel me?
Do you know how many of them shots Julius Randle will have if we had a point guard?
The difference is
we already know how many points he would average. He averaged it with D Rose. He 25.
No, I said, do you know how many shots he would have, bro? He would have them open shots.
How many
all day if
3-point
we had a
shots?
point guard, bro.
The difference between the difference
4 shots per
difference
game. He
is
would probably make 1 out of 4 more often than not.
The difference is like in his first year with the Knicks, he had the result of taking these off the dribble step back 3-point shots, which is not what he does. You feel me? And that's the biggest issue. That's the biggest issue, is the fact that there's no point guard to help facilitate the offense. Alec Burke ran point guard for us most of this year. He's not
a point guard.
He's not a facilitator. He's not a good passer.
And my argument is,
and this is where our offense suffered from. You feel me? It suffered from not having a point guard to do the things that point guards do.
All right.
You feel me?
Let me
Now, I get what you're saying, that D Rose was coming off the bench and playing against scrubs, but at the end of games, he was playing against the starters.
The main point guard.
He would be well rested. That's my point.
Again, regardless of the fact, he was doing things that point guards do.
Right. And I'm saying those things that you're talking about.
The difference this year, we didn't have nobody doing things that point guards do.
And I'm saying those
whether
things
Coach Tommy T didn't feel like playing them or whatever the case may be, it did not happen. That is the biggest difference.
Right. And I'm saying,
yeah. Like, wait, I'm not done. Hold on.
Oh, okay. Go ahead, man. I'm just saying, bro. Like, I've been saying this with you for 4 years. You know what I've been saying.
I hear you. I really do understand the concept that you're trying to bring forth, but I also need you to understand too. You're taking, no matter how you feel about Julius Randle, he's a scorer. He can get a bucket. You feel me?
Yeah,
and when you take him away for a player like Lauri Markkanen, you take away a bucket and put that most of that, if not all of that responsibility on RJ Barrett, and he's not there yet. You feel me? He's not there yet. His game, we gotta watch him. We gotta wait for him to augment that game until he get to the mid-range shot and all these other things. The reason why RJ Barrett is as effective as he is now is because of the attention that Julius Randle gets. Okay. Now,
and what if I made the argument to you that D Rose, when he was on the floor, when he was closing out those games, what shots were he taking? Like, most often than not, it was usually pick and roll, and he would spot up, dribble pull up, mid-range shot. It would be floater, teardropper from 15 feet, or it would be a layup, draw the foul, get to the free throw line, or and one layup. Now, my argument is that style of basketball, no matter who it is, whether it's him, Ja Morant, Russell Westbrook, Prime D Rose, Penny Hardaway, whatever you want to name, a guy who's elite at slashing to the rim and doesn't space the floor. In today's modern game, that's not conducive to winning basketball unless you put shooters all around that guy, so he can one-on-one ISO that dude and blow by the small point guard who usually isn't a Drew Holiday or a Marcus Smart on most teams, where you can blow by and ISO them. And my argument is, if we're building around a small forward in RJ Barrett, who has a frame that's 6'7", who's always been a great elite slasher, his second best player or his number one player, I don't care where you rank Randle, 1 or 2, I don't give a damn, should not be in the post clogging up the paint for him. And even if we do somehow get his brain to understand to space the floor and run pick and pop with whatever point guard we acquire or get, or when D Rose comes back, the reality is defenses are going to back off of that shot. And when Lauri Markkanen gets that shot, they're gonna play up on him. That's all.
He's not going to get that shot because they know he has that shot. That's the thing I'm telling you, bro. They going to read the scouting report on him and be like, he takes that shot, and they're going to take that shot away. The main key coaches in this league, like Ime Udoka, is taking that away, bro.
And you know what's gonna happen? They're gonna switch off those screens, and that's gonna leave a smaller guy.
I literally seen Julius
Lauri
Randle play that
Markkanen
way.
or a bigger guy on your point guard in D Rose, who's gonna have a mismatch. And
Does
my
nothing with a boxer one defense, bro. Boxer one stops that all day. Come on, bro.
Let's say hypothetically they run a box and one defense on some Nick Nurse shit, which is very rare. Not a lot of coaches even run that zone. Let's just say hypothetically they run a box and one defense. You still have a guy on the floor who's going to space the floor. He's not being asked like Curry to motion offense the entire time and take every shot. I'm not asking Lauri to take 15 to 20 shots a game like Randle. All I'm asking Lauri to do is space the floor for RJ. Facts. And he's just one guy. You add another guy who can defend on the perimeter to make up for our lack of perimeter defense that we had, whether it be a 3-and-D point guard like DeJounte Murray, like we've been talking about.
We
or
got
maybe
enough power forwards.
like a Drew Holiday or somebody like that. And then you add a guy like that, because you're going to open up a lot of cap space when you get rid of Randle. And when you get Lauri Markkanen, he's not on a big contract or anything because, again, when he left the Bulls, again, like I said, the Bulls were rebuilding. They got rid of him because Lauri said he didn't want to be there. So he didn't have like a big, massive contract on him. He's really like, still on that rookie type deal contract. There's nothing he's not making a shit ton of money. So you're going to open up a lot of cap space for you to use that money. And depending on how good our GM is, because this guy says our GM's not the fault. He's not the problem. He's a good GM. My argument is if he's a good GM, let's give him another shot. Let him work and try to find, some quality pieces that will help the team, become a better team in terms of ball movement, spacing, and building around RJ. Let's not do this in-between shit where RJ and Randle share, take turns scoring and playing off one another. People have made this argument about dynamic duos in the NBA to this day, like the Jason Tatums and the Jaylen Browns of the world, or the Embiid and Simmons of the world, where they would take their time and take turns scoring the ball, but their play styles were very similar, and there was no reason for them, in terms of where they scored the basketball, and there was no reason to have both of them on the floor at the same time. Why? And you should just build around one of them and surround them with parts that complement their game and let them take over and let them run the offense. And my argument is I would rather see, as you were saying, the point guard run the offense and for the guy to be the number one scorer to be RJ. But if RJ is going to be that number one scorer and, develop and evolve into that role to be the number one scorer, he can't have a power forward clogging the middle and bringing another man over there when he wants to ISO on the left or right wing.
And
You can't do that. Like, that's not going to help. And you could try backdoor cuts with Randle and RJ, but the problem is when you do the backdoor cut, Mitch's man is going to come in, back there because he's going to be.
And this is where the inaccuracy in what you're saying is, right? Because we just established that when late games when Derrick Rose was taking over, it was mid-range floaters getting to the rim. The reason why he was able to do that is because Julius Randle was spacing the floor. You feel me? Because he hit enough of those wide open jump shots in the game that the defense couldn't sag off him because he's making those shots. You feel me? And the problem is he's not being allowed to get to the spaces where he's taking open 3-point shots because he was asked this season to be a point forward and create his own shot and do that stupid ass step back 3-pointer that I hate so much.
Right.
You feel me? But the thing is, the reason why D Rose is getting to the cup is because why Julius Randle, man, could not leave Julius Randle wide open at the 3-point shot because he hit 2 or 3 of them already this game. You feel me? Because he was wide open. And my thing is this: as long as Julius Randle is in a situation where he has somebody like Quick, because I've seen it happen this season on the court. When Quick is on the court, Julius Randle does everything that you want him to do that he wasn't doing when we didn't have a point guard.
Right.
Was it the
Provided that quickly goes off with that pick and roll floater, and he's hot with that, which will draw defenses out on him.
And Quick also has been working on going to the. We have to allow space for development because you also just said, you know, the whole Jason Tatum and Brown thing. Up until this season, they were still complaining they're the same player and Look at them.
Right.
You got to allow these things to work, bro. Like we had a space where we can't trade everybody all the time.
Oh no, like, of course not.
And trading Julius Randle will be a detriment to the team, not only because of what he brings to the table as the outside look for future stars who may want to come here. You feel me? And that's part of my argument. It's not just the play. It's also the detriment that is going. We already have a hard time getting people to come here.
Right.
Now we're going to trade a guy who took less money. You feel me? And then that took us to our first playoffs in 10 years because of what? Because he had a bad year.
No, because he had most improved player. That's the reason why.
Yeah. And why would anybody
and coach of the year? With,
why would anybody want to come here if this is the way that we're going to treat somebody that took us our first playoffs in all these years? And for the life of me, I'm sitting here trying to hear it work. Like it sounds nice, you feel me? But I can't functionally see it work because I know for a fact that the attention and what's happening to Julius Randle is going to exactly happen to RJ Barrett. You feel me?
Yeah.
The reason why RJ Barrett is being effective is because of all the attention that Julius Randle gets. Sometimes RJ Barrett get lost in the shuffle, so RJ Barrett could blow by guys because they're not worried about. Not saying they're not worried about it.
No, they're worried about him, but
they're less worried
about
RJ Barrett. Yeah, they're less worried about RJ Barrett beating them than they are about Julius Randle.
Right.
Because
and my
argument report this whole season was Julius Randle. Stop Julius Randle from beating you. This team can't beat you.
Right.
And literally, it was proven to be right again this year because nobody on the team, not just Julius Randle clogging up the lane and turning over the ball, nobody was effective.
Right.
People was missing
season.
People was missing open three-pointers like nobody's business.
Right.
And it made it more effective for them to clamp down on Julius Randle so he couldn't get to his spots.
Right. And I also made the argument. Remember, we made this argument together. We also had that other girl who made the argument too, which is what I've been saying is when he gets the ball in the low post, his passes aren't in the chest of these guys.
Yeah.
It's only with Evan Fournier where he really sets him up right in his chest where he's comfortable and shoots it. Everybody else, the pass might be a little too high.
I think he don't believe in him the same.
No, what? This is true. It could be that. But I'm saying in general, let's say hypothetically he doesn't believe in them. With keeping a guy who doesn't believe in his teammates, who's not an elite offensive weapon to the level of, let's say, a Bernard King, a Patrick Ewing.
Also got to prove the fact that you can make that shot.
Well, they got to prove that they can make that shot. But I'm saying that the parts around him aren't conducive to do that. And I'm saying, who are you going to choose? Are you going to choose to build around RJ and put shooters around him and space the floor? Or are you going to choose to build around Randle and put shooters to space the floor? Because if hypothetically, let's say we have a point guard who's 3-and-D, a shooting guard who's 3-and-D, it's all world, the backcourt clamps up, yada, yada, yada. And then we have a center who could protect the rim. And let's say hypothetically, he's not a stretch five like Dice, but he can hit the mid-range jump shot for Boston. Let's just say hypothetically we have that. This is fictional. We're living in the dream world. And Randle and RJ are both our stars, 1 and 2 punch. The reality is that even if we have all them shooters out there, Randle isn't a two-way player like RJ is. So at the end of the day, we're always going to have a weakness there in that front court when it comes to scoring. Well, not just in terms of scoring, in terms of shooting, but we're always also going to have a weakness on the defensive end being Randle. Teams are going to attack Randle in the pick and roll, which is why Mitch be on an island trying to guard 2 people at once going like, what the fuck? Can't somebody pick somebody up and hold them type shit, which is what he's been doing for the last 2 years when he's healthy and playing. And my argument is we can either go all in on Tibbs' style of play, which is defense, and get a small ball lineup with a small four who can clamp up with a little weight on him to, guard the big guys and play out on the perimeter, and we can go for steals and play the passing lanes like we did in 2012, 2013 when Melo played power forward and do that. Or, hypothetically, we can stay big with Mitch and invest in Mitch to improve his game, but we have to complement him and RJ's game by getting rid of Randle for a stretch four to space the floor. So whatever point guard that you get, whether it be Quickly, who develops his mid-range and three-point game, or run it back with D Rose, who still got it when he's healthy, they have the spacing and the pick and roll to score. Because even if Mitch sets a great hard screen, the reality is if they decide to switch on that screen, they're going to play Mitch is going to obviously roll. He's no threat from any wing. He's going to roll. So if the lane is crowded, in the passing lanes, when they put their hands up to go for the steal, D Rose is either going to have to A, hold it and wait for somebody to come for a handoff, call a timeout, or B, toss it up and hope that Mitch gets the rebound, offensive rebound, and swing it up and go up with it. And my argument is that's not conducive to winning basketball. My argument is the 42 and 40 wins that we won were off gritty and grindy wins, and that play style isn't conducive to winning. And if you want to run Tibbs' style of play with that gritty and grinding, we need to invest in players that have that philosophy. Because the guys like Reggie Bullock and Nerlens Noel, those guys have that philosophy. We don't personally like them because what they do on offense isn't flashy. They could brick corner threes a lot like Reggie Bullock. They could be injury prone like Nerlens Noel and not have a post hook for God knows what. But at the end of the day, Tibbs likes those guys. So if we're going to invest in Tibbs as our coach, as a GM, you have to put parts around him that go with his system. And if we decide fire Tibbs and invest in a new coach like a Mark Jackson or a Kenny Atkinson of the world, Randle and RJ, to me, for their offensive system is still going to be a problem. Because at the end of the day, when he utilizes them, it's going to create spacing havoc for whatever point guard who runs the system, because you're going to have to take turns running pick and roll with either Randle and Mitch. And Mitch can't shoot off ball. And Randle's the only one that can shoot off ball. So you're probably going to run pick and roll with Mitch most of the time. And when you run pick and roll with Mitch, you're going to have two options. It's either going to be A, throw it up for the lob from Mitch, or the point guard's going to shoot it, or you got to pray hypothetically the point guard's hot, like I said with Quickly late in the year where he was putting up 15 with that, baby floater, and the defenses draw in, and then that opens up the corner three for RJ or the wing three for Randle. And my argument is instead of investing in a greater talent scoring at point guard to do that, to create their own shot, to open and space the floor, I'd rather just get spot up shooters to space the floor and do it like that. Roll it like that and just run the motion offense pick and roll via Mitch and do that.
Again, this is what I'm saying, bro. Like, you keep on talking about Julius Randle. Like, again, the reason why I say point guard is because I don't want Julius Randle to do most of the playmaking. Like, and that's where the disconnect between me and you are. You feel me? You keep on talking about you keep on talking about Julius Randle in the post making the passes, and no, that's not what I want. You feel me? And this is why I'm so high on Quick, and I like Quick on the floor with Julius Randle.
Randle can play off ball.
Exactly.
But I'm saying
I like Julius Randle playing off ball because of the fact of the matter is that's when he start making those quick decisions that made him really good last year.
Right.
You feel me? Like, that's when he catch the ball. He may not always settle for the three, but the wide open ones, he makes enough of them to make whoever's guarding him have to close out on him, and then he could get to the lane. And that's when you start seeing him make those accurate passes to Reggie Bullock last year. That was killer. You feel me? And
I feel you.
And RJ Barrett shooting 40-something% because of Julius Randle and Derrick Rose is breaking down offenses because Julius Randle is making enough of the open three-pointers that I'm saying that he's able to do to make defenses have to honor him from the three-point line so he can drive and kick. You feel me? And my thing is, you're saying, my point is you keep on landing on the point that he's clogging the lane. I'm saying the fact that when he has the requisite point guard, which I've seen this season, when Quickly was getting the PT, that his game is night and day. You feel me? His game is night and day. He's not just sitting in the post all game.
And yeah.
No, he's not doing any of those things. Can he set better screens? Absolutely.
Yeah, absolutely. He can.
Absolutely.
But here's my argument, though.
But what I'm saying is, I heard your arguments.
No. But my argument
no way.
is
I'm not done with what I'm saying. Is like that's the thing. I don't think we need to give up. I don't think we need to give up Julius Randle to do what you want to do, because I've seen him do what you want to do. You feel me? And then you get the added benefit, and I get the added benefit, and you get the added benefit of if it needs to change, it can change. You feel me? Like, we need you, Julius Randle, right now, because RJ Barrett is stinking up the fucking joint. We need you to do your shit. It can happen. You feel me? And that's the benefit of having Julius Randle and RJ Barrett. Same like it's the benefit of having Tatum and Brown on the same team, which for years they complained about them having the similar game, but you see how it works now, because when Tatum ain't got it, they look at Brown like, yo, what's up? We need 25 tonight.
Yeah.
And that's the added benefit, because I seen Julius Randle do the things that you say that he can't do.
But you want to know something? When they go to Brown, Tatum compliments Brown better than RJ compliments Randle, because Tatum could shoot the three in the mid-range shot at an elite clip. So when Brown goes to the rim,
I wouldn't say Jason Tatum shoots the three at an elite clip. That's a loaded statement.
No, he does, because you remember the game when he shot
elite.
Giannis.
No, that's a clutch shot. Yes.
No, but I'm saying he shot a lot of contested shots in that series as well.
But when I'm saying a elite clip, that's where you have to reference numbers when you talk about elite clips. Elite clips is 38 to 40% range. Jason Tatum does not shoot the 3-point consistently at 38 to 40%.
Not 38 to 40%, but
what I'm saying is I've seen RJ Barrett hit big shots when Julius Randle is there.
I've seen him hit big layups and a couple of mid-range shots.
Same thing with Julius Randle is taking the open one.
But my argument is that if you were to invest in a guy, because remember, Tatum spaces the floor for Brown to do his thing in the paint. Same with Smart, Dice. They all got shooters all around, so Brown can go to the paint and operate. Horford is also a shooter. So if you look at the Celtics team, they got shooting at 1 through 2, 4 to 5. And Brown, even he can shoot the corner three, not on an elite clip, but he can hit it. So since he's adequate enough to hit it spot up, and you throw in the fact his elite finishing ability, the whole entire floor is space in that way that I'm trying to get the Knicks to have, which is where you have the whole floor space where everybody can move, everybody can pick and roll, the ball can move, and as the defense moves, everybody's a threat and everybody has to be picked up. But when you have a guy in Julius Randle whose best ability is his finishing ability and the weight that he has on him to bully guys, even though he's only 6'9" and he's not that tall, he's best utilized in the paint. And my argument is if you have a guy in RJ and Mitch in your front court who's best utilized in the paint, it clogs up the hole. And even if you have Randle, let's say he changes his game and he becomes like a Tobias Harris type, where he operates on the perimeter and stretches the floor more. The reality is that defenses are still, again, gonna back off of him and dare him to take that shot. Whereas with Tobias Harris, he has a resume with the Clippers of hitting those shots. Like, you're bringing up the percentages, like where he would have a couple of games where he shoot 40%, and I agree, defenses would sag off because they were double or they just reached or they play bad defense, and Randle would be open, he'd drill it, and you're like, hey, there you go, nice shot. I'm loving that shit. But I'm saying in general is like, if you invest in a stretch four, he doesn't have to be Dirk or anybody like that. Just a regular guy. We're seeing it in Dallas. We're seeing it in Phoenix. We're seeing it in Boston. We're seeing it in Miami. They invest in these role people that you've never even heard of before, that are random people, whether it be in the draft, whether it be in free agency, guys that you don't even have ever heard of. But they have one job. They just have one role. They just simply catch, shoot, or they have one role, defend. And if you can't score, It's icing on the cake, bro. And I'm just saying we don't really have specialists on this team other than at the shooting guard position and at the point guard position, because we have a specialist in D Rose as our finishing point guard. We got a specialist in, like, let's say McBride, who you glow about, who's a great defensive point guard in college and shit. We have a guy in Grimes at the shooting guard position who's our 3-and-D specialist. And then we have Alec Burks, who's a two-way a shooting guard, not an elite, Drew Holiday type of guy, but a guy who can play,
solid.
Yeah. Unlike an Evan Fournier who can't really stop anybody because for whatever reason, he's a 6'8" small forward apparently now, because you're telling me he's 6'8". He looks 6'6" to me, 6'7", but
they got him listed. They got him listed as 6'8", son.
Whatever. You looked it up. Freaking whatever.
Yo,
the
thing about Evan is about his defense. He's a bad individual defender.
Right. That's my point. That's all I'm saying.
Defensively, everywhere, help defender.
Yeah.
And when he decide he want to play the passing lane,
he can play the passing lane.
I'm like, bro, if he concentrate on doing that more often, I could live with you being a fucking cone. You feel me?
Right. And my issue is
somewhere else.
Right. And my issue is we don't have the necessary parts to live with that help defense, because we don't really have the small ball lineup to switch and rotate from the paint into the 3-point line. You argued Sims can do a little bit of both, but I'm talking about when I think switch from the paint to the 3-point line, I think 3-and-D small forward who can do a little bit of both, where he goes out on the perimeter, he can sag off and then go into the paint and switch. When the roller goes to the rim, pick up and go for the steal and play the passing lane like that. So if Evan, let's say, goes for the steal and he misses it, it goes over his head. There's somebody besides just Mitch who can get the stop at the rim. All we really have is Mitch. When Randle's on the floor, Randle's not really the guy who's going to get the chase down block or help on the deal. He'll foul to prevent you from getting an easy layup, but he's not a guy who's going to.
I think he quit this a lot this year.
But I'm just saying in general.
Again, when nobody want to count last year for whatever reason, but
no.
I've seen him do it. You feel me? Defensively, when he's locked in. I'm not saying he's a fucking world beater.
No, not a world beater.
He's not a scrub neither defensively when he's locked in.
But we've made the argument, in the last 3 years, because that's how long he's been here, right? 3 years, pretty sure. Yeah, 3 years if you count this year. And he's going into the 4th. Yeah, 3 years. He's never really been locked in mentally. It's like up and down with him. It's like highs and lows. Like if his shot's going in, he's locked in mentally. If his shot's not going in, he's not locked in mentally. If he's doing all the right things in the other categories, but he's not really scoring a lot of points, he might, throw a tantrum at the end of the close game and, get fouled out or ejected because he didn't like, the way this dude shoved or what he said to this teammate or whatever. And my point in the argument is that I'd rather have a guy who knows his role, who's just a simple role, and he doesn't have to play all 48 minutes like Randle. That's not what I'm saying on that tip shit. But I'm saying in general is if you invest in a small forward who's 3-and-D, it doesn't have to be Reggie Bullock. We had him. It doesn't have to be him. He's injury prone. But somebody of that caliber who's in long and lengthy, and you play him at the power forward position if you want to start, like the way Tibbs did it last year when he started with that defensive lineup, where he started with Payton, even though everybody wanted Rose. Why isn't Rose starting? And he would start Payton and would piss everybody off because he can't shoot and shit, but he was out there for defense. If you want to run something like that, where you start a lineup where you start out with defense.
You talking about like somebody long and lengthy?
Like I'm not saying he has to be on a Kawhi level, but I'm saying
like a Cam Reddish.
No, not a Cam Reddish.
Long lengthy. He could play 4 in a small ball lineup.
No, I'm thinking.
You feel me? But what I'm saying is, he can.
I'm just thinking of somebody with a resume with 3-and-D. Is all I'm saying.
I'm just saying that watching the team and what's being built, that's a player that can do what you're saying. You feel me? Like I think watching Cam this season in a small sample size.
I think that one game where he had 13, I thought it was really.
Yeah. They don't give this dude enough credit for just his ability to affect shots. You feel me? Because his arms are really long.
Yeah.
I'm not saying he's a great defender.
It's just hard for him to stay in front because I think it has something to do with the fact that even though he's an athletic type of small forward, I think he's just too lengthy, if that makes any sense.
Yeah.
Like, you know where you're athletic for your height, but like,
and I think that happens more.
Yeah, you know what I mean?
I think that happens more when they tried to play him at the 2 this year too, and I saw him get cooked.
Oh god,
he's not. Yeah.
I must have gave up on the season at that because I don't remember him playing the 2. But
I saw him get cooked that way. But
yeah,
when he plays the 3 and I saw them play him at the 4, I think the 4 is his best position.
Yeah, right. That's what I'm saying. So I'm saying that position in the modern NBA right now is usually they run a small ball lineup with a 3-and-D power forward, or if they need offense, they run with a stretch 4. And my argument is that trading Randle for 2 of these guys and investing in, because we need a point guard right now, because if Quickly's not the guy and he's developing, maybe you can, make a trade worth or clear up cap space to get that point guard, whoever that may be. My point is that if you remove Randle from the equation, things start to open up in the spacing. And you can do the same argument if you remove Mitch and RJ on the floor and you just have Randle out there. The spacing flows much better if you get a small forward who can shoot as well and play defense, and a center who can.
It's on the 5 guys about spacing. It's not just one guy that affects spacing, bro. It's all 5 players, bro.
It's all 5 players. I understand, but
I'm just saying
all 5 players on the floor. Generally, it's usually the shooting guard position that's spacing the floor for us. And I'm saying the other 4 positions aren't spacing, and the defenses are backing off. That's all I'm saying.
I'm saying,
but I feel like you can't put it on one guy to say it's on floor spacing.
No, bro. See, you're missing the point. When I say trade for Lauri Markkanen, you're thinking in your head, Lauri Markkanen, he's not better than Randle. Why would he trade and invest all that? No.
Yeah, but again, one guy doesn't affect floor spacing. So even if you trade for Lauri Markkanen, even if he's not better than Randle, he doesn't necessarily make the floor spacing better.
But I'm saying if you have a starting lineup of Quickly, Burks, RJ, 2-way, and you're going to have a center, we know it's going to be Mitch. The spacing's better with a Lauri Markkanen at power forward than it is with a Julius Randle, because if you give the ball to Julius Randle in the spots that he wants to be, where he draws the double team, which is on the post and in the paint, because of his size and his strength to get through people and bully people, my argument is that the double teams that come for Randle aren't necessarily the same double teams that come for RJ, because the double teams that come for Randle, his back is facing like this.
It could easily be the same double team for RJ, because once you put RJ in that role, he's going to get them double teams.
If I'm a coach, I was like, Lauri Markkanen is going to have to beat us tonight.
Exactly.
Right.
Exactly my point. That's my point.
If a coach says, like, let the shooters or the other guys around you beat you, I'd rather have a Lauri Markkanen try to beat the other team with our shooters like a Lauri Markkanen than to try to beat the team, pulling up these tough contested floaters, layups, dunk attempts over 2 guys in the paint because the middle's clogged, because if you swing it out, the guy's not going to either hit the shot or they're going to reach and steal the ball. So you're trying to draw the whistle every time because that's the only way you're going to get points on the board. And my argument is the reason that we see a lot of these players, Randle included, who do this is because the spacing is really bad. And my argument is the spacing is bad in the backcourt. The spacing is bad in the front court. That's the reason.
My point is this. The reason why teams are able to do that because the offense is stagnant. There's no movement.
But even if you run off-ball screen,
bro, you gotta let him speak, bro.
There's no space, bro. The offense is stagnant. Period. So it's not just about spacing; it's everybody watching the ball handle.
That's what I'm saying.
When they drive, it's easy for them to go, I'm going to the paint because the offense is stagnant. There's no movement. There's nobody trying to break down the defense or nothing. Everybody just standing there like this.
That's what I think you're confusing the two, Steven.
That's why I keep on.
And that's what I'm talking about.
And that's why I keep on hopping on point guard play, because again, when we talk about let Laurie Marketing beat you, is because you know all he's going to do is stand there and shoot threes. You
My
feel
point
me?
exactly.
So I'm going to double the guy that I know is more of a dual threat, who's going to he could beat me off the dribble, take me to the basket, because I know that the other guy on the other side, all he's going to do is stand there and shoot threes. I'll take my chance because it's not like he's shooting at a 38%, 40% clip. You feel me?
35%.
And my argument is a wide open three from Laurie is better than a contested layup from Randle, is all I'm saying.
But what I'm saying, the occasional wide open three from Julius Randle is just as good as a wide open three from Laurie Marketing.
But why are you settling for a 3-point shot in the first place? That's my thing. You're settling for a 3-point shot.
The ability to do more than just shoot the wide open.
No. But I'm not saying I want the team to just be live and die by the three. But what I'm saying is I'm saying I want each player to play to their strengths. And the problem is that Randle, RJ, and Mitch's strengths all come from in the paint. Same with Obi. You can argue this with Obi. And when you put all these guys on the floor together, you end up in a game where it's like your turn, your turn, your turn. And I'm saying no matter what. And
that's because there's no offensive flow. Because
exactly.
But I'm saying
that's why it becomes that way. And that's my point. It becomes that way because there's nobody running the offense. Because you have a whole bunch of people who are not point guards trying to do point guard things. That's why it becomes a situation where it's your turn, my turn. And this is the problem they was having.
That's what I'm saying.
Because they didn't have real good point guard play until they started putting Marcus Smart to play point guard. And Marcus Smart organizes the offense where it's not just your turn, my turn. Marcus Smart even complained about the same thing with those two guys. You feel me?
But the difference was
that has to happen with coaching and a real point guard.
Right. It takes coaching, bro.
That team. But the difference is that the frustration from Smart emulated from the fact that, hey, I can shoot a corner three. I'm not the best at it, but when I'm wide, that's a high quality shot. Al Horford's old as fuck, but at the end of the day, when he's wide open in the corner, that's a better shot than a contested fadeaway step back three from Tatum or Brown. And my argument is that whether it's a contested layup or a mid-range shot from Randle or RJ or Mitch, them being wide open from three is not a better shot than that layup, or that's my point. My point is I'm saying regardless of what shot that the point guard sets them up with, their strength still lies in the paint. And my argument is that you're going to see a lot of these guys when they get open, you're going to see them either hesitating. You're going to either see two things. You're going to either see them hesitating and leaning towards stepping in for a mid or
not true.
Or you're going to see them pull it, catch and shoot and brick like they've been doing for most of the season. This season, last season, and the year before that, because even last season when we made it to the playoffs, regardless of what you say about the team's three-point percentage, we rarely took any threes, so that's number one. And number two, the threes we did take were wide open corner threes more often than not. So that's the reason why the percentage was high. But I'm saying we had shooters this year who could actually shoot on the wing and the corner. And the reason why the shooting percentage was, because again, we said it here full, they bricked their shots. They were open in the first half of the season. A lot of them, they just bricked them. And my argument is I'd rather have a person with the resume to shoot the ball than a guy with the resume to dunk, shoot the ball. It's the same thing when if you're a defense and you're guarding LeBron, LeBron can shoot. He's capable of shooting, but defenses back off. Why? because they know shooting is the weakest part of his game. It's not to say he can't shoot, but
they lost a lot, and a lot of teams lost a lot of games.
Logic is
that theory.
We'd rather live with him taking that shot. And my argument is defenses for the last 3 years have been living with the Knicks shooting the three-point shot, regardless if we had shooters signed to the team. And you said it yourself. The GM signed Kemba and fucking Evan Fournier to alleviate that problem because he saw in the playoffs that we didn't have any shooters because they were wide open and they were breaking the threes. Reggie Bullock especially, which is why you said they let him go. And my argument is a Reggie Bullock, personally, is a better fit for Tibbs as a coaching thing, regardless of, what you like, than an Evan Fournier. And my argument is that if you're going to run a team, a Tibbs-led team, you either got to do two things. You either got to invest in your defense first and then put your offense, secondary to your bench, the way he did with guys like Kirk Heinrich and Jimmy Butler and shit when he was young and still a rookie, or you got to invest in shooters to space the floor. And even though Tibbs doesn't have really the playbook to run a type of motion offense like that, like a Monty Williams or a Steve Kerr, the spacing at least like with a Luka Doncic, because Jason Kidd isn't really running a motion offense with the Mavs. It's more so the guy brings the ball up, the other guy space the floor, and then that guy ISOs one-on-one via his man, and then he tries to draw the defense toward him, and then they swing. And I'm saying Tibbs is running a similar offense, but the difference is instead of the defensive drawing them on the perimeter, the defense more so is drawing in the post, because Randle's our best player, and that's where he best scores is the paint. And because
the difference is you got a player like Luka running that in Dallas, where you have to have somebody key in on Luka when he's running the point.
Right.
You understand? We don't have nobody on the Knicks where they not going to key in on our point guards.
Saying when Luka goes to the bench, if you watch the games, you notice defense is still keying on Jalen Brunson and Spencer Dinwiddie.
They have to, because they have three quality point guards, bro. This is the point. Yes, they do, bro.
No, but they key on him because at the end of the day, friggin' not only is he a quality point guard who can create a shot, he has weapons to go for. So they try to key on him to try to get that steal before he has a chance to swing it out to the shooter. Or they let the others beat them, which is what they did in that Finney-Smith game when Finney-Smith dropped 35. They decided let the others beat them. We're not going to play this game of helping Dinwiddie and Brown and Luka. We're going to try to take them out of the game. And they did so. They effectively did that. But that let Finney-Smith have his game. The same way we talk about a Grant Williams with Boston. They tried
but
to
you know why Finney dropped 35 points that game? Because he was getting fed by who? No matter who it was, he was getting fed from the point guard.
No, but
look at them games, bro.
It was also
Dinwiddie was hitting him. Yo, especially the last two games against Phoenix, bro. Dinwiddie was hitting him every time he saw him open.
But it wasn't just the point guard. It was also it wasn't just the point guard and Dinwiddie and Brunson. It was also other guys too. Like, don't forget, shooting guards, small fours, they were just rotating the ball like the way the Knicks rotated the ball in that 2012-2013 season, where they would just swing it. They were just swinging it, and the defenses were coming up. And I'm saying the Knicks don't have the weapons to run that. And I'm saying if you get the shooters around,
that's a Tibbs problem. That's not a player problem. Like that's where you're misconstruing it. That's a Tibbs problem. That's a coaching problem. That's not necessarily a player problem, though.
But you're only as good as the parts around you. That's what you Knicks fans don't see.
Nah, the coaching could also make players better, bro. You gotta understand. You gotta understand IQ in this basketball game, bro. Coaching can make players better, bro.
Can make players better, but the coach can only do so much. Are you gonna sit here and tell me that Bill Belichick is a bad coach because of all those years in the Browns when they weren't winning? No, he's not a bad coach, because when you actually put parts around him and talent, he won you Super Bowls. A coach is only as good as the parts around them,
bro. If Randle doesn't play 38 to 42 minutes damn near every game last year, I bet you our record be way different, bro. Why? It's because of Tibbs, bro.
It would be 9th seed. It wouldn't be that much better.
It's Tibbs, bro.
We'd still
Randle don't control his minutes, bro. Let's talk about this, bro. Randle does not control his minutes, bro.
There's so many games that Tibbs, we know, drop the ball. You feel me? But I don't want to. You said something earlier about we know what Julius Randle and
we know what he brings to the table.
We know what their strong parts are.
Yeah,
I'm not arguing that.
Mm-hmm.
They're talking like they're incapable of making open 3-pointers when we've seen them be able to do it. You feel
and
me?
We've also seen them coexist together.
I'm having a hard part with. You're talking about them like they're incapable when we have a flowing offense. When we've seen that Derrick Rose penetrating, the ball is moving around because we're getting penetration and the offense is moving. We've seen these guys hit that open shot that you're asking us to trade our best player for somebody to do the same exact thing. You feel me? That's the part. You're talking about these men like they cannot hit that open shot. We don't need them to be elite at it. We need them to be average at doing it, and they prove that they could be above average at hitting the wide open 3-point shot when we have a point guard that's moving the basketball.
And my argument,
we've literally seen it at the end of this season. This end of this season was a perfect example when Quickly was getting the minutes. You've seen RJ Barrett 3-point percentage start to go up because he was doing a lot of catch and shoot situations where he was wide open.
And
you feel me?
Did you also see the teams they played though?
We was playing teams that was obviously better than us this year
and
competing for playoff spots. But what I was saying, what I'm saying is this: we beat the number one seed in the East, Miami, playing at the end of the season, and they were still playing for playoff position. Like, so what?
Right.
What I'm saying is this:
the number one seed was already taken.
You're saying it wasn't already taken. It was still up for grabs when
it was. They were still playing for number one when we played them.
Still up for grabs. So what I'm saying,
because they clinched 2 games after we beat them.
Well, the Celtics were on a run, but
so what I'm
already clinched for the playoffs. That's my point.
They clinched 2 games. They clinched 2 games after we beat them.
People act like having a number one seed is not really important. They were still playing.
No, they were playing for it. But I'm saying,
but like I was saying, we've seen that because we've seen what the point guard means to our ball movement.
Of course.
I'm not saying that RJ Barrett is an elite 3-point shooter. I'm not saying Julius Randle is close to elite 3-point shooter. But I've seen that man when he takes the right open 3-point shots, shoot at high efficiency. And the reason that happens because we have a playmaker that can break down the defense and he can pick and pop, pick and roll, and choose when to take that shot. And he makes enough of them that it doesn't call the paint for RJ Barrett, that they still have to respect him because they know if they leave him open, he's going to shoot it. When he catches the ball on the perimeter and they have to close out because they know if they leave him open for that 3-point shot, he's going to make it, which also makes him a better playmaker going to the basket. I understand that going to the basket is their strong suit. I'm saying you're speaking about them like they're incapable of shooting the 3-point shot at the league average 35%. And I'm saying that is inaccurate. There's no need to trade Julius Randle because with the right point guard, we're going to get him shooting. Not a large clip because I don't want anybody shooting 3-pointers at a large clip. I don't care if it's Larry Marketing. I don't want to see most people shoot 6 3-pointers a game. I don't want to see. But that's what Laurie shoots on a year. He shoots 6 3-pointers a game. You feel me? I don't want to see nobody shoot that. I want to see Julius Randle take 3 max 3-pointers a game. And that, I guarantee you, if he makes 2 or 3 or 2 or 4, that is enough to have defenses stay honest on Julius Randle and space the floor enough for RJ Barrett. You feel me? I don't think trading him is the right answer. I don't. I think it's horrible. I think it's horrible. One, because you're not going to get nothing in his value remotely close. I don't care what the collection of role players you put together.
I believe you're 100% right.
I think it's horrible for the organization to trade him, especially this year. Now, talk to me.
Downgraded.
Talk to me. Look, talk to me. If after next season and he shits the bed again.
He improved.
If he shits the bed again next season, talk to me. You feel me?
Wait.
So if Julius Randle shits the bed next season, ask me if I feel the same way I do right now.
But wait.
My answer's probably going to change.
No, but I understand. But why would we wait for his trade value to go further down by having him shit the bed again? Because the parts around him
I don't believe he's going to shit the bed again. You feel me?
Well,
and that's I'm a firm believer in that because I feel that they're going to do something to rectify the point guard position, which is a major eyesore for us, and he's going to have a better season. But to trade him now, we're going to damage ourselves that we already damaged in the free agent market.
Exactly. We're going to take another step back.
It's going to be detrimental to us.
We finished 11th seed this year, right? Right? We finished 11th seed, or was it 12th?
12th.
Okay. We finished 12th seed. The years that we had Porzingis, we finished 11th seed most of the time. 11th, 12th seed. The year last year, when the Eastern Conference was compromised.
Melo and Porzingis.
Melo and Porzingis. Yeah. We also got to remember, Porzingis was, he was the guy that, they said was going to be the second option. So he was the second option with 15 points per game, 18 points per game the following year. And then Melo was gone the third year. But the point is that I'm saying we were 11th seed with those two talents. We don't have anything on the roster that measures up to those two talents that we had. We had a Julius Randle who
Julius
went
Randle
on
is a better basketball player than
he was a better
Kristaps
yeah,
Porzingis, bro.
He was a better
Fact.
but he was
That's
a better
fact, T-Tom.
basketball player. Before the ACL tear, I think Porzingis, when he was killing it those 10 games,
I'm talking
was a
about
better
now.
basketball player. No, now,
now.
yeah.
And I'm
Yeah,
talking
yeah.
about, like, we talk about Knicks tenure. You feel me? While they're on the Knicks, Julius Randle on the Knicks is a better basketball player than
Kristaps Porzingis on the Knicks.
overall. Kristaps is a better shooter. We're not gonna argue that, but that's where the buck stops.
Pretty much.
Or free throw shooter. Yeah, that's where the buck stops. And shot blocker. He's a better shot blocker.
Yeah, obviously he's 7'3".
Well, yeah, obviously, but, you know, just because you're tall doesn't mean you can block shots. You know, some people are dumb like that where they
look
foul.
at Shawn Bradley. Shawn Bradley is a perfect example.
But anyways, my point
can't block shit.
My point is, with Julius Randle, let's just say he's regressed to, what was it, 20 points per game this year? That's what he went down to. And let's say he comes up and he shoots 26. He gets 26 points per game. He gets 10 rebounds, and he gets 5 assists. And RJ continues the same play, gets 20 points per game, you know, obviously off the low free throw and low three-point efficiency. Let's just hypothetically go with that. Let's say D Rose is healthy, and let's say we draft a point guard, and Tibbs has the wherewithal to invest in him and start him, even though he's young. And let's just say he starts him, or he starts quickly, and he takes that other point guard off the bench and relies on him instead of an old D Rose. We
rely on D Rose.
We finish probably 8th or 9th seed, regardless. And I'm just looking at this roster, the way it's constructed, and the way that the GM, because I see what the GM is doing, and I see what the coaches wants to do, and they're on 2 different pages. Coach wants a defensive lineup that can clamp down, switch on everything, create steals in the passing lanes, and score in transition. That's what he wants. Julius Randle, their best player, doesn't want to run in transition. He wants to.
That's not necessarily true.
He wants to chill in the half court because
when he plays with quickly, he runs the floor.
A little bit, but not to the degree of where he was with the Lakers back in the day when he was young, post injury. So
okay, if you play in 40 minutes a game, you ain't gonna be able to sprint.
Randle was a bench player on the Lakers. You can't compare the two, bro.
I'm talking about
Julius
the year when he was on the Lakers, like post injury, because after that, killed this fucking bug. But anyways, after that, it was a little fly. But anyways,
murked his ass.
yeah, got a little fly crawling fruit fly. But anyways, after that, freaking, he was getting heavy minutes. Him, D'Angelo, Nick Young, and all them, they were getting heavy minutes. They weren't coming off the bench, no, because Kobe was hurt. He tore his ACL, and those guys were out there freaking playing heavy minutes. So no, he wasn't coming off the bench. And when he was playing, he was running up and down the floor real high. It's when he went to New Orleans that he stopped running up the floor as heavily because he started working on the other aspects of his game. Post fadeaway, post hook, post spin, post step back, all these shits he likes to do that conserve less energy, but at the same time he's able to get buckets and points, which increases his points per game. And I'm saying that the parts around this team don't have the defense to pick up for Julius Randle's lack of defense in the front court. And the parts in the backcourt don't have the defense to pick up for Evan Fournier's lack of defense, because we know he could play in the help, but we don't have a guy at the point guard position who could switch and pick up for Evan Fournier when he gets caught on screens, and we don't have a guy at power forward who could switch for Fournier when he gets caught on screens.
I think you're underselling how Quickly is a pretty decent defender, bro. He's not locked down, but he's a pretty decent defender.
Yeah, but I think he's just more lengthy than anything else because he's got long arms because he's 6'5".
And he's annoying. You feel me? Like
he's annoying, but I wouldn't call him like a guy who could shut the guy down.
That's what I said. He's not locked down. You feel me? Like
right.
Not every team has a team full of lockdown.
Right. And I'm just saying.
I'm saying that he's serviceable enough that if he's caught on the screen, if Evans caught on the screen, he can also guard a lot of dudes.
Right. I'm just saying in general, if you notice the teams that are in the playoffs, they have like lockdown.
If you push, and then you got RJ Barrett at the 3. So if like RJ Barrett is good enough that if
I think he's our best defender on the
think
team.
so too.
Honestly.
I think so
Right.
too.
Because he's the only guy who can do both two ways.
And I think that if you got Evan at the 2, Quick at the 1,
Right.
I think that is it. I'm not saying it's going to cover up all, and you got Mitch in the paint. I'm not saying it's going to cover up all Evan's mistakes. You feel me? I wish we didn't. I wish we didn't start Evan. Period. You feel me?
I'd say you got to start either Grimes or Burks because you need the defense. But if you start Grimes, you lose that shooting though. So it's like
no, I don't think you.
No, you don't. No, you don't.
I think Grimes is going to be a really good
That's
shooter.
the stop and pop guy. That's the guy could come off the screen. That's the guy who could play off the ball right there.
I mean,
Grimes.
He can
shoot,
play off the ball.
ball.
Enough, honestly, because when I see Grimes shoot, I think when he misses that first or second attempt, like a Fregney Lakina, he goes like, "Well, I'm not shooting anymore. I'm brick." So he kind of like flows in the offense.
And I think that's also some rookie shit too.
That too.
Exactly.
Yeah,
that's the rookie thing.
My point
is a nice release. So he just
doesn't. He don't have enough confidence shooting the ball yet. You got to give that time. That's all that is, bro.
We know Tibbs is going to play Evan, but to me the problem with the defense this year was playing Evan and Kemba at the same time, and then that was a problem because our defense did get a little bit better when we started Burks, but
we dropped 26 defense when we had the Kemba and Evan line.
The offense suffered because Burks is not a point guard whatsoever. But
the defense went up when we had Burks at point guard. Though. It went to the top 15.
Absolutely.
Actually, it went to the top 10 actually near the end of the season.
And the defense kind of leveled out when Quick was starting that point or play point because. Again, he can't cover up all the deficiencies of Evan Fournier. No one could. You feel me?
Yeah.
With him and RJ on the court with Evan, it helps out a lot. With Mitch,
it does.
And with Mitch in the backcourt, you feel me? Like I just wish that Evan never starts. You feel me? I think Evan would absolutely smoke coming off the bench.
But if you notice that this season, like the way the Knicks have been getting exposed is two ways. When the opposing team is on offense and they're going on defense, they expose us with the pick and roll. And part of the exposure with the pick and roll is the combination of Evan, Julius Randle, and Kemba in the first half of the year. We'll include him too, but he was, he got benched. So at that point, I was like, we don't even need to talk about him. He's wild. But you know what I'm saying? Like when Kemba gets benched, like that's what the moment you're like, leave him alone. He's already suffered enough type shit.
Yeah.
But freaking Evan Fournier and freaking Randle are the reasons why we get exposed in the pick and roll is because we don't have that lockdown threat. Whether you have that lockdown threat at shooting guard or you have it at power forward to complement RJ, who they can both, when they switch, they can play the lanes, whether it be left wing, right wing, you can do 3-2 zone, you can trap, you can play the passing lanes and do that. And Tibbs is the type of guy, he doesn't mind running a zone. The issue is he would prefer man-to-man, if all the parts around you can defend. But Tibbs will most definitely run a zone to hide, deficiencies. He did it with D Rose his whole career in Chicago. They would run a zone because D Rose wasn't guarding nobody, no matter what MVP he was holding. Don't matter. Like, and I love D Rose, you know what I mean? Like, dude was the man, but freaking.
He's a way better defender now, though.
Yeah, slightly. I think he's a better shooter more so than that. I think that's really where the evolution is.
I've seen.
He's way better defender now.
Like as a Knick, the second go round. You feel me? The first go round, he was still shit.
Yeah.
Defensive end. But the second go round, I see the improvement in his old age. I'm not saying he's locked down, bro.
No.
But I'm saying
I know what you're saying.
He's way better in that aspect, And I don't know if it's him playing what you call the tired starters, whatever the case may be. It's working for him, and I've seen him putting that effort on the defensive end and make winning these defensive plays.
And my argument is that the media and social media, they make the argument when he went to the Pistons is when we really saw his game develop and flourish. And the argument was not just the 50-point game he had with Detroit, I think it was. Yeah, Detroit. Minnesota. Yeah, Minnesota and then Detroit. But when he went to Minnesota and got the 50-point game and then the Detroit Pistons, everybody made the argument like, yo, this dude worked on his jump shot. What's Westbrook doing? You know what I'm saying? Because they're both like the similar type of player where they won MVP off their athleticism, and D Rose worked on his jump shot. That's what I see when I'm with a Knicks. Is that when he's on the Knicks, I know from when we had him in 2017 via that trade. We traded him for with a first round pick with Melo, Courtney Lee, and Joakim Noah. We ran that shit, that fucking shit. I think it was 2017 or 2016. Yeah, 2016. Yeah, 2016. Yeah, we ran that lineup and shit. I'm saying since then, he's an amazingly more improved 3-point shooter, but he's not a guy that's like, you know, the defense is like, you know, playing on him, but they're like, they're somewhere in between. Like they're not stepping all the way, but
like,
they're like right there.
yo,
So
he
like
can kinda
just in
shoot,
case
though.
he pulls it. You know what I mean?
He
Just
can
in
kinda
case, like, so I can run out and like, you know, contest that shit. But I'm saying that Randall, RJ, Mitch, all those guys that you're talking about, that whether it's small forward, power forward, Obi, fucking Cam Reddish, those guys are the type of dudes that people back off and they don't really get close to kind of go like, maybe I should go out there. You can make an argument for Randall in the mid-range, but I wouldn't say for the 3-point line. When he's on the 3-point line, everybody just kind of backs off and dares him to shoot and they'll live with it the way that they dare LeBron to shoot from 3, and they live with it because that's the least part of his game where he's that efficient. They do the same thing with RJ. When he takes the corner 3, it's like, we don't want to take an open shot, but if we had to get the corner 3 or him driving to the rim and busting our ass the way he busted the Pacers and Lance Stevenson, who was like freaking, you know, in a coma with all the freaking points he was getting in the first half, then they'll take the corner 3, and that's my argument. It doesn't matter what point guard you get. I'm thinking of every point guard in the league. We could have the bona fide DeJounte Murray. We could have a Drew Holiday. Any point guard that you get, the ball movement is going to be the same. The offense run is going to be the same, and it's not on the coach. It's just the parts around
Not
you.
true. I
It's
disagree with
proven
that.
already that it's not
Because
I disagree with that.
quickly on the court literally shows that it's not the same. Derrick
Point
Rose
guard sets
goes
the
on
tone for the
no, there's more
offense.
pick and roll. You're right.
When-
It's not the
and-
exact same,
and-
but
and-
I don't see.
And my point is, when RJ Barrett and Julius Randle are on a team with a point guard and shit is moving, the ball is moving, and defense is getting broke down, their 3-point percentages go up.
Right.
You feel me? You're gonna live with it, but you're gonna lose. And that's how we wasn't taking a shit ton of threes. We were taking enough that it was effective, and we hunkered down on the defensive end, and we was kicking ass because of it. You feel me? And that's my point. Tibbs is never going to be a guy that's going to run a scheme that's going to have us with all this amazing motion and fucking. But he needs and wants a point guard that can break down the prime. That's why Julius Randle, unfortunately, was our best option as far as playmaking go. And that was sad.
But that was because the double teams that he got sent. So it made sense to give it to him. But
And the lack of a point guard playmaker.
Decision making was also bad.
The lack of a point guard playmaker.
And for most of the season, we dealt with Kemba Walker not doing shit, and then we immediately go to a point guard in Alec Burke. And that's the point that I'm making, is the fact that the coach that we have, the motions you want to run with somebody else, it's not going to happen. It's going to be the same shit with RJ Barrett that we're watching with Julius Randle. And what I'm saying is, I've literally seen it in the latter stages of the season with Quickly at the helm of the offense. The difference.
Obi Toppin, the number one beneficiary.
And my argument is that you may see some teams that run that motion, like the Warriors, Spurs, and the Suns with Monty Williams. But my argument will be, there's also teams that run that same type of style, whether it be Dallas, whether it be Boston, where you don't always see that motion all the time, and it becomes a lot of one-on-one play too. But the reason the one-on-one play works is because you have stretch 4, you got a 3, and Jaylen Brown who can hit the corner 3.
No, the one-on-one works because of the matchup primarily.
No, the one-on-one works because you have a generational talent in Luka Doncic.
That's what I'm saying. It's the matchup why the one-on-one works, bro. It's not what you're saying, bro.
No, because you also have Kleber, you have Powell, they can shoot. You got what's his
name? It doesn't matter, though. That doesn't take away from the playmaking ability of Luka Doncic, bro.
And my point is, the reason why it worked and these guys are shooting
better. That's why it works.
You know, the reason why it worked and these guys are shooting phenomenally is because of all the attention Luka gets. You feel me? They're open more times than not. That's why it works. And my point is, when you have situations like that where you're getting super daylight shots, the likelihood of you making it is going to increase. You feel me? And it wasn't working out the same because the offense for us was stagnant because we had nobody that was able to break down the defense because Julius Randle, which was our best playmaker, was having the paint packed against him all game. There was no penetration lanes for Julius Randle, and we had no other person that can play make. Right. And that was the problem. Luka, the reason why I work for Luka is because Luka is fucking Luka.
Well, Luka is Luka, but I'm saying it works for Luka because Mark Cuban was smart enough to recognize that this guy is our scorer. He's our offense. All we got to do is put shooters around him and let him work 1v1. And I'm saying that no matter what player we get, whether it be in free agency or who we draft in the future or who we let go and who we replace, because you know the Knicks, that's what they do. They let go, replace, swap it up, different roster, but you see the same shit. I'm saying that no matter who we get to run that role, that one-on-one role, the number one scoring option, regardless, the double teams aren't going to come to them on the perimeter. The double teams are always going to come when they drive to the rim because this squad it's specifically like built to drive and bully to the rim from the 3 to the 5. And from the 1 to the 2, they're there for spot up mid-ranges, spot up threes, and on occasion they'll impress you with a pull-up jumper like Evan Fournier, which I hate, by the way, because that dude isn't in Orlando getting off-ball screens. So when he pulls off the dribble, you know it's going to be contested, freaking whatever he takes. But my point is that no matter who you bring in at point guard, whether it be D Rose, whether it be Steph Curry, Kyrie Irving, we got Luka Doncic somehow, and Mark Cuban was high off his ass, and he gave him to us and whatever. My point is that the parts around this team don't fit for that style of play. And the style of play that Tibbs is running, and, you know, it's not conducive to winning with what's the GM has put on the floor. The GM and the coach are at odds with one another, and the parts around you aren't that good enough for a coach like Tibbs or any coach for that matter to overcome and make the shit work to win in the Eastern Conference when you got teams like Milwaukee, you got Boston, Miami, Toronto.
They have point guards.
No, they do, but I could make the argument that Toronto, they got Fred VanVleet, and he's not really much of a point guard. He's more of a shooting guard. Marcus Smart's not really much of a point guard. He's more of a shooting guard.
This year, Marcus Smart is a fucking point guard.
Point guard.
Yeah. This year,
and Fred VanVleet ended up becoming into a point guard because of Kyle Lowry leaving.
This year,
he had
is a point. No, he's playing
more of a shooting guard. Is what I'm saying.
Marcus Smart is playing great point guard play, son.
But he's not like running motion offense and pick and roll all the time.
He's managing the offense.
He's just managing the offense.
That's what a point guard's supposed to do.
But I'm saying you could make the argument that
he's managing the offense, and also he has the ability to
break better weapons that could shoot. I'm
watching this man literally get to the lane and do things that point guards do.
Yes, and that's what I'm saying.
And that's what I'm saying. That's what.
So you're saying if we get a point guard who can just dribble, penetrate, and freaking run pick and roll, that's enough for us to win and get back to where we were.
And also be a scoring threat. I think that's what I hated the most about.
Quickly is doing that now,
and that's what made. And I think that's what made Derrick Rose effective too, because and helped Julius Randle because only he's a scoring threat, he also can play make. You feel me? Like, and the difference between why it's not working for the Knicks and why it works for the Mavericks is because Julius Randle should never be the primary playmaker. Luka is a playmaker. You feel me? A playmaker.
But
it's not even close.
But hypothetically,
not even close. And so when you talk about why it works for Dallas Mavericks, is because the guy who's dominating the ball and is mostly the primary playmaker is a
point guard.
He's an elite one at that.
You're right. And hypothetically,
and Julius Randle can't even hold a candle to him in that regard.
Right.
And this is where I'm standing and I'm planting my flag on is the fact that I've seen the possibilities with Quickly at point guard. I've seen it.
Especially with Obi Toppin in them last 10 games playing with Quickly.
Randle plays when Quickly's on the floor. I've seen the way I see the way the whole team plays when Quickly's on the floor. Because not only he showed that he has the passing acclimate, he's a scoring threat. from the three-pointer, that mid-range floater, and he's showing the aptitude to be able to get to the rim more consistently. You feel me? I'm seeing it, and I'm saying, well, before we abandon ship, we need to see what this looks like.
Yes.
You feel me?
Yes.
We need to see what this looks like, because we're literally, what you're playing is perpetuating everything that we've been doing for the last 20
basically, and but that's the thing I've been saying.
It doesn't work in the first 2 to 3 years. Blow it up. Let's do something else. Let's go.
Word. That's the same old philosophy we've been had. We done with that, bro.
But I'm not saying blow it up. I'm just simply saying
we've already committed.
You're blowing it up by taking Randle out.
Nah, but that's not blowing it up. It's just
that's blowing it up, bro.
You committed
blowing it up, bro.
No,
you committed to Julius Randle, and then now
you're removing one of the top 2 players from the team, bro. That's blowing it up, bro.
3 years later, after signing him to an extension, it's going, no, we don't like this. You feel me? So we're gonna go in a different direction now. That's blowing it up.
No,
you didn't even really give what it's supposed to look like with Julius Randle at the helm. Any time to really develop. We literally went through. That was his 3rd year. That was it. His 3rd year.
Right. But I'm saying we saw what it looked like. We have like a resume. We got the first year.
No, that's not enough.
The second year.
We talking about the second year with major personnel change at the point guard and a 2-guard situation.
Yeah.
That's a major personnel change. And we saw regression because of it. And,
no, but I'm saying,
and the regression that we can't even solely put on Julius Randle, because one of the acquisitions is starting lineup shit the bed early in the season.
No, but I'm saying,
and what you're proposing, Steven, is more regression. That's what you're proposing.
No, I'm not proposing regression. I'm proposing retooling the starting lineup. I'm basically saying
that's regression, though.
It's not regression. It's basically what I'm saying is, I'm saying to build around instead of trying to build around both Julius Randle and RJ, just build around one of them and remove one of them and replace them with complementary players that can benefit the team overall better. Because you notice that this year when we signed Fournier, Kemba, and all of them, even when we had Quickly in the lineup and when we had McBride in the lineup, we were still only a middle of the pack defense where we fell off from number 1 the previous year. And the reason we were number 1, I can make a very good argument with it, is because when you have a guy in Elfrid Payton who's not all world defense, but good enough that he can stay in front of you, and then you have a Reggie Bullock and an RJ Barrett who are basically 2-way wings at shooting guard and small forward.
He stayed number 1, and Elf didn't even really play more than 2 minutes a game second half of the season.
No, I'm saying like he always started though. He always started though for the defense.
He played like 2 5 minutes.
He came out of the game the first minute and a half, bro. What do you mean?
No. I'm saying like he would always start, and then they would put D Rose in, like
D-Rose in
a minute and a half into the game.
And D Rose in quickly.
Not always a minute and a half. It would sometimes be 6-8 minutes in, and then they would put D Rose in. D Rose would take over in the first quarter, and then they would put Elfrid Payton back in. At the start of the second. And then D Rose would cook in the end of the second quarter.
Elfrid Payton was averaging like 10 minutes a game second half of the season. The point guard situation was run by Quickly and D Rose. D Rose and Quickly.
Because I remember Payton was averaging 30 minutes a game, and
in the beginning of the season,
and D Rose was averaging 25 to 30 off the bench, depending on how Tibbs felt that night. And Elfrid Payton would still get his 30 minutes.
No, he wasn't.
No, he was not.
Not in the second.
He was not.
It's just
he was not.
What would happen is that he would start him first for defensive purposes, and then once the opposing team's bench would come in, he would put D Rose and then have him cook. That's why the Knicks would always be down early, and then they would start to come back in the game. That's because what they would do is they put Payton out there to keep it close, and then they would take him out and put D Rose.
Elf was not getting 30 minutes a game second half of the season. He was not.
No, not in the second half.
Not even close.
No, there was games where he was getting pulled 1 minute 30 seconds into the game, bro. I'm telling you.
In the second half. Yeah, I'm not arguing that.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. And my point is, you said 30 minutes. It was
for the defense.
But we stayed the number 1 defense, even with Elf not getting
no minutes.
Right, and right,
and that was because
Reggie Bullock, RJ Barrett,
RJ Barrett, and and Quick wasn't playing the greatest defense, but it was serviceable.
It was serviceable.
The same thing with whatchamacallit, D Rose. To me, the biggest problem with the drop of our defense is the additions of Kemba and Evan. Evan was primarily the sore spot in our defense. Him and Julius Randle could not figure out how to work a pick and roll together whatsoever. You feel me? Whatsoever. Whatever was going on between those two, that's why they was arguing all the time, because they could not figure out who was supposed to switch, they could not get that shit together. You feel me? And I think that's mostly because of Evan is a fucking cone, son.
Well, yeah, we understand that.
Agreed.
But we knew that before he came in that he was. The reason we brought him in was because not for his defensive presence, it was for the fact that Reggie Bullock wasn't making his corner threes when left open in the playoffs.
No, I agree with that.
So the argument was we'll get better if we have Fournier there instead of him, even though, and their thought process was we'll lose defense, but we'll still be adequate because this roster is a 4th seed team. But what they're not realizing is that this roster wasn't really a 4th seed team. It was a 9th, 8th, 7th seed team at best that got to 4th, overachieved because most of the East was under COVID safety protocols. When you have teams who are out their best player for a week or two with COVID safety protocols, and I know because I was playing fantasy basketball that year, and all these players were out, and I'm like, what's going on? What happened to this dude? COVID. Then you hear, what happened to Kyrie? Did he catch COVID? No, personal reason. And then you're sitting there and you're like, what the fuck is going on? And then everybody's catching it. And then next thing you know, freaking Randall's healthy. Alfred Payton's a scrub, but he's healthy on offense. And freaking D Rose, he's, made of cottonelle tissue in terms of injury prone, but hey, he's healthy and he's putting up like damn near 20 points per game off the bench. And freaking what's his face? Mitch is injured, but Nerlens Noel is getting 3 blocks a game just like Mitch, and he's more mobile because he can go on the perimeter off the switch. So it's even better than it was with Mitch there. So my argument is like, if you're gonna go all the way with it with Tibbs, then you need to invest in an all defensive lineup. And if you're not gonna go all the way in Tibbs and your focus is on developing your young core, then the best way to develop RJ is to surround him with shooters the same way Luka's surrounded by shooters, Trae Young is surrounded by shooters, Jason Tatum on his Boston Celtics team is surrounded by shooters, Phoenix Suns Devin Booker is surrounded by shooters and defenders in Boston over there. They're all surrounded.
Wait, hold on. Isn't Jason Collins?
No, I said Jason Tatum.
No, I'm saying, is it Jason Collins, the Hawks starting power forward?
No. They just re-signed him, but they were running. That dude, DeAndre Hunter.
Yeah,
they were running.
DeAndre Hunter is not a better 3-point shooter than Julius Randle.
No, but I'm saying.
You said
no. I'm saying he's a 3-and-D. He's a 3-and-D guy. He's a defender and he's a shooter.
And my thing is, he's not a better shooter than.
Okay, but he brings that defense. Randle's not a defender.
But
you get my point?
I hear that point, but your argument originally was Julius Randle can't space the floor.
Yeah, he can't space the floor.
My argument is Hunter at the 4, which is the position that you said we need a stretch 4, cannot shoot better than Julius Randle.
But he could shoot the mid-range shot and he could go to the paint, and they hide him in the corner because you know what they have? They have Herter, Boban, and Trae, and because Trae draws so much out to him, it's able to work with him. But generally speaking, most shooters at the point guard or shooting guard position don't draw massive people out to like the logo. It's only really Trae, Steph, and Lillard. Those real 3. I mean, you might say Luka on occasion, but Luka doesn't really shoot it from the logo like that. He's more so like,
He's a serviceable.
Yeah, he's serviceable, but I'm saying like,
and that's my point.
But he's the only one guy on the team where it's like he can't.
I feel like RJ Barrett is a better shooter than you're giving him credit for because we've seen him have. He started off trash this year shooting, like the whole entire
But
team.
It's not just his 3-point; it's his free throws as well.
Yeah. And that's a coaching issue. He got these guys out there playing 40 minutes.
Exactly.
But even before he had them in the second half playing 40 minutes, RJ was still bricking free throws.
Yeah.
I think that's more so a development, issue. They're not working on their free throws in the offseason.
I think
they might be playing Fortnite or something. But, my point is like freaking those other teams, they have serviceable guys who know their roles. Whereas with this team, you don't really know whose roles is. The only guy that I think knows his role is Evan Fournier. He knows that his role out there is just to
shoot threes.
Shoot threes. Alec Burks, you know, God Lord, Tibbs had to put him at point guard because the injuries and shit. He didn't know what his role was. He didn't know if I was supposed to go to the paint all the time.
Fourth quarter, and we missed fourth quarter AB because he was out of position this year.
Yep.
That was a big sore spot for us too.
Yeah, this
fourth
is true.
quarter AB was non-existent because he was trying to run point.
Yeah.
Like again, to what you were saying earlier.
Because remember, he can't guard point guards. He's better at the shooting guard position.
Yeah, absolutely. To your point earlier about, you know, us being overachieving, I think that was the thing. Like,
yeah,
and we came back down to earth with two important pieces of our team playing out of position most of the year.
Right.
I would like to see what it looks like with everybody playing their position. You feel me? And then if next year we have the same result or something close, then we start to exercise options, because even if, you know, some players trade value lowers, we have a shit ton of draft picks that we could couple with these guys.
But do you really want to give up draft picks?
I'm not talking about a whole bunch of first rounders. People are becoming very fond of second round draft picks.
Oh, no, not second round, but first round. Because
I know I'm not talking about giving up a shit ton of first rounders.
Thank God, bro.
No.
They say give up the first round, get them out of here, and I'm like,
no. Teams are becoming very fond of second round draft picks because they like projects. You could take more risks in the second round with projects when you have a lot of them, and teams are becoming very fond of that. And you see some of these trades are coupled with a lot of second round draft picks. You feel me? So I'm saying that even if, you know, trade value do dip, we have a shit ton of second round draft picks that we could couple up with some of these guys to make these moves. I want to see a situation play out versus that we gave it 2 years. That's it. Like,
gave it 3 years. I mean, with Julius Randle.
Not necessarily, because I don't want to say we gave it 3 years, because I don't want to count RJ Barrett's rookie year as giving it a good shot. He was a rookie. He's a rookie. That's not giving it a good shot.
You can't call it a good shot when you switch your lineup year in and year out.
And a player that
already 16 a game, though. I mean, it's not like
and a player that I also believe that was going to take time for his game to develop.
But I'm saying, let's act like, you know, his rookie year he was like some like not ready yet guy. Like he came out and put up 16 a game,
and that team was poop.
It was poop, but I'm saying, you know, he got buckets. That's not easy.
No, I'm not saying. I think that he should have been on some of these lists that he was barred from or blacklisted from.
Right.
And I agree with you on that, but I'm saying I don't want to consider that as giving it a good go, because the team was bad. The team was bad.
But
like,
what if
I consider it giving a good go because of what that overachievement team does. That considered as a year. I considered with the expectations coming into this year, that was giving it a good go, bringing in Evan and Kemba. So that's 2 years of giving it a good go. I don't think I count that year, especially when you fire the coach like not even halfway through the season. Like,
I consider blowing up a team not necessarily getting rid of your best player. I consider that investing in the future or rebuilding, if you would. I wouldn't say blowing it up, because blowing it up to me is like what we did before we traded Melo and we got rid of Tyson Chandler for Samuel Dallenberg, and then we gave J.R. Smith and Iman Shumpert to the Cavs. That was blowing it up, because all that was left was Melo. And it's like, I'm not saying we're going to leave everybody and leave RJ as the only one here in the draft picks that we pick. I'm not saying that. I'm not saying blow it up like that. I'm saying get rid of like one piece in your front court that is a liability on offense in terms of their shooting. Replace it with a guy who can either defend a 3-and-D guard, or not a 3-and-D guard, a 3-and-D wing, and pair it up with RJ's elite two-way defense, because I think he's a great two-way defender. He holds his own against shooting guards and small forwards really well. So if you have that combination, you can run a zone with this team defensively where you can guard the wing and you can guard the corner simultaneously, the same way we did with Bullock and RJ, because even though Bullock wasn't what people may have considered an elite defender, he makes a difference overall from the team, even though his numbers ain't high. So you can't really look at the loss.
Who's going to be the number 2 if RJ's the number 1? That's the question.
That's the question? All right.
Yeah.
That's a good question. I'll probably, if I had to pick, it would probably be, because since Tibbs is coaching this team, it's probably going to be D Rose off the bench. But my number 2 option that I would want it to be is probably Quickly, because I feel like Quickly's like really just a 3-point mid-range off the dribble shot away from being, your typical starting point guard you see in the NBA that puts up 15 and 7. You know what I'm saying? Your typical 15 and 7 guy. He's a borderline all-star depending on the conference that you have. He's solid enough defensively where he may not clamp you up, but he could draw charges, pick your pocket. You know what I'm saying? I think Quickly's like only a couple of moves off the dribble in his game
and I hear you
from being that guy. And I feel like that's enough for your second option.
With that, I'm telling you, you're going to get the same shit that's happening to Julius Randle to RJ Barrett.
RJ Barrett, yeah.
No. You're going to get the teams for sure.
They're going to go, hey, one of these other motherfuckers going to have to beat us because you're
exactly.
Right, but I like
what they're doing to Julius
But
Randle.
I like my odds with guys who have a resume of hitting threes and guys who are known for slashing and rebounding. You get what I'm saying?
I don't. That's worse odds because it's a less high. You're putting your odds in the least percentage shot. How?
No. I'm just putting my odds in, like, if the defense gives that shot up, I want to know that I have guys with a resume that can hit it. I'm not saying you got to take it every time it's open, but what I'm saying in general is that if RJ were to get defended, right, and he's going to the rim, and let's say he's got 6-8 points, he's getting hot, and the defense says we need to trap him, and he goes to the rim and he traps it. I like Lauri Markkanen's odds of hitting in a corner 3 than I do Julius Randle's odds. And my point is that offensively, once you have 2 guys on the floor who are hitting their shots simultaneously, and then it starts to open up, and then you look the other way at Fournier and Quickly, and they start hitting their shot, everything opens up, the spacing flow. My point is that Julius Randle will get his numbers, but the way he gets his numbers and goes about it doesn't help space the floor, make the team around him better, because it's not just because he's forcing or creating his own shot. I just feel like he's comfortable in that area. That's his tendency. That's where he wants to be.
He's not the point guard. It's not his job. It's not necessarily his job to make the team better.
No, not to make the team better as in like a facilitator. I'm just talking about overall role on the team, the position you play, your job description, what you bring to the table. I believe that a stretch 4 makes the team better than it does what he brings to the table, because regardless of what anybody says, Julius Randle, he has the same play style as Enes Kanter had. The only difference is that Julius Randle's numbers are way better than Kanter, and he's not as injury prone. He's always there. So my point is,
you're bugging with that.
No, I'm talking about the low post. Low post hook shot, the low post fadeaway,
No.
That's cap, bro.
No. No. It's not even close. It's not even close.
No, but I'm saying the play style. I'm not saying the numbers.
It's not even close, bro.
It's not even close.
Kanter
cannot do half of the shit offensively.
Kanter don't even have handles like that, bro.
Play style. We talking about.
He always called for it when he was in the post when he was on the team. That's what I'm saying.
He does not have handles like Randle, though. He does not have a Randle play style.
But
completely,
he's
and
that
only utterly
guy with his handles.
Entis Cannon completely and utterly only scored with his back to the basket. Only.
Right.
You feel me? And Julius Randle don't only know.
No, Randle does not solely score with his back to the basket,
I literally get mad at Julius Randle because I think he don't go back to the basket enough sometimes.
Yes, that's true.
Because he wants to face up. He wants to face up. He wants to jab. He wants to do that.
No, I know he likes to jab, but I'm saying in general, usually when he catches it, it's always in the low post. So whether he jabs, whether he step back fades, or whether he spins, he's always in that area is what I'm saying. And his Kanter was always there too. That's my point. That's all I'm point.
That's a different play style.
No, but I'm saying their style of play is to score in that area is what I'm saying.
Area of scoring and style of play is still 2 different things.
Nah, because they still play with their back to the basket, though.
Back to the basket versus face up, no matter where you are, is still a different style of play.
No, of course.
No,
face up, and
that's my point. You feel me? Like,
back to the basket.
That's what I'm saying. I don't even like the comparison. It's a nasty comparison, bro. It's a nasty comparison.
When I watch Julius Randle play, his first signature he's thinking is his spin around you and get to the paint.
That's not a good take, bro.
And you back off of him and you know, like, you know, to prevent the spin as he's banging you, he tries to fade and lean back with that one leg fade back and shoot that. And if that doesn't work, he tries to drop
his Charles Barkley on right there. You know, when
he tries to drop step you and go straight up. Like, you know, yeah, because I'm just thinking about it in my head.
I
like,
paused that, bro. You just got wild crazy on my live. He's begging people. What?
Bro,
Whoa.
I like posting up, like, bro, and real. And watching Randle post up is a tragedy for me. So, like, you know, it's really hard. But it's not just that. It's not just that person. It just feels like if you have RJ and you're going to have to pay him real soon, you're going to have to pay him his money, and you really want to build around him, and everybody agrees that he became the number one option this year, whether it be a point guard or whether it be Randle got his money and he just don't give a fuck no more, and he's out here eating food all over the place right now on his Instagram and Twitter right now, all over Europe and whatever, enjoying himself with his kid.
Listen, honestly, I think that's the best thing in the world. He needed time away from the game after the season he had, dealing with the fans. Bro, y'all really want that man to go crazy. That's what y'all want. Y'all want to have a mental breakdown so you can be like, see?
I thought you meant go crazy, like go off. That's what I was thinking. I'm like,
y'all want him to go after. Yes, let him have that time, because you know when he comes back, you can't say that he don't put in that work, bro. You can't say that. You can't say that Julius Randle don't put in that work. It did not work.
You mean in the game or like just off the court? Like,
I'm talking about putting in the work, the preparation for the game. You cannot say he don't do that. You feel me? Because everybody around him heralds how hard he works and puts the effort into building his game. It didn't work this season, and I think it didn't work this season largely because he was played out of position. It's not because he didn't prepare himself for basketball. He was playing in a space where he's not at his optimum best.
I just feel like he did everything he did last year, except people got film on him now. So
I don't think
he kept grabbing it in the low post, you know, in the same spots, but now people started doubling him.
I think what he did different was the fact that in the beginning of the season, again, he played decent. He didn't really turn up his game until D Rose got on the team.
Like, he still was averaging 20 a game. I mean,
he averaged 20 a game this year. But what I'm saying is the difference is between he was averaging 20 a game until D Rose got there. That's when his numbers jumped up to 24. You feel me?
Oh, you talking about yeah.
He averaged 20 a game again without a point guard. You feel me? So what I'm saying is that's the difference. That is the determining factor in Julius Randle's game, is that he had somebody to defer to when it came to playmaking responsibilities. And this season, we did not have that. I hear what you're saying. And I'm saying this season we did not have that for a majority of the season. Like, I don't know what part you want to market where when Quick started getting the PT.
It was January 22nd.
Yeah, we quickly started getting the requisite PT.
Alec Burks started playing, and it was like the 5th game they lost, I think it was, and you were like, yo, I'm tired of this shit. And Randle choked out. It was January 22nd. You can look it up. It's right there.
So, and we had a few games after that with no adequate point guard play. I mean, being in games, and this was the determining factor in a lot of games. We're in the game.
It's close.
It's close. Instead of Coach Tommy T put Quick in, the person who's pretty much brought us back into these games, he goes and put Alec Burke into the 4th quarter, and he has the lowest 4th quarter efficiency in the whole entire NBA. The slowest pace at point guard in the whole
entire NBA. Facts.
This was the determining factor. As much as we want to place blame on Julius, and I'm saying that he deserves some blame, I'm not taking him off the hook for the things that he deserved blame for.
Yeah.
But when it boils down to it, when you see what was winning and losing in games, it was those decisions that won us and lost us the games. You feel me?
I see it as like not really the decisions of our backcourt, but more so the decisions of our front court. Because when they got the ball, they tried to one-on-one ISO, and the floor was cramped, clogged, and they didn't
because there was no better options. Because you're putting in a Alec Burke that wasn't scoring all game. You feel me? It wasn't being productive at all.
Our two best scorers were in the front court. Our two best scorers was in the front court.
Like then RJ started to turn it up, but he started to disappear in fourth quarters as well.
And you made the argument he was tired, and I make the argument that defenses just backed off of him and forced him to take really tough shots, which is the same thing what happened to Mitch, and I'm just telling you, it's because we have no shooting in our front court.
Right.
And
you cannot tell me it wasn't fatigue, bro, especially when a player who's played majority of the first quarter is playing 90% of the third quarter, gets a 4-minute rest in the beginning of the fourth, and then plays out the rest of the fourth, and we're losing games in the last games. We're losing games in the last 3 minutes.
Yeah, but you remember the games where like the games would be close and it would be 5 minutes to go, right? And we would reach the 3-minute mark and we would be like down like 4 or it would be like 2 or 4, something like around there, like 2 possessions, let's say. And all of a sudden, like RJ would pull an off the dribble 3 to try to make something happen and miss. That's fatigue. But when the game is close and you're driving to the rim, clearly looking at the ref like blow the whistle, that to me is there's nothing else that I can do on this floor but go to the rim. Even though the defense is backing off, I am going to continue to go to the rim.
That's looking to be bailed out.
To get bailed out. Why? Because I look at everybody else on the floor. He can't shoot. The guys behind me can shoot, but they're not open. Defense is on them. So I'm going to go up and force this layup up.
And you know why? Because there's nobody to break down the defense to get open shots. That's what's happening. You talk about driving to the basket because why? The offense is stagnant. Okay. There's no ball movement. There's no penetration and kicking. There's none of these things happening. Okay. And then you get in those tired leg turnovers. People throwing the ball away because why? You have your starters who's been playing how many 24 minutes in a half? Played 20 of the 24 minutes in the second half. You feel me? And it's 3 minutes left in the game, and you got your starters playing 20 of the 24 minutes in the second half. When you look at most teams with superstars that get considerable rest in the fourth quarter going into the end of these games. And not only that, they're not playing the point guard who's ineffective at the point guard situation in crucial minutes. It is all these things. You feel me? I'm not saying what you're saying is wrong. I'm saying that is coupled with all these things happening at the stretch of these games.
And I'm saying you made the argument, I think it was 3 months ago. You said that if D-Rose were healthy, we would have made the play-in. And I made the argument that you said we would make the playoffs. And I made the argument that we would barely make the play-in at best if D-Rose was healthy.
We would have made the playoffs.
You said the playoffs, so that would mean 6 to first seed, something like that. We would be back to where we were last year. And I made the argument if D-Rose was healthy, we would barely make the play-in and we would lose the play-in and go home. And my argument is, why wait till that happens to make a move to up the roster?
You know why that's inaccurate? Because do you think we lose what? We lost like 20 10-point leads in like the second half of the
we lost to Phoenix. Remember when Cam Johnson had 38 on Randle and
those games alone, I don't think we lose even nowhere remotely close of those big ass leads with Derrick Rose on the team.
See, my issue is you're thinking of D-Rose coming out to close the game, and my argument is you can give the ball to D-Rose, but the defense is still going to back off and dare him to shoot. He's a better shooter, but I really think D-Rose is going to start.
They are not backing off of him, bro.
We literally have evidence of it working.
We have evidence.
Yes, we do.
We have evidence of it working, especially when we're talking about closing out 15-plus point leads.
It's true, but it's kind of unsustainable because it's like you can't have a guy at D-Rose at his
closing out 15-point leads. We do not lose those games with Derrick Rose.
15-point leads. I'm talking about closing out the close games is what I mean. When the game is close and you have D-Rose.
I think those games.
That's what I'm talking 50-50.
About. I'm talking about we lost damn near 20. 15-point leads. You feel me? We don't even lose remotely close to those. And then you take the other close games that we could 50-50 those, right?
But I think the reason when you lose
that put us
like
in,
that,
wait, hold on. Listen to this point real quick. You take most of those 15-point leads that we don't lose. You take some of those close games that you could probably 50-50. And that put us in the playoffs. Just those games alone.
Right. Yeah. And I'm saying, those games that we lost, the 15-point leads, we would talk about it every time after the game. And most of the time we would say the reason we lost is because we settled for 3-point shots, even though they were open. I don't want them taking these shots because we're not really 3-point shooters. Attack the basket.
Really open.
And my argument is they can't really take those shots because the defense is backing off and they're going to flop.
A lot of those were really bad shots.
No. Some of them were. Evan Fournier off the dribble. Alex Burks off the dribble.
And that's why a lot of those shots were those shots.
A lot of them were spot up wide open and they were just bricking. You know what I mean? Like whether it be in the right corner, the left corner,
and that happens why? Because there was no continuity or rhythm throughout the whole game when it comes to ball movement. Like that predicates what happens throughout the game. If you're clinking 3-pointers all game, you're not going to make them in the fourth quarter. It's just not how it works.
It's just my argument is if you have a 10 or 15-point lead, you had to have been at rhythm for most of the game to have that. And you had to play really good defense too to hold that lead to go on that type of run. So it's like, to me, the defense falls off because the heavy minutes Tibbs would play on those guys. But because we don't have a bench and we don't have the players to like sub in and play defense.
I remember why it happened. Because this is immediate. This is exactly why it happened. First half, great ball movement. Second half, no ball movement.
Yep.
But not just the good ball movement, it's also the defense. They got a lot of energy in that first half.
No ball movement. Wow. We started going to one pick, shooting threes off the pick. That's all we was doing.
Right. And that's usually what happened when you're tired.
No more turning. Again, that's another part of my point. You feel me? Like, so these are all the things that's culpable. There's no more turning off the pick, get into the lane, making your rim read, and moving the ball. That's what was giving us those leads. Now you got tired legs. It's like, yo, listen, I'm not trying to go all the way to the basket. I'm going to shoot this three because I've been making them. There's no more. That's why we was losing those leads. And that's why I was like, yo, these are horrible shots because it's one pass, shoot. One pass, shoot. One pick.
I could make the argument that the reason why it worked last year was not only because of the weekend conference, it was also the fact that Tibbs had options going 7 to 10, kind of like the way Doc Rivers had going 8 to 10 this year, and the way freaking Monty Williams the last 2 years had options from 8 to 10. They got guys from 1 to 10 where they can sub in and fill in and be like, hey, you can rest this guy.
He wasn't going 7 to 10 last year.
No, with Monty Williams, because remember, Jay Crowder, you had Cam Johnson, I'm
talking about us. We wasn't doing that. We was running like a 7-man rotation.
Because remember, Mitch got hurt, but I'm saying when Mitch was healthy, like that first half is what I'm saying. You had Mitch, you had Noel, but
we were more effective in the second half.
No, we were. That was because, again, I said the conference. Remember the COVID protocols and Noel coming into his own, with the 3 blocks per game. That was a big part. Derrick Rose too. Derrick Rose is the offense, but I'm saying that defense is the reason why we won. Because under Tibbs, if you have a team that's the number 1 defense, it benefits a guy like him and his coaching style. Whereas a guy like Steve Kerr, it benefits to have the number 1 offense and lead the league in assists because he runs a lot of motion offense and off-ball screen. So even if your defense might just be middle of the pack with a Warriors team, because Steve Kerr's coaching philosophy is to focus on shoot first, ask questions later, and then if they pick up, lay up, ask questions, lay up, and then if they back off, give it to the stars for the mid-range pull-up game, whether it be KD or Curry, freaking that's the offense they run. With Tibbs, his thing is the same offense that the Knicks been running for 40 years. Give the ball to dude in the low post. Double team comes, you swing it out. You swing it out to the open shooter. If he's not open, you swing it around. We go bop, 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 swing it back and around. You got 5 seconds left on the clock, 5 seconds around the clock. You got to make something happen, put some shit up, get the offensive rebound, crash the boards.
When they actually did that, they played really well.
Right, and I'm saying that type
Our problem is we wasn't doing that a lot.
right, but I'm saying that type of like offense that we like to run is not really good with the parts that we have around us. Like the crashing the boards, it's really good, but I'm saying
we weren't doing that, Steven.
No, we were in the half court, just hitting it to Randle in the post. We were doing
I'm
Mitchell.
talking about the part of
you mean the swinging it out like shit.
Part of Tibbs' offense is, again, the primary ball handler being able to break down the defense so we could get the rim reads. This is what he talks about all the time.
And don't forget what he did with those Bulls teams with Taj Gibson, Carlos Boozer, and Luol Deng, where he would hit them with the mid-range low post, whether it be face up or in the back of the basket.
That's also supposed
That's
to
what
be
I'm saying.
what in Julius Randle's bag.
And that's what Randle's been doing this whole time.
But he's doing it off his own dribble. You feel me?
Yeah, and that's Tibbs' fault.
Those guys were doing it off of the penetration from Derrick Rose. You feel me? And the other guards.
Because they would hit his face up, spot up.
What I'm saying is when we actually did that, when whoever running point was actually doing the job of breaking down, getting to the rim, making the proper rim reads, that's when you saw our offense running on all fucking cylinders. We was getting fucking 20-point leads, 30-point leads on motherfuckers when we was doing that right there alone. We suffered when we come up the court, we give the ball to Julius and be like, the rest of the team like, hey, make something happen.
And a lot of those teams that we generated those 15 and 20-point leads on were against teams that didn't really have a true bona fide center. When the teams we struggled with were always the teams that had a bona fide center, because why? That running and running to the rim doesn't work when they got rim protection.
Now we smoked Capella a few times this year.
A few times, but you got to remember Capella was coming off the injury, so there's that.
Not every time we played him. I think he missed one game.
He missed most of the season with injury, though. You know what I'm saying? Like Capella was out.
The times that we played him was on the polar opposite side of the season.
Oh, the second half, yeah. He was back, but he was, coming off injury. He wasn't exactly.
We smoked him. We smoked him a few times. We smoked him last year too.
Like the only center that I remember last year and this year that we smoked in the regular season was Rudy Gobert. And that was just simply because freaking Rudy Gobert's slow as fuck, so you can get on him.
We smoke. That's what I'm saying. But the thing is,
every other center in the league though killed us though.
And that's when RJ Barrett decided he was going to force every layup he took. You feel me? Like I don't care who's there. I'm laying it up. You feel me?
That was the same way with Randle too. I don't care who's there. I'm gonna pump fake and try to draw this foul and give me the foul type shit.
That was literally the whole team.
That was the whole. No, it was. But the difference was Evan Fournier, when he would do it, he would do the whole Euro shit like, he hit me in the face, and Alec Burks would be like, he hit me on the arm.
Alec Burks would throw himself up like that.
Freaking
that shit fucking kills me.
Randle was doing the up and like trying to be like
Julius Randle was getting fucked up. Julius Randle was getting fucked up. If we're gonna be perfectly honest, I never complained about the refs, but Julius Randle was getting fucked up.
Oh no, he was. He definitely was.
But what Shaq said was right. Nobody feels for Goliath, son. You feel me? Nobody cries for the giant.
For sure. Joel Embiid all the time.
You gotta fuck.
Fouls, but even he gets hurt real bad a lot of times.
Joel Embiid gets the most.
He gets the fouls, but he always gets hurt on them. You know what I mean? Like they aim low. They did that with Porzingis. That's how his knees gave out. Dude was freaking shot. They would hit him when he would post up. They hit his knees. Like, bro.
I just wish Julius Randle, stop complaining. That's the part that bothered me the most. Stop complaining, and continue to fuck these guys up. They're babies. They can't do nothing with you. Man up. Eat the contact.
But have you noticed this in the playoffs though? The teams that tried to do that, the opposing team would flop, and then the ball would go right. Yeah, bro, you can't really play like that no more. Shit is hard.
But I'm saying not so much like OD with it. Like you see Giannis over exaggerate.
Yeah, but like Giannis, when he backs down, it's like he's barely touching the guy, and all he does is go. And then it's an offensive foul.
Giannis be fucking people up, son.
Oh, it's right, but I'm talking about in the post. You've seen Giannis.
So I'm saying Julius Randle, use your strength, but don't over exaggerate it, because it's not too many people, honestly.
Yeah.
Julius Randle's strength for strength. I'm not saying force it. Pick your opportunities, make them pay. You feel me? If you get fouled, oh well. You give the ref a little look.
Like the ref's like, man, bro.
You keep on running up the court. You come back down the court. You keep on forcing their hand and make the call, because eventually they're going to be like, well, I can't keep ignoring this shit. But if you complain, they're going to be like, oh, he complains about everything. You feel me?
But it's like, for me, it's like I don't think the refs know how to know the difference between a blocking foul and a charge, because they be calling the charge and these dudes' feet still be moving, or they be in the restricted area. And I'm looking like, do they not realize that just because he got hit in the face?
You also got to realize, too, the refs was dealing a lot with COVID protocol this year, too.
This is true, too.
We've seen a lot of G League refs in the
Yeah, this is true. We've even seen female refs out there a lot.
A shit ton of them.
Yeah.
Yeah, listen, and shout out to the female refs. I love to see it, but I don't think they were experienced enough, the ones that they brought up. And that's my only knock. And I think that's with the men too. A lot of the men that they brought up weren't experienced enough. So this is what, especially with the whole new rule change.
And we're seeing this in the playoffs too, because they've been making a lot of calls. Like they had a call where they gave him like double technical, I think it was in the Warriors game in Dallas, and freaking it took them a whole 4 minutes to determine double technical. I'm like, bro, just call double tech and keep it moving. This is why people change the channel and watch something else, because it's like, bro, you can't be going 4 minutes.
I knew we was up shit creek that game where where Taj got the double T's and got kicked out.
Oh yeah, I remember that one.
I said, ain't no way in hell that deserved to be kicked out. We have Shit's Creek. They don't know what they doing, because even though the commentators were saying normally you give them the T, you turn away, you let them get whatever they got off their chest as long as they don't go above board because they already got the T, and you keep it moving. That guy got the T and was looking at Taj like, say something else.
You know it's bad. You know it's bad when a player like Julius Randle's in the post and he travels, but he gets called for the offensive foul first, and they just ignore the fact that he just walked before the offensive foul on Cameron Payne, and Cameron Payne flops and he's like, oh, my ribs, and then proceeds to come back and drop 38 in the second half.
And that ejection was bullshit.
Yeah. It was, but I think there was no need for, the whole, shit at the end. It was kind of excess,
I think it was, but at the same time, I'm on the fence. You feel me? Part of me thinks that Julius Randle should have definitely contained himself better. But part of me understands after we watched, not saying that Cameron Johnson is some big burly joker that can put you out of the game.
No. He's got Kevin Knox's figure.
We literally watched that happen to a guy from getting pushed in the back. You feel me? And that's exactly what Cameron Johnson did. He shoved Julius Randle in the back.
Yeah.
You feel me?
It was retaliation for the shove in the first quarter in his chest that made him go to the locker room to get his ribs checked out. So when everybody on social media was all like, freaking, well, he did it to Cameron Johnson first. So it's like, fucking that's on brand.
So if you going to shove, but he didn't shove him in the back. You feel me?
He didn't shove him in the back. You're right.
That's different. Like if he shoved him in the face and Julius was I'd be like, yo, you bugging. But in the back, bro, like anything could happen. Even though he's a slender guy,
at least it wasn't in the air. So
he's an athlete though. Still, 6'9", still weighs over 200 pounds. You feel me?
8 in the second got shoved in the back in the air and he got his elbow broken. Like that shit was just
like these things happen. So a part of me believes Julius Randle should have held it down, and another part of me is like, nah, because the Knicks that I loved would have got it shaken.
The Knicks you loved would have fought everybody because fighting was legal.
We would have got it shaken.
You remember when Melo punched somebody at the Garden? I think it was that dude Childs or whatever.
Yeah, he did.
And he backed up. He was out for like the whole season basically. They gave him 45 games.
He snuffed
like, bro, you're not fighting. You're not fighting in the NBA anymore. One punch and you're out for like the whole year basically.
So I think, and I've seen scuffles where NBA players is trying to move referees out the way.
My favorite was the Serge Ibaka and Steven Adams one.
I've seen like those big scrums. You see NBA players trying to go after the guys and move refs out the way.
And the security guards have to come in and, break them up.
Now, what Julius Randle did was that to the ref's hand.
Yeah.
I've seen more infractions this season where players, they just got separated, 2 techs.
Yeah, but I don't even know what's a tech anymore because you remember they did that shit where like if you go like this and punch the air, that's a tech. But some people they clap their hands like together and they clap it and they still get a tech. So like I don't know, man.
I think that's trash too because you have to allow some kind of emotion,
something
like
because then it's no longer a sport; it's a video game.
Like I played high school basketball. You feel me? And in that time when you're on the court. And you're in the heat of combat.
Yep.
You like this. Especially when you're a competitor and you want to win, your emotions is high.
Yeah.
So you get a bad call and you're trying to win a basketball game. It feels like somebody just spit in your face. Like, it's just like, oh, come on. You feel me? Like as long as I'm not in your face.
I feel you, bro, on that shit.
I'm not calling you no B's and and chest bumping you and smack you, have to allow me to react.
The worst thing is when you're in a game and it's decided by free throws because of a whistle. Like,
and you see how some of these refs call these fouls. They call them hard.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, they call it hard.
Like how you?
But then when something looks close, get to the monitor and it's like 5-10 minutes.
Bruh,
waiting.
I think again, this whole thing, my whole soliloquy, because we've been on here almost 5 hours.
Yeah, we've been on here for a minute. So, I came at the hour 30-minute mark. No, I've been here for a minute.
No, it happens every time, Steven. Me and you get on this shit, we can fucking debate all day. You know? Nah, but
like Skip Bayless, shit, man, can go all day long.
I love talking about the Knicks too. I
love them. For sure. So they're my team. I don't have them. I got nothing. I'm not rooting for Brooklyn. From the Bronx, can't be rooting for Brooklyn.
I mean, and I'm from Brooklyn. I just hate the Nets. You feel me? I love everything Brooklyn except the Nets.
Oh, really? Gotcha.
I love everything Brooklyn, bro. I've lived in Brooklyn majority of my life. You feel me? Like, love everything Brooklyn except the Brooklyn Nets, and it's always going to be that way. You feel me? But anyway, my whole soliloquy about Julius Randle, and we're going to agree to disagree because I knew this was going to happen once I saw you pull up. Well, I knew we was never going to reach a point where we agreed on this topic. But my whole soliloquy is, I think it deserves another shot.
Mm-hmm.
Just off of what happened last year, even overachievement as it was. I think Coach Tommy T winning Coach of the Year and Julius Randle winning Most Improved Player of the Year deserves another chance to right the ship.
Okay.
Now, I in my heart of hearts, even if Julius Randle never gets back to his MIP performance, I do not think he will perform as bad as he did this year.
Right.
Like I think that is not going to happen. Absolutely not. Right. And if that happens, then if it doesn't work, then we start be like, okay, let's start looking at the options now. You feel me? Let's start looking at the options. But after a playoff of the first playoff appearance in 10 years, we have a bad season the year after to go. We're gonna trade the guy who got us there.
Yep.
That's rough for me. You feel me? That's for me personally.
Yeah.
That's rough for me. Like, because I'm a loyal person. You feel me? Like, and I think Julius Randle showed us enough loyalty to be like, hey, even with all the bullshit he dealt with this year, he could have asked to be traded. The way that the fans hit their back on him, you feel me? And I could have you already know what they were saying in the
I know. But if it was just me, if he just went through the motion the way Melo did, where he didn't really he ignored it all and he kind of just stayed professional and kept with it, I would have been fine with it. But the whole, thumbs down to the fans and the whole this and that, that's not New Yorker, bro. That's freaking.
That's actually very New York. Bro.
Nah,
like,
it's
somebody somebody talk shit to you, you talk shit back. That's
definitely some Texas shit, bro. That's something a Dallas Cowboy would do for sure.
Nah, that's actually very New Yorker. You talk shit, somebody talk shit to you, you talk shit back. Now, again, when that and people be like, oh, nobody want to hear that shit when that man said, when my son feels uncomfortable and he has to leave games.
Yeah, but I just
as a parent,
they did that shit with Russell Westbrook, but even then I didn't feel bad for that because it's like you're both kind of underperforming right now. You really
but Russell Westbrook, he said that they saying that outside of like.
Oh no, he was talking about in the game. Like he would go to the game and they would sit underneath the basket, his family, his wife, and his son, and they would get heckled, about.
Yeah. So my thing is, yes, you're underperforming, but their family don't have to get heckled.
No,
that's tacky as fuck, especially when you're heckling a toddler.
And my argument to that is like, you can get a box seat, bro. You gotta be down there,
And that's the bullshit I'm talking about with New York Knicks fans. They shouldn't have to get a box seat. You should be mature enough as a grown ass adult not to heckle a fucking toddler. Like,
feel you, but it's
that's ridiculous.
if
you could get a bug seat. You should just because you pay for your seat, don't give you the right to fucking heckle a child.
Yeah,
that's ridiculous.
No, of course not.
And
But I'm
that's
saying
ridiculous. There's literally no point that you can make to that argument that justifies heckling a child.
I'm not saying it justifies.
Of course, they could get a box seat, but they shouldn't have to.
Oh no, I'm not saying it justifies it. I'm saying I live in a reality where it's like, bro, you mix alcohol and a whole bunch of people together and sports. I mean, shit always goes down, bro. Like we gotta live in reality. We can't like make a fantasy believe where everybody gonna sit down and be proper and be nice.
It's not a fantasy, but at the same time, you expect people to be decent. You
feel
me?
Yeah,
like,
you
don't
think, but
you know there's a possibility of somebody getting hurt walking down the street, but you expect people to be decent. It should not happen. You feel me? And when it happens, you don't be like, oh, well, that's life. You feel some fucking kind of way about it.
But
you feel me? So what I'm saying is, yes, it's a possibility. It should not happen, and you can't tell that man not to feel some kind of way about it happening.
Yeah, like, I just live under the mindset of like try to avoid the worst case possibility you can, and if there's any way you can do it, take the measure, whatever you can. And these guys are $1 million athletes with all the resources and tools to do what they need to do. They're above us in that way, but the regular guy that goes to the game, he's got whether he's a respectable or a douchebag. The reality is like. You mix the alcohol, the whole crowd, they pay the money for the seats. They're going to want to take it all in. They might not go to a game as often as maybe you, and they just want to like have as much fun as
you're making excuse for the abuser. You feel me?
Like, no. It's wrong, but it's like at the same time, you shouldn't not like expect it. You get what I'm saying?
So
if that makes sense.
If you're going to do that, you should be able to handle somebody giving you a thumbs down and telling you to shut the fuck up.
Right, but it's not like he did it directly at that person. He did it at everybody. You get what I'm saying? He did it at everybody.
First of all, I'm not saying it because it's not just one person. You feel me? I've been on his wife's Instagram and seen the hundreds of comments under a picture of her and her son at a freaking Knicks game, and all the Knicks quote unquote fans going crazy. You feel me? Like, so no, it is not no one person to go at.
Right, but you remember what
it's not one person to go at. And now you were just booing me. You're heckling my family. Now, because I made a couple of baskets, y'all want to be on my jock again? No, boo y'all. Shut the F up.
You remember what that girl, I think it was Anya, I think it was a mother, that was her name, was it Anya or whatever? In the freaking group chat, what was her name? That goes to the Knicks games or whatever. What was her name? Anna. Yeah. She said it best. She basically said, like, if you just kept it professional and respectable in terms of, like, just keeping it moving and, like, there was no need for the whole thumbs down. You could address it afterwards in the post game and all that, but there was no need for, like, there was no need for that, bro, because,
I'm not trying to hear but it hurt Knicks fans with their feelings in a bunch when I've seen these people say some of the most outrageous things about this man, Anna included, and that's my girl. I love Anna. You feel me? Especially as a Knicks fan, I've seen her post and say some of the most outrageous things about this man.
I feel you, but
and I'm like, so now if you were a person that got enough gangsterness in you to say these things and emote these emotions just because you pay for some fucking tickets. These people are not animals at a zoo that you get to throw shit at and hurl whatever you want to throw at them. They're human beings. I don't give a fuck how much money they make. You feel me? So if you can dish it out, you should be able to take it. You feel me? He didn't tell nobody to SMD. He told y'all to shut the fuck up.
Yeah, but but I'm saying in general, he told all of them to shut the fuck up, not the ones that were just heckling.
Everybody that was booing, which was pretty much the whole stadium at that time.
No, but I'm talking about the ones that were, heckling his wife and his child that he mentioned in the post game. I'm talking about he didn't just heckle them. He freaking said all the fans, and you know how Knicks fans are. We'll ride and die with you as long as you with us. But when you,
that's not true. Knicks fans do not ride and die with nobody. Nobody.
No, they didn't. Remember Sprewell, Ewing.
They did not ride or die with nobody. And I could give you an example of how ride or die they weren't. You feel me? We won't go back. Again, I use this as an example all the time. the greatest Knick of all time, Patrick Ewing, Mr. Leave Blood, Sweat, and Tears on the court, literally came out and said that he was sick near the end of his career of how Knick fans turned on him once they started playing bad. Once they started to struggle.
Oh, you mean after the 1999 season when they went to the finals?
But he said that was happening his whole career. They played good. They was cheering for them. They
Oh
played
yeah, but that's always New York. Every sport.
But you said they ride or die. That's
no,
not
but
ride or die.
no,
Boom.
but they still.
Allen Houston.
As long
Allen Houston. Part of the reason, a major part of the reasons why we went to the finals as an 8 seed. He gets his big check.
The lockout.
And his play as well.
Yeah, but it was also the lockout. Like,
no, I'm not saying he's a big part of that still.
Yeah,
the lockout, whatever you want to call it.
Oh yeah,
he still had to perform. He still had to put the ball.
I'm just saying, freaking lockout, Hurricane Sandy. We seem to show up with catastrophe fall.
So he gets his money as he deserves. You feel me?
But everybody was mad at how long the contract was. You know,
he had arthritis in his knees that did not allow him to play anymore.
Yeah.
Like, they shit on this man. Like, oh, he robbed the Knicks. No, he didn't.
Well, they don't really shit on the man. They just shit on the guy that gave him the contract because it was so long.
It was a lot of it was a lot of shit talking going to Allen Houston.
Ah, man. I haven't seen it. I've always seen everybody shit talk his contract.
Ride or die. Again, bad example of it. Amari Stoudemire was the one star when everybody was avoiding. No, matter of fact, let's skip that. We're gonna go Stephon Marbury.
Oh, you mean back when he would freaking said, and I quote, freaking, I'm struggling to set up my teammates right now. That's the reason why we're struggling.
Do you remember those teams? Do you remember those teams?
Oh, no, I remember those teams. Jamal Crawford, Zach Randolph, Eddie Curry, Nate Robinson.
You're talking about and that was near the end of Marbury's team.
No, yeah, the end. Yeah.
But I'm talking about like
you're talking about early? Like in the early 2000s?
Those teams was poop.
Oh, no, for sure.
Poop.
Bruh.
So who was he setting up?
I hear you, but he had talent there. Again, he just didn't have another all-star with him. Right. He didn't have another.
When Zebo and him was not going to work because Zebo was known as a black hole of basketball.
And Jamal Crawford was good though.
Yeah, but it was a young Jamal Crawford. Like,
you're still giving you 15 a game, bro. That dude was fire.
But anyway, say what you want to say about Marbury for a large part of his tenure as a New York Knick. He put on. You feel me? He put on. And near the end of his tenure, it was no riding or dying. There was no riding or dying. Knicks fans turned their back on Marbury so quick, it was disgusting. Carmelo Anthony. He was everything that y'all want Julius Randle to be right now, as far as holding his temperament.
Yeah.
Holding his temperament to answering all the tough questions.
Right.
When they lost, he took all the blame. When they won, because he got all the glory. Even Shumpert said that, you feel me, in an interview. I've seen Knicks fans turn their back on him quick as hell, too.
Yeah, but I don't think it was necessarily the Knicks fans turning their back on him as much as it was. It was them turning their back on the team because we went from, we won 54 wins, and then the following year we missed the playoffs by one game, and then after that, Melo's points per game dropped from 28 to 22, and then everybody was like,
Steven,
we got to move on type shit.
We literally, you part of the same Facebook group, so I know you've seen all.
No, I saw what happened. Phil Jackson came out and called him a ball hog, and then he told the media that we need to ship Melo out, but he won't take his no trade.
I'm talking about even before that.
Oh, you're talking about?
I'm talking like not too much before that, but
2016.
I watch the Knicks fans shit on Carmelo Anthony.
Oh, you mean that one game where they booed at him and then he hit the game-winning shot and he said, "Nah, don't cheer now," type shit. That one? You talking about that one?
All that energy. There was no riding or dying. I don't remember one player in New York Knicks history besides maybe Willis Reed and Walt Clyde Frazier that Knicks fans rode and died with. Mason and Oak. That's probably it.
Well,
but riding and dying, no. That's not what New York Knicks fans do.
I
You feel
mean,
me?
I think
Because
they rode
to me,
with
what
Bernard.
riding or dying is, shit, you struggling. Hey, get it together, bro.
No, yeah, but I
Not
think they ride and die with you. It's just they're not nice about it, if that makes sense.
oh, this guy's a fucking bum. Get him off the team. And this is what was before the thumbs down and shut the fuck up. They were talking about he's a bum, get him off the team when the whole team is playing bad. This was happening before that.
Well, you got to remember
the
first
thumbs down and shut the fuck up exasperated it, and it turned it up to like psycho level.
That's because the first year he came, remember, he only averaged 20 a game, and the Knicks won how many games? I think it was like 20 something, 22, something like that. 22 games or something like that. Yeah, it was poop. But everybody was hyped up because we got RJ, we got Randall, we got this. We're gonna go and we got Mitch still. We got freaking all this shit, and we're gonna.
Mitch played that year as well.
Yeah, I think he had injury that year. But yeah, the point is that basically freaking they were disappointed at the team's winning. It's the same thing with the Yankees. When the Yankees lose a team they're supposed to beat, the Yankee fans will boo them, and then they'll boo players. They boo Stanton all the time. They boo Aaron Hicks, Anthony Rizzo. They boo them all the time, and they always tell them like, "Yo, you stink. Get it together." Like always. And then when they hit and they do hit and they do well, they clap and applaud the same way they always.
But you remember that first year that Julius Randle was here?
Yeah,
we had what's his face?
Alfred Payton.
What's the coach name?
Was it Jeff Hornacek?
Nah, the light skinned dude with the glasses.
David Fisdale?
Yeah. He was
that for data, yeah.
He was Randall's first coach as a Knick.
Yeah, and then it became that dude that replaced him, that assistant, that
Marcus Morris was on the team, and we was competing in a lot.
Because Marcus Morris was averaging like 26 a game.
Because he was the best player on the team at that point.
Yeah, he was. That was crazy. And the Clippers got him for nothing. Shit was insane.
Because the team they let go the rope, the team, because we were losing a lot of close games and not getting no wins. Fisdale could not keep the team engaged and competitive, and I think that's part of the coach's job. Mm-hmm. They let go the rope, and then they fired Fisdale, and then they hired an interim coach.
Yeah,
and it was a shit show that whole season.
I actually wanted to keep Morris, but everybody was saying, no, you got to give him Morris because he was the only one with trade value. So you had to get rid of Morris, and you had to keep Randall.
And we didn't get shit.
And we didn't get shit. I think we got a first-round pick.
I think if we kept Morris and Randall together with Miller as the head coach, we would have won a lot more games.
Yeah,
I'm not saying that we'd have made the playoffs, but we'd have won more than 22.
I think we would have won 35 games at best. Yeah, something.
You feel me? And that would have been an improvement from the year before.
Yeah, it would.
And those are the steps that you wanted to take. So as bad as Randall played that season, again, it's not something that I could just solely say that was his fault. Your number two guy is a rookie.
I'm not saying it's all his fault, but I'm saying most of the blame goes on him because
he was playing with a large majority of first and second year players.
Oh no, I'm just talking about the last 2 years in general. Yeah. Like most of the blame falls on him. The other half of the blame falls on the GM, and then the other half of the blame, well, not half, but like the other 25. Third. Yeah, because I'm doing like 60 Randall. I'm doing like 20% GM, 20% Tibbs, because we can't lie. He played the hell out of those dudes at the end of the season. Minutes were crazy, 30 minutes a game. Like those dudes were dying. Freaking. But who was he supposed to play? I mean, McBride, Sims, I think you guys talked those dudes up when I saw them play. I'm like, now I know why the coach wasn't playing.
I think this is what I think, right? In a situation where we were lacking point guard play, I do not think Alec Burke was the best choice.
No, you and me both agree. It was Quickly for sure.
Quickly, and I'll take McBride as the backup.
But I totally agree with what he was thinking when he said, as far as a defensive, it made sense and shooting for space on the floor, because Quickly was shooting like crap at that point.
Yeah,
he was.
But every other part of Quickly game was.
Oh yeah, it was better. But
you feel me?
So bad.
I felt like, but it's not like Alec Burke was shooting any better. You feel me?
Well, yeah, but he was hot at the time before he got put at point guard, and then
the benefit of you having Quickly at point is the fact that, like, all right, he may not be shooting well, but
floor because he's a threat.
He can score, and he's still being able to play make for others. You feel me? And that was the major part that was deficient in Alec Burke game running point. And that's where I believe a major part of why we was losing, because the offense was stagnant as shit. It was slowest in pace, largely because of Alec Burke.
I also believe it was the defense too, because when you got Evan Fournier at shooting guard and Burks at point guard, it was like, bro, that's not good.
Yeah, but so it like I'll disagree with 60% Julius Randle. I'll say I give 40.
You give 40? I give 60.
40. I give 40. I give 40 because one, he's being played out of position. And that's a coaching thing. You feel me?
I give it 60 because RJ outplayed him. That's the only reason I think RJ outplayed him this year.
Because when the coach is saying that Julius Randle is doing everything like systematically what he wants Julius Randle to do, that's not Julius Randle's fault. Because that means if the coach go, hey, I want you to bring the ball up less and have this person initiate offense, that means if you're saying he's doing what you're asking him to, he's also going to do that. You feel me? And Julius Randle can repeatedly say, I want to do whatever is asked of me to help win. Like, he said this.
Yeah.
And who am I not to take a man on his word? Like, I can't call a man a liar. You feel me? Like, so
I'm not gonna call him a liar, but bro, your actions speak more value to me.
The coach is calling him a point forward. So what do you think the coach is asking him to do? The coach literally said this. You know, Julius Randle, he's a point forward. So he
the first year, I think
this year. This year he called him a point forward.
Oh, I thought that was last season. He said
he called him last year. He called him that again this year.
Okay, yeah, because
he said, "Yo, Julius Randle's a point forward, so there's a lot of things he can do out there on the court." And I'm like, no. So if the coach is saying that about him, guess what he's asking him to do? Hey, do point forward shit. So again, I can't give Julius Randle all the blame. I'm going to give him 40. I'm going to give 30% to Coach Tommy T. And I'm going to give the other 20% to the front office. You feel me? Because that risk of Evan Fournier and Kemba Walker fucked us big time this season. You feel me? But I also think the reluctance of Coach Tommy T to try something different.
What I don't understand is like
when Alec Burke at point was not working. It was clear that it wasn't working. You had all the data that's telling you in the fourth quarter, he's not the guy to be running point. Don't do it. Don't ever do it in the fourth quarter. Slowest pace offense. Scored the least points on the team and in the NBA, but getting the most minutes in the fourth quarter. Like the productivity, all the stats for productivity in the fourth for Alec Burke was leading to no, he does not need to be playing point. I
really felt like they were trying to get a better pick, honest to God, because like real talk, because like you can't bring up the word tanking with Knicks fans because Knicks fans don't like that shit. But it's like,
they were screaming for it this year.
Well, I was, but freaking, it's like I don't know how many players we missed out on because we didn't tank in the previous drafts. And then when the draft changed, even that year when we got RJ, we didn't even tank all the way. You know what I'm saying? It's not like we
had the worst record.
We did
all the way.
No, we did have the worst record, but even then we were still trying to win. And I'm like, bro, what are we doing? Half the time during the year, I'm like on pins and needles. Like, why is this game close? What are we doing? Why are we doing this? Throw it out. Put somebody out there. Put the coach out.
The year that we got RJ, who was the coach? Jeff Hornacek?
David Fizdale.
He did 2 years? I thought he only did.
No, because Hornacek was with Frank Ntilikina and Knox, I think.
Yeah, but
or was it? No, wait. It was Derek
Fizdale. Fizdale didn't even coach a whole season.
It was Derek Fisher with Porzingis. Then it was Hornacek with Porzingis and Ntilikina. And then it was Fizdale with Ntilikina and
RJ Barrett got drafted in 18, right?
Yeah, and Knox. And then it was RJ Barrett after Knox in 2019, I think. Yeah.
RJ got drafted in 2019.
I think so, yeah, because in 2017, I think that was the year that we drafted Ntilikina. So then 2018 means Knox, and then 2019 was RJ. So yeah. So that would mean we had David Fizdale for Frank Ntilikina and
David
Kevin
Fizdale. So
Yeah,
the year before was Jeff Hornacek trying to
Yeah.
save his.
just trying to save his job at that point.
So,
Yeah, because
yeah.
Porzingis was gone. He thought he could make something work there.
Yeah. So he was trying to save his job. So it made it for him. It made sense trying to win games. You feel me?
Yeah.
But for the team, it did not.
No, it did not.
But that's just the way the fate worked for us. The year
We could have had Luka Doncic that year if we fucking just tanked, man.
Bro. And you know, a lot of Knicks fans always like to, you know, be like, yo, we missed out on a lot of players. We took a lot of players that we should have drafted. I'm like, you know how many teams do that?
Yeah, Sacramento.
Imagine being the Pistons drafting Darko Milicic when you could have had Carmelo Anthony.
I think about that every year.
That Piston team with Carmelo Anthony would have ran at least
Portland passed up on KD for Greg Oden. Oh man,
bro.
Yeah.
Let's just talk about that Piston team. A great defensive team. All they needed was a bona fide scorer for them to be perennial contenders. And that's what Carmelo Anthony was.
And they go two-way with Tyshawn Prince. So it's like,
bruh, Tyshawn Prince did everything you need Melo to do on the wing.
Yep.
He was a decent rebounder, a great defender. You feel me? You have Melo doing all the scoring you need. Chauncey Billups being the floor general. Like Ben Wallace, rebounder, defender. Like what do we, man? So when we go teams whiffing on, it happens all the time.
Yeah.
You know, it happens all the time. It's not like there's no direct science to drafting, son. You feel me? Like the only time you get it right with generational talents, you get it right with the Kobe Bryants, you get it right with the LeBron James. You feel me? Like that you get it right with the Zions, even though he's been injury prone. There's no way to predict that. You feel me? But that's what when he's healthy,
can predict that.
When he's healthy,
he was putting up 26 and 12
as a number one. You get it right. You feel me? John Morant, you get it right at number 2 because he's a generational talent. You feel me? Those are
he was putting up 18 and 10.
Everybody else is a gamble.
Oh yeah, for sure. But it's like freaking that Luka Doncic, bro. I had video footage of him like in Madrid the game before the draft came, and I was like, "Yo, this dude is like."
You know how real it was the year that he was coming out of the draft, right? I was playing 2K, and I like to do the GM mode. The GM mode was like, "Yo, no, him, Luka." I'm like, "Who the fuck is this? I'm not drafting this guy. Who the fuck is Luka?" The game was telling me, and I started my GM mode over several times with several different teams, and it was like, "No, this guy."
You know what the game told me to do one time? They told me freaking like I remember this was back in 2K18. They told me freaking trade Frank Ntilikina after the first year, his rookie year, and sign freaking what was it? I think it was Norman Powell. Yeah. Trade for Norman Powell and shit. And like, yeah, bro.
That's what I'm saying. Like that's how real it was. I was sitting there like, and me sitting there like, who the fuck is a Luka? No, I'm not trading this guy. You feel me? Like, I'm not drafting this guy. And then in the game, same way like it happened in real life, a few years later, I'm like, I should have drafted this motherfucker. But what I'm saying is, it's for the most part, is guessing.
Yeah, it's guessing for sure.
It's guessing, and it's supposed to be team need. You feel me?
Yeah, like with Hakeem being drafted over Jordan, they needed a center, so. Freaking made sense. But
like you feel me? Like, but some things you just don't pass up on. I don't give a fuck what you. Jordan was undeniably the best college player. Like,
so let me ask you: if the Knicks, I heard there's a really great shooting guard in the draft. If he pops up and he falls down to the Knicks,
which one? You talking about Johnny?
I think his name is something. Was it Ivy or something? I don't know.
Oh no, I thought you were talking about Johnny Davis. They
maybe
Johnny Davis is 20 points per game in last year. He's a 2-year college student. He was 20 points a game, 8 rebounds.
Yeah, they're talking about some really great shooting guard, and I'm saying like, do you take a shooting guard or do you pass up on him to get a center because you need a center because Mitch might walk out?
I said that shows a lot what the organization is going to do with what they choose. If they choose the center, Mitch is out of here. If they choose a rookie guard, quickly is getting the keys to the city.
And then if you take a shooting guard, it makes Evan Fournier really look bad.
Yeah, exactly. So that means that he might be on the trade block. You feel me? And I think if you get this Johnny Davis kid, that says that he's a two guard. That says that Fournier is probably going to be on the block. You feel me? 20-point per game scorer last season.
Yeah.
I don't know what his defensive credentials are, but he gets buckets, obviously.
Yeah.
We're already log jammed at the wing position. Cam Reddish is not going anywhere. You feel me? I think the front office is super high on him, and I am as well.
I hope so. They traded a first-round pick for him.
I think once he get the requisite, when he got the PT and started to get comfortable, I was like, oh, I love his game.
He had that one game where he had 13 points, and I was like,
I love him in the open court with Obi and Quick. Oh, beautiful basketball.
And that's all if they run, though, because if they don't run,
if Quick is on the court, there's no other choice. Have you seen Quick play?
No, I've seen him play, but
we talk about Quick even on made baskets. Quick is like, we have the court. You feel me? So and I believe, the organization wants to play that way. I don't know if that's where Coach Tommy T wants to play, but I've seen him at times imploring the guys to run up the court. You feel me?
Yeah.
And if that's where he want to play loose and fast, you definitely don't get rid of Cam Reddish, because that kid could finish with both hands. He could finish over people.
You could move Cam Reddish to the small forward and Obi at the 4, and then you could run up the floor on the break.
And you could in a small ball lineup, you could use him at the 4, Cam Reddish. In a small ball lineup, he works very well at the 4. We've seen it in the limited minutes that he got. Like, if you want to run a situation where you got a Quick, Grimes at the 2, RJ at the 3, Cam at the 4, and whoever interchangeable at the 5, most likely Jules, because he's wide body enough and he rebounds well enough. The Cam Reddish is a great fit for that. He shoots.
He rebounds well enough, and he shoots pretty decent.
Not a world beater, not elite. He shoots slightly around or below the league average.
Like DeAndre Hunter.
You got to respect it at least a little bit. You feel me? Like, we're going to let you shoot, but if you make 2, we're going to check you.
Exactly.
Right? Yeah.
I just don't want 4 guys on the starting lineup like that. I just want 1 or 2. One or 2. That's fine.
Yeah, so that's why I'm saying, so if you take the Johnny kid at the 11th spot, I think, but either one of these guys, because
Duncan Robinson was like a second round.
Benedict is the other guy. I can't pronounce his last name. He's the other guy that they're saying that we might get at 11, and he's 6'7", 195.
Yeah, the small forward, right?
No, he's a guard.
Oh, he's a guard too? Shooting guard too?
Yeah. 17 points a game last season. That means if they take one of those 2 guys, Evan is more likely out of here, because I'm pretty sure both of those guys are better defenders than Evan.
I don't know how you get rid of Evan, though. Who takes this dude? You're going to give him back to Orlando? I don't think they want him no more.
I think there's a market for Evan.
Spurs?
A guy who could shoot. I think Evan would absolutely kill in Pop's system.
Yeah, that's like the only place I can think of right now.
Playing with Murray? Ooh.
Yeah, that's about the only.
Ooh. And that Walker kid, I like Walker too. Lonnie Walker. If you playing with those guys and you got a guy like Evan that could come off the screens, and
I just wish Lonnie Walker could shoot it better. That's all I care about.
We don't need him to, because you'll have Evan, and Pop like to run his shooters off ball screens.
This is true, and
He
they run
did it
small
with
ball.
Mano. He did it with Mano. He done it sometimes with Patty. You feel me? Like he like to run his shooters. He'll have a field day with Evan.
Oh yeah, for sure.
Evan, as much as he is a liability defensively, has a tremendously high basketball IQ.
For sure.
And he would fit perfectly in a pocket.
He's just got no defense at all.
None.
And he can't really rebound for his size. I don't understand why.
He's not athletic.
Yeah, but Larry Bird wasn't really athletic, and he had 10 a game.
Alec, because Larry Bird was that
and Luka's not really that athletic either, and he be getting 10 a game too.
Yeah, and it's about commitment to rebounding too.
That too, yeah.
I think Evans' inclination is more of trying to get in transition for open three than it is crashing the ball. This is why I'll be like, when people be like, "Yo, give Obi the keys over Julius," I'm like, this is going to hurt us on the boards, right? Because Obi is never crashing the boards, dog. Obi's running. Obi's never going to be nowhere close to a 10 rebound a game guy because he wants to run, which is his strong suit, and I want him to do it.
Which means he won't box out.
And I need him to do it. But that's why everybody when you put him in a lineup with everybody else's strong rebounders, it works perfectly because RJ is a good rebounder. Quick is a good rebounder at his position. You got Mitch, all Sims. They both not 10 rebounders. They 10 rebounds.
I mean, if you're 8-9, you basically 10.
But
basically
they gonna give you a solid 8. They decent rebounders. Alec Burke, decent rebounder at his position. Like when you surround him with guys that's going to rebound, you don't care if he leaks out because everybody else can rebound, even the point guard.
It's not like 5 rebounds a game like Brook Lopez or anything.
Right, which is crazy. Well, he's old as dirt, so.
Well, yeah, but even in his prime in Brooklyn, it was still 5.
Yeah, that's true. Which is crazy at 7 foot, whatever the fuck, right? 7'2". He's 7'2". I think he's 7'2". Yeah, wow. Brook, you don't see how tall that man is standing next to people. It's craziness. Yeah, but yeah, so that's what I always be like. Yeah, I mean, I like Obi, but I don't want to give him the keys in place of Julius Randle. There's too many deficiencies in his game for him to take that spot yet, right? Like I think he's going to be great at what he does
in 2 years.
Yeah, but like it. But if they take those two guys, I think Evan is out of here. I think Evan is out of here. Either that or Alec. I think those the only way you make it work. And I don't see Tibbs. Tibbs will blow a fucking gasket if they trade Alec Burks. Huh?
Yeah, he will. He might even quit on the spot.
Right. So it has to be Evan. Like if they take those two guys, or those guys is just gonna sit on the bench. You feel me? Those guys are gonna sit on the bench because we have a wing log jam, bro. Like it's crazy.
Yeah,
it's crazy because I think it's quite a few guys I feel should get minutes.
And a shooting guard log jam if you consider Grimes a shooting guard.
He is. He's 6'4". He's 6'4".
Burks, Fournier.
So shooting guard Grimes, Burks, Fournier. You get these two guys, they listed as guard. You get one of these two guards, that's 4 guys right there.
Yeah.
At the small forward, you got RJ, you got you could list Fournier as a 3 as well, because he plays 3 sometimes for Cam Reddish. And I feel like all those wings are interchangeable. So you got about like 6 guys, 6 to 7 guys that's interchangeable on the wings because they play Grimes sometimes at the 3 too.
Give me RJ, Cam at the small and power forward, and give me Mitch at center.
I'm not mad at that.
And throwing Grimes at shooting guard and put Quickly at point guard and just see if we can lock them up for 48 minutes and just see what we can do.
I think that again, when the team is playing high energy as a team, Julius Randle usually plays high effort defense. And when he does that, not saying he's locking people up, he's going to give you valuable minutes defensively. He's going to get rebounds. He's going to get some deflections. You feel me? Like He's going to do those things. Now you put him on a lineup like Mitch, him, RJ, Grimes, and Quick.
Yeah.
They're going to play some solid defense.
Mm-hmm.
They're going to play some solid defense. I'm not saying they're going to be number one defense like before, but it's going to be up there in the top 5.
They could be in the top 10 for sure.
I think top 10, top 5. Because the effort's going to be there.
And not only that, they got the length to back it up.
And they could Quick is 6'4"?
6'5".
6'5"?
Yep.
He could easily guard a 2. You feel me? Easily. 2-1. You got RJ that could guard the 3 to the 1. You feel me? I mean, switching wise, you don't never want to put him on the 1. But like that whole backcourt is interchangeable.
And then you can do Grimes.
And that's what I'm saying. Grimes at the 2. Grimes could guard the 1, 2, and the 3 as well. Like,
and then switch it back and forth constant.
Bro. And in a pinch, I would never do it. But like, it would be the last resort if Julius Randle is stuck on a 2. It's not like you're gonna be like, oh no. It's gonna be like, all right, just don't let him make him shoot. You feel me? That's it. Just make him shoot. But Evan on the court is like whoever Evan guard, barbecue chicken. like that, and that's the difference. And you put Julius Randle in that kind of lineup, he's going to give you effort on the defensive end. And I
don't mind running that defensive lineup for like 4 minutes at the start of a game, and then you substitute Randle and D Rose in there, and you give them a break, and then you put them in, and then you go for the offense. And then 6 minutes afterwards, you take them out, and then in the last few minutes, you put the defense right back in, and go back and forth.
If you got Evan on your team, I know he's making a lot of money.
Yep.
But if you got Evan on your team, you put him in when the other team's second unit come in, so he doesn't have to guard elite scorers or just the better scorers.
I'd put him at small forward, and then I would put Burks at shooting guard, and then just run like that.
He's going to eat because I don't feel like there's too many backup small forwards or shooting guards that could check Evan.
Yeah, they can't, because if he starts moving without the ball, it's a wrap.
He's going to eat.
Just have Randall set off-ball screens for him. It's a wrap.
Bro,
they hit 265. He's done.
I feel like you could do that.
You could do it with Simmons.
Alec Burke for a 2 guard set decent screens himself. You feel me? It's not the greatest, but he could get you some separation.
I think he weighs 205.
Yeah, he's gonna get you some solid separation. Sims set really good screens, bro.
Yeah.
Like, so
when he keeps his feet set, yeah.
But I think that comes with experience. You feel me? I think that's going to come with experience. Like, he's a quick study, bro. Like, from what I saw when he was in the summer league to how he was playing at the end of the season, I'm like, that's a sizable difference in his gameplay in just that short period of time.
Yeah.
So, but that goes with the fact that he's fundamentally sound from all the years he played in college.
Yeah, as far as rebounding and screens go,
It's things that he need to learn. You never really see him in the wrong position defensive.
Yeah.
The part that doesn't click for him is when he needs to step up or when he needs to. No, I'm talking about step up defensively, like on the pick and roll, or when he needs to
switch,
or when he needs to stay with his man.
Mm-hmm.
But position wise, he's in the right place to make the right play.
Yeah,
it's just making that decision like, oh shit, I need to step up here. And I think that's an NBA nuisance. Like something you learn.
You got to do the same thing on offense when he gets the offensive board.
Yeah, it's when to turn around, dunk it, when to turn around and kick it back. I swear, the day that this kid gets in his mind that
a baby hook.
And I jump higher than everybody. Once he get in his mind that I think he athleticism wise, he's equivalent to what Blake Griffin was. I think Blake Griffin was just athleticism. I've never seen Blake Griffin throw the ball with both his arms straight like this. I've seen him throw the ball in the hoop.
The way you seen Amari jump up, that's the way Blake Griffin was. It was like seeing, Amari 2.0.
Bro, and I feel like I'm not saying talent-wise. There was more to Blake Griffin talent-wise than Jericho Sims. I'm saying athleticism, straight bunnies. When you say straight bunnies, I'm talking about They
just straight up jumping.
Yeah, they are. When he get it in his mind that I jump higher than everybody, and once I get that one step and take off, you're gonna let him posterize somebody crazy.
Yeah, you need to save clips of these bunnies, bro, because I gotta see this.
Summer League, you seen the man jump, and there's a still where he's.
Oh yeah,
and his arms are like this.
Yeah.
Like, bro.
But it's not like he's, Obi doing the whole, freaking off the back.
I'm not talking about I'm talking about straight jumping off the ground.
Yeah.
You feel me? Like that is a certain that goes with a certain level of skill set that Obi does.
Yeah.
Like you have to have that's skill. That's a skill.
This man Obi be wilding with the in between the legs.
That's a skill, bro. Like that kind of dunking is a skill. Dr. J rocking the cradle and all that, that's a skill. I'm talking about straight jump. Shannon Brown was not a skilled dunker. You remember him from the Lakers?
Oh yeah, Shannon Brown. Yeah,
one of the craziest jumpers I've ever seen in the
with
history.
The chase down block. Yeah, I remember that,
bro.
One. Yeah,
and I'm saying that what I'm saying is that Jericho Sims, he's not a skilled dunker. He's not going to give you all the fancy, but just getting off the ground.
Yeah.
Once he get it in his mind, I jump higher than almost everybody.
Okay, I got you.
And take that
on some Dennis Rodman shit.
Yeah, I take the ball. Either I take that one dribble or I catch the ball in stride, take that one step and elevate. Try to once he get that in his mind and does that on a consistent basis, you're going to start seeing what people start to do with Blake Griffin. Oh no.
I'm still trying to figure out how McBride was averaging 40 in the G League. Is it really that bad down there? Like shit.
I think more of a green light. And I think McBride in the NBA was suffering from what Obi was suffering from. If I fuck up,
because that dude Jimmy Fredette was averaging 40, I think, at one time.
Jimmy Fredette could score, but he couldn't defend nobody in the NBA.
This is true.
That's why he kept on getting sent back down. Like when he had some okay games for us as a Knick.
Yeah, and then he went overseas so quick. It was like,
but he couldn't guard nobody. That's why. I think he had a 20-point game or so as a Knick.
He had a 30-point game one time. So it's crazy.
But he could score.
Yeah.
But he was worse than Evan Fournier defensively. Like,
yeah.
So he was getting buckets, all the buckets in the G League because he's like that.
Yeah.
But he can't guard anybody. I think with McBride, it's more of he was suffering from what Obi was suffering from.
So do you think if they sent Grimes to the G League, he would be putting up 20 a game?
The way he shoot, yeah.
Bro.
The way he shoot,
I
absolutely.
really need to watch the G League every once in a while. I need to see what's going on. What is going on with this?
The way Grimes shoot, yes. You feel me? Like,
okay.
Gotcha. I think we seen a flash of what McBride could be when he knew he couldn't get benched his first start.
Yeah, because his defense was that good.
His first start, he knew he wasn't going on the bench because there was nobody to put in for him.
I'm scared. If Ntilikina was still here, you think Tibbs would play him? Bro.
When he was here, he didn't play him.
No, because I don't think he was here when Tibbs was here. I think Tibbs, he was traded. Yeah, because I think he was traded before Tibbs came, right? Pretty sure. They traded him to Dallas, right?
No, Tibbs, he was here last season. He guarded Trae Young on the last play.
Oh, last season?
Yeah, in the playoffs. In the playoffs where Trae Young cooked him and scored that game winner.
Oh, okay. So he was traded in the offseason.
Yeah, he wasn't getting no PT.
He wasn't
even traded. We let him go in free agency.
Got you.
Yeah.
I was thinking about the trade for Dennis Smith. That's what I was thinking about.
Yeah, we let him go. Yeah, we got Derrick Rose for that. That was an amazing trade.
Yeah, this is true.
But he wouldn't have got no PT because he didn't when he was here. You feel me? I think.
Yeah, but Fizdale was giving him PT, so it's like I was thinking to myself, yo.
Yeah.
If Thibodeau gives this man PT, I'm done, bro.
What I was saying about McBride was when the first game he started, when he knew he couldn't get benched, he gave us 16, 9, and I forgot how many steals he had. Like it was some crazy number, like 5 or 6. When he was playing freely, it's like, oh. But when he started he had the next game, he didn't score as well, but he still played well defensively and he had assists.
Yeah, that was that 5 steal game we were talking about.
And Tibbs started benching him. And then that's when you started seeing him being tentative. Like,
yeah.
and he kind of never really recovered and was always playing like Obi. You know how Obi was playing.
Yeah, corner threes, you know, every once in a while.
I'm playing not to make a mistake. I'm not going to be too aggressive because I don't want to get yelled at. And I feel like McBride was doing the same shit. Like McBride, again, as a defender, there's nuances that you have to learn in the NBA, and I think that he's one of those guys that he's an aggressive defender.
It also doesn't help that he's 6'2", so it kind of makes it hard for him.
He's an aggressive defender, and is nuances that he have to learn being aggressive.
Try to be a Pat Beverly in this league is hard.
You feel me? And that's the kind of energy he brings defensively. He wanna get in you, pause. You feel me? And disrupt what you're doing. He want to disrupt what you're doing. He's not trying to let you get into a rhythm. More with Grimes, he'll let you get into your rhythm, and he just has more confidence in the fact that I could stay with you no matter what you do, versus trying to disrupt what you're doing.
Yeah, I watched him play. Is like you can just lay it up over McBride because he's just too small. So it's like even if he's in a point guard,
that's why he's so aggressive in trying to stop what you're doing at the top of the key.
Yeah, he's really got to reach on them to like get anything to go.
Yeah, but when he figure out the nuances and what they allow him to do and what he get leeway on, because I think his biggest problem was fouls.
If I was him, I learned how to flop from Kyle Lowry. My lead the league in charges. Do some shit like that.
Yeah, like once he learn, I think he's going to be all right. You feel me? Like I think he's going to be all right once he learned those little nuances. I think it's a learning curve that need to happen. And once he gets more comfortable offensively, and I think also he was being played out of position. He's a point guard, not a two. You feel me?
Yeah.
Like so when you were playing him, you were playing him with quickly, but you were playing him as a two. He's not a two. He's not a two. And it's not like when he was playing point, he was turning over the ball crazy.
Yeah.
Like he doesn't. And that's why I think he was suffice as a backup to Quickly.
I just rarely saw him with the ball in his hands because Quickly or somebody else, whether it be Randle or RJ, would take it out of his hand.
Those few starts that he got in the midseason, he did not turn over the ball. That was one thing he was not doing. You feel me? So that's why I'm even in the G League, as much as he was getting a high usage rate, his turnover ratio was still wild low. You feel me? Like that's why I'm content with being like, hey, if we're gonna give the keys to Quick, I'm not mad at McBride coming off the bench. You feel me? Like running.
As Quickly's longer, if he can actually figure out how to play defense, then it's a wrap.
And he's figuring it out slowly but surely. The effort is there
because he's 6'5". Once he becomes a two-way, then that's exactly
the effort is there, and that's the first step. You feel me? And the want to be a good defender is there. Those are two things that you need. Because remember, RJ Barrett wasn't nothing to sneeze at as a defender when he first came in the league.
Yeah, first 2 years he was. He was like Kevin Knox on defense.
It was a want. It's a want and effort.
Yeah.
And then you start to see things turn, and I feel like that's the same way with Quick. Like you see things turn with Quick. The want and effort there, and I think he's going to do it. He's a second-year player, dog. Like and
to lay off the logo threes though, bro. That should be wild.
And that's what happened in the latter of the season. He stopped taking those threes, bro. In the beginning of the season, he was killing me with that shit. Like that's part of the reason why he was playing bad. Like
I go 1 for 8 too if I'm shooting all the way out there. Damn.
I'm not mad because I've seen you make those shots. So if you absolutely in fuego, right?
This is true. If you're hot, I don't mind it.
Yeah. If you fucking feel like, if the hoop is looking like an ocean, I just made 4 or 5 threes in a row.
Yeah.
Playing me all the way. He's playing me all the way back. Heat check.
yeah, I'm cool with that.
Heat check, but you're 0 for 3.
Oh, yeah.
Logo.
With 5 seconds to go.
Logo, no, bro. You feel me? And that's part of the reason why I'm content with watching this.
I think that's part of the reason Alec Burks was the best person at point guard, bro. Because I think Tibbs was like, he saw him quickly from Logo, and he was like, Alec Burks is the best.
But as a coach, you should be like, hey, don't do that. You feel me?
Yeah, I think he was, but it's like, sometimes the players don't listen. You coach, you can tell them to do something, and they don't always listen, man.
But I'm still a big believer in the growth curve. You feel me? For all these guys. So that's why I'm like, all right, I'm not super mad if we run it back because developmentally, I like what I see from my guys. I only expect them to get better next year. You feel me?
Yeah.
And playing with each other. Pause. That's a crazy statement, but having that same continuity over the years only votes to work in our favor. You feel me? Like,
Yeah.
I want to see that. I don't want to see integral parts being traded in and out. I want to see them build that chemistry. I think all the best teams. Like, imagine if when Milwaukee wasn't working, Middleton and Giannis was playing like shit their first few years together. It was bad.
Yeah.
It was bad. You feel me? Imagine if Milwaukee go, it's not working. Let's go in a different direction. You feel me? Like, they gave those guys time. Same thing with Jaylen Brown and Tatum. The organization gave those guys time to figure it out. You feel me?
This is true.
But
they matched better with each other though.
Klay Thompson and Steph. The beginning was not pretty.
No, it was not. That was because freaking Steph was the only good player on the team at the time. Klay wasn't Klay at the time.
It gave those guys time to figure it out. You feel me? Like, this is what needs to happen. You seen what the Suns looked like 2 years ago.
Oh yeah. And then the bubble happened.
You look at that team and you see, hey, they're 1 point guard away from being the shit. You feel me?
Mm-hmm.
And I feel like a lot of Knicks fans, not just myself, feel the same way. Like, we're a point guard away from being all right.
But they're like we're a point guard away from winning a championship.
No,
we're a point guard
I'm not
away
saying
from
that.
Being
I've never said that because I believe in what the front office was saying, that we're still a few years away from being contenders.
Yeah.
Like, Leon Rose said that his first interview with the Knicks. We're about 4 years away from being contenders.
Mm-hmm.
Like, this was year 2 under the Leon Rose regime.
Yep.
I want to see what it looked like. I want to see like what it looked like next year. You feel me? Because again, if you look at the young talent that we acquired, we got a lot of guys with a lot of potential and upside. You feel me? Like, you got to see what that looks like.
It's just the Evan Fournier signing, bro. It's gonna look more of the same because of that contract, bro.
Bruh.
If it was a 1-year deal with Bobby Portis and they were just gone afterward, it'd be different. But we got Gibson, Rose, and freaking Fournier here to stay, and Burks.
I'm not mad at Gibson staying either.
I'm not mad at Burks staying, but the rest of them, yeah.
I'm not mad at Gibson staying because I always felt like Gibson is the guy that you want on your team. Like, say for God forbid,
like a Udonis Haslem.
You have 2 injuries, and you need your 3rd to 4th guy to come in a game and give you quality minutes, 15 to 20 quality, hard-fought minutes. There's nobody better in the NBA I could think of at that position, in that spot, than Taj Gibson. Because Taj is going to come and play like it's the fucking NBA Finals for those 15 minutes. He's not a hard. I just don't ever want to see him play center. You feel me?
Don't ever want to see him on the perimeter, bro. You hit him with a screen, that's a wrap.
Yo, listen. Oh, you talking about on the perimeter? Listen.
Yeah, because he's wobbly on the perimeter. And the thing, I don't mind him. He can mess people up down there.
Yeah. I don't want to see Taj playing starting centers. I don't want to see him playing against starting centers. You feel me? Like prototypical centers, it's not fair to him. I like Taj as a 4. You feel me?
Unless he pulls an Al Horford and starts shooting 3.
He did. Did you not see him at the end of the season?
Oh yeah, that 1 3. Yeah,
I said, oh shit. 1, he was hitting quite a few. You feel me?
No,
I think you gave up on the team at this point.
Oh no, I'm talking about the one at the wing, the one that he took, and Obi was, shooting in the corner and shit.
But what I'm saying is, he was when they moved him at the 4 near the end of the season, he was hitting a lot of that 3. Yeah. You feel me? And I'm saying, oh shit, Taj trying to extend his career on niggas. Like, I want to see Taj in those spot minutes. You feel me? When whoever we got ahead of him, the 2 guys that we got ahead of him are out for whatever reason, and be like, yo, Taj, we need 15 to 20 minutes tonight at the 4 position. Oh yeah, I'm gonna love to see Taj come in the game.
15, 20 minutes of Taj, that's fine, bro.
Yeah,
I just want somebody who can shoot off the bench, bro. Because all we got is Burks. That's it. Because we got or Fournier, depending on how you swap it. It's one of those two, the shooting guard.
We don't know if Grimes is going to start. We don't know what the lineup is going to be.
This is true, but with Grimes, will he even get minutes the way Tibbs be? You know,
yeah, Tibbs love Quentin Grimes.
Shit, I
think absolutely he's going to, because when he was healthy,
coming off for the bench for RJ.
I wouldn't mind him starting at 2, honestly.
Yeah. I wouldn't mind either, but
because I want that
shot right.
I want that first unit to be locked down. I think again, I think rookie shit. You feel me? I think he's shooting
beautiful. It's just,
once the first couple don't go down, it's like, oh my god. But once it goes down, it's like, oh, he's going to hit the next 4 or 5.
Like probably, yeah. Wide open. That's it.
Yeah. So I think that's going to, translate throughout his game and get better over time too.
Yeah.
But him and Quick in the backcourt,
that's
spacing the floor for RJ and Jules. You feel me?
I just think it's nice just because of the defense, bro.
Yeah,
and RJ guarding everybody,
I think that's a pretty solid defensive lineup.
Mm-hmm.
Like that lineup is going to hold a lot of starting lineups, give them trouble. You feel me?
Yeah, even if they don't shoot well, they can.
And hold serve for a bench that we know that's going to be better than everybody else's bench. You feel me?
Exactly. D Rose, Fournier,
Burke. You feel me? Fournier, Burke, Obi, Sims. Who's fucking with that? You feel me? Like, Cam Reddish. Who's fucking with that?
Yeah, this is true.
Whole serve, and that's what helped us out a lot last year too. Is that our bench was better than everybody's.
Yeah, that's what I was saying. We were running like unit, 7 to 10.
Yeah, first unit, fucking whole serve. Keep the first unit down, low scoring.
Mm-hmm.
Have the second unit come wash everybody the fuck up.
Payton, Rose, Bullock, Burke.
Fucking whole serve again. Second unit come wash everybody the fuck up. You feel me? If we get back to that philosophy, I think I'm not saying we're going to win the championship. We're going to be very entertaining to watch. We're going to be doing stupid shit like standing in front of the Garden again, saying fuck Brooklyn and fuck Trae Young. But it's going to get us back in that mode. It's going to get us back in that mode. But I think that's coaching though. You feel me? That's coaching in the organization.
What the fuck you want to do? If they're going to win the play-in because this play-in shit makes it so much harder. Like if it was just 8th seed and you're in. Like I believe that shit, but now that it's the playing shit, it's like, bro.
And I'm not really sold on Atlanta like that. Not really sold on.
I'm sold on them.
I'm not sold on.
I saw enough in their starting lineup to tell me that they're going to be competing for years to come. They just need defense.
I'm not really sold on them to the fact that I think that like we can't be better than them. No, I don't believe that.
I just don't think we can outscore them, no matter how good defense is. If that makes sense.
No, I think we could definitely lock them down if the defense is right.
Yeah, I just think that if we lock them down, we'll give out, our legs will give out before their points give out. If that makes sense.
I don't. Yeah, I hear what you're saying. My thing is, I'm looking at the overall improvement of the team.
Yeah,
I honestly think that. I think honestly, like.
Better than what they did. They just kept the same thing and they're running it back.
You feel me? That's what I'm saying. And I'm looking at like again.
Mm-hmm.
I like the ceiling of like even though for whatever reason they think Herter is better than Cam Reddish, I don't think so. You feel me? I think Cam Reddish
is a better shooter, but that's about it.
Yeah, I think Cam Reddish's ceiling is way higher than like. I think everybody forget how high Cam Reddish was projected before. The draft, like going into college.
Yeah,
like,
he was 8th, I think it was.
He was one of those fucking guys. Like they was, what's the dude from Minnesota? The young boy Edwards.
Oh, Edwards, yeah, Edwards.
This video talking about like, yo, this man, like talking about Cam Reddish. This man, crazy. You feel me? Like, I think he just didn't get the opportunities. And
it also helps that he was hurt, he
didn't.
That didn't help either.
And having to fight for playing time with Herter, and they got the one of the Bogdanovic fucking guys. I can't pronounce none of them.
Oh, Boban.
Yeah, Boban. They got one of them fucking guys. You feel me?
Bogdanovic.
Herter, Hunter, like then they got Gallinari. You feel me? Like it was, like it was really no place for him.
They're looking at Herter like Kyle Korver, and they're looking at Gallinari like freaking,
Gallinari. Gallinari. His resume has been pretty impressive. His career.
This is true.
So it was no real room for him to get that space, and it's ironic that he's in a situation where it's like kind of the same thing.
Kinda. I mean,
but I also think that there's no way in hell you can't tell me that Cam Reddish is not busting Evan Fournier ass in practice every practice. You feel me?
He could back up RJ. The problem is like freaking Tibbs loves having RJ out there all 48 minutes like me.
Bro,
let him run.
I feel the same way about Obi. It's like, yo, bro, if not for nothing else, but to give Julius Randle some rest, play Obi.
Just give him 12 minutes of rest.
Bro, give him 15. Yeah. Give him between 15 and 18 minutes, dog.
I'm just saying in the second half, like give him a quarter to rest, like third quarter. And then
keep
put him
out until about the 5-minute mark where you need him to close the game.
Yeah.
You feel me? You like both of those guys. You feel me? If you look at any team that plays, except for like if it's a elimination game, that's the one game you start seeing the starters being out there all fucking game. But for the most part, in the fourth quarter, I love the way they rotate Giannis. If the team get out to an early start and they go up by 10, 15 points, I don't care how early it is in the game. 3 minutes in, Giannis is sitting. Oh, we up 15. Have a rest. You feel me? Have a rest.
Exactly.
And I'm like,
you put in Portis in and it works. It works
because you want the guy who's the best guy on your team to, when he's on the court, has no reservation at going 110 miles an hour all fucking game. And that's
it's not only that. You put Portis in and he's productive. It's not like he's just doing cardio and playing defense. Man is putting shit up.
And it's not like Obi can't be productive with the point guard, with the right point guard on the floor. We seen it. With the right point guard on the floor, Obi is going to be productive. He's going to leak out.
Foul trouble quick though on defense. You can't lie.
He's another fucking cone. You feel me?
He's a cone and he reaches. So there's that too. He's going to be reaching all over their asses.
But the goal is for him to, hey, if you want to give up that 2 points, I'm going to need 4. You feel me? Exactly. And one thing that Obi does is he's going to give you at least 6 to 8 points of easy transition baskets. It's something that the team don't do at all. Yeah. Like, we don't get those buckets. And those buckets we need. Obi's going to give you 6 to 8 points a game off of just, I'm running.
Should have seen RJ going out in transition. Freaking Obi was looking at him like, bro, can I just get these, bro?
Like, hey, I do this, brother.
RJ looking at him like, I'm going for 30 tonight.
The same thing with Cam. He was looking at Cam too, but they was on the court together like, hey, buddy.
Yep.
This is my time to shine.
Oh, man.
If nothing else, these guys should be used for just, to give these guys rest, because it's not like it's empty minutes. You feel me?
That's true. You give them rest, and you're getting pretty much the same. You don't really got shooting with Randle. You don't got shooting with Obi, and Cam. He's respectable, but they're guys that you just put them out there, have them run, and fucking that's all you can do.
He does something a little bit different that RJ. He could finish with both hands like crazy.
Yeah, this is true.
He's
a better
crazy
finisher with layups,
and he better handles too. Have you seen Cam Reddish handle the ball? He could break guys down. It's beautiful to watch. Yeah, I love his game. His game is aesthetically pleasing to watch.
It's weird because Cam looks like lighter than RJ, but he finishes better at the rim than RJ.
It's so smooth. Like, I'm like, oh my god,
1 inch taller than RJ. Maybe that's why. I think he's 6'8", right?
Yeah,
that's why.
It's aesthetically pleasing to watch. It just looks like it comes natural to him. Like, bro,
a young T-Mac going to the rim, basically.
Bro, just give this guy the time, because if you give him the time and he get acclimated, if he can stay healthy, oh my god.
Exactly.
Oh my god.
The issue is if you're gonna give up a first round pick for him, damn, he got to get playing time. It's like, how do you play him? Like, freaking when you got RJ doing this thing, he's got to come off the bench for RJ.
In hindsight, listening to Coach Tibbs, like, yo, we just can't give him minutes. You feel me?
You got to earn it.
that's gonna fuck up team morale. Like, I've been here. I've been putting in work. This guy just got traded. Are you gonna play him? You feel me? Like, so in hindsight, because I was one of those people screaming for Cam, but
Makes sense, doesn't it?
That's what good coaches do.
Because Grimes would be like pissed off, like, I've been doing all this work and this dude
I'm busting my ass for you, coach.
Yep.
This guy just got here. Yeah, this guy just got here.
Shit. Yo, Obi probably would demand a trade at that point. He'd be like, yeah, I'm out of here.
You feel me? So in hindsight, so like, it's like, damn, Coach Tommy T was doing the right thing as far as not playing Cam, at least.
Yeah, at least.
But when it comes
doing the right thing with Burks, because when Quickly was shooting them logo threes, I too was hesitant about putting his ass into it. I was like, yo, bro, should we go Quickly? Maybe we should go. That
was one thing I hated about his game, but I was looking like everything else I'm pleased with.
Yeah,
I mean, what we needed as far as the team.
Yeah. After the 5th game with Burks, I was like, yep, this shit's a wrap. Put Quickly, and I don't want to see this shit.
Yo, Steven, you at the 6-minute hour mark, son. I'm off this, man.
Yeah, man.
Because we be out here at 5 o'clock in the morning, and that's why you my guy, bro.
Holy shit, it's almost 3:30. Damn, bro.
That's why you my guy, bro. Because literally, we could do this shit all fucking day, bro. You can do this shit all fucking day. I'm in the future. I plan on hosting events. You feel me? I need you to pull up. You feel me? Because
if you in the Bronx, I can pull up. But if you in Brooklyn, I'm not going down.
I'm trying to do like neutral spaces. You feel me? As far as the Knicks N Ish stuff go, you feel me? Like the Who Run the City stuff, we're gonna do like Knicks N Ish versus the Big Fan Breezy with the Brooklyn vlog game for the fans and a barbecue. But that's probably gonna be in Brooklyn. You feel me?
I don't want to.
So you must, and ain't nobody gonna get shot, man.
Yeah.
You live in the Bronx, you talk about getting shot, bro.
Yeah, I gotta get stabbed and shot, bro.
Nah, the Bronx, they out there treating it like the Wild Wild West in the Bronx. I get all the news alerts to my phone, and it's more shootings in the Bronx than it is Brooklyn. That's all I'm saying.
Bro, I'm telling you, man, in Brooklyn, freaking that shit is like, that's like Chirac.
Nah, we not going in the hood. You feel me?
Hey, it's better. Anything's better than Staten Island, right?
Don't do that, because I'm a part-time Staten Island resident. You feel me? Like I get crazy love out there. That's my second home for real. I think people shit on Staten Island because they don't know nothing about Staten Island, right?
It's because it's like that one place in New York that's almost like the most southern thing there, because it's like so out of touch with the city. When you
in tune with the people and what's going on out there, like I'm in tune, bro. Like it's dope. You feel me? Like it's dope. Like the community,
it's like same people. It's just like different like atmosphere.
When you surround yourself with the right people, you feel me? Because like, and it's just smaller. You feel me? Like
on that Long Island shit too, yeah.
So everything happens on Staten Island impacts everybody in Staten Island. So like, if you surround yourself with the right people, the vibes is gonna always be great. You feel me? But like, if you start getting like the little knuckleheads in your circle, the atmosphere is so closed in. It seems like everything goes wrong. You feel me?
You're stranded because if you're like on that island, like in Long Island.
If you drive, you good. You feel me? But if you gotta take that ferry,
the subway, that's what I'm saying. You gotta take that ferry
on a late night. It's rough. Once every hour that ferry come, and if you just miss it, you just miss it on a late night, stay in the hour at the ferry.
Freaking on Ellis Island, freaking be
nah,
like,
that shit is spooky, son. Late nights at the ferry. That's where all the homeless people come out, all the crazies, and you stuck there with them for an hour.
It's not be on the subway on the way home after midnight, bro. Shit's weird. It's
listen,
really weird.
During the pandemic, I was blessed enough to get an automobile, so I haven't been on the subway in quite some time. I hear the horror stories.
Yeah,
and I'm not going back, son.
Head with a hammer, bro.
I'm not going back. Like, I'm taking the express bus or the regular bus. Like, If I need to get to Staten Island, I'm not taking the train. Well, I do have to take the train to get to. No, I could take the bus to the city, but that's too long.
Too long.
The five train is not that long of a ride to get to the city to take. And I'm not even taking the ferry. I'm taking the express bus. You feel me? Because you got to have a little change to get on the express bus. It's like $6.75 to get on the express bus. Everybody don't want to pay that. Knuckleheads don't want to pay $6.75 to get on the express bus.
Shit, I don't want to pay $2.75 to get on the train. They don't clean that shit.
Yo, nah. But don't do that to Staten Island though, man. Shout out to all my Staten Island people, man. But now when I put this event together, you definitely got to try to pull up, bro. It's gonna be all the people that we talk shit with in here. You feel me? You know how we do. We don't really tolerate no disrespect.
I think it was that freaking other dude in there. He had like 2 videos. What was it? Not Nick N Ish, but it was like Nick and Nick or something like that.
Are you talking about Nick?
Yeah, it was like Nick at Nick or some shit. It was like friggin' in the post. It was like.
Oh, you talking about Knicks versus Nets?
No, not that. It was like freaking. It was like some bald dude with glasses and shit, walking around talking and asking people like, "What?"
Oh, you talking about Nicovelli?
I think so.
Nicovelli. No, that's my god.
Yeah, that dude. I was checking out his videos and I'm like, he asking this dude, and he said, "I thought we should have kept Neil Keenan." I'm like, "Oh, bro."
No, you know why? But his show is literally getting a post of what's being said on the streets from like casual fans.
It's like Billy on the street, so it's cool.
Yeah, from like diehard fans, casual fans. Like it's like a temperature check. You feel me? Like,
and 94 degrees today, so freaking anytime.
It's gonna be how much?
94 degrees. I'm about to turn the AC on just to be
safe. Nah, bro.
Yeah.
Nah, bro.
Bad, man.
Yeah. Nah, but yo, Stephen Kennedy, this is dope. You know my guys is gonna hit me up in the morning about like, yo, y'all was on live for 6 hours. Like,
I didn't even notice. I was chilling. I mean, granted, I chill in Discord for this long, but still, I wasn't expecting freaking this shit to freaking.
I had to look up like, oh nah, oh nah, I got to go.
Oh yeah.
Yo, but I holla, Brody. I appreciate you.
Yeah, peace.